now we are just starting up the stream on YouTube. That is all looking pretty good. Very nice. And sort of open up the guest box so you can come and join me. And we have Baku straight out the gate as usual. Greetings to Pasta Fairy on YouTube, straight in. Very nice to see you, and Simeon Urchin as well. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for joining me. Just get that going there. And always a bit of housekeeping to do as we start up the stream. There's like bits and pieces. It's like taking off in a plane. You've got to do all the things. And we'll do that too. Okay. Excellent. Okie dokie. Welcome, Craig. Nice to see you, my friend. Always a pleasure to have you there on the TikTok side. And of course, Sean, how are you, my friend?
Doing well, thank you.
Awesome.
How was your day?
My day was awesome. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, cannot complain at all. All good. And looking forward to getting into it tonight, and seeing what kind of exchanges we have. So tonight's topic, obviously, God is evil. And we've decided maybe we've done enough mincing of words here, and maybe it's time to just be direct. We don't need to dance around the issue. That dude basically sucks. So I think it's about time we called it what it is. Kif Webb, welcome, my friend. You are the moderator of moderators. You do such a good job keeping the rowdy rabble in shape in the YouTube chat. I really appreciate you as well. I'm not sure if Uncle will be in tonight on the YouTube side to help with moderating, but hopefully he will. The two of you have got it locked down, and I appreciate you both so much. And Maddie is in on the TikTok side as well. Fantastic to see Maddie. Annabella is in, of course, superstar. Real person, welcome back. Lovely to see you as well. All the people. It's so nice to see the familiar names coming back in time and time again. It really touches me. I really can't express how good it makes me feel to see the same people coming back. I just love it, and I'm so grateful for that. It really means a lot. Let's just have a look at the guest box and see if there's anyone else. I think we possibly do have our first guest lined up already. We have, of course, Baku waiting to take up the strain as needed. But we're going to kick straight off with, it looks like Ijali. Ijali. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but let's see. I hope I am. Good evening, Ijali. How are you? Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You're in with Sean and John. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, excellent. Welcome. You're the first guest of the night.
Brilliant. I was just literally brushing my teeth waiting for you to accept me.
Well, I hope they're nice and clean. Don't forget the ones at the back. Still brushing, I can see. He really is.
Yeah, no. You kind of broke.
You glitched out a little bit. Your connection glitched out a little bit. I think it's good now.
Okay, hopefully that's just a gremlin.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't want to get into a massive debate about it. I just wanted to first get your definition of evil, if that's okay.
Yeah, doing lots of things of which I personally disapprove.
But that's a very vague definition, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it might sound a bit vague, and it might sound a bit sort of parochial and small and personal, but that's really all anyone means when they say evil. Like, evil isn't a thing. It's not a thing that exists called evil that you can find out there, like the sun or the sky, right? Evil is a word that we use to mean things that we don't like.
Okay, so if I was to, for example, steal your pencil case in school,
Yeah.
Is that evil?
Well, evil's quite a strong term, right? So I grant you that
Exactly.
there are gradations on the road to evil. So you could say
Exactly.
it's a tiny bit evil. If you steal my pencil case, because maybe someone gave me that pencil case for my birthday, and maybe it means something to me, and maybe my feelings would be really hurt if you stole my pencil case. And also, I'd have to carry all my pencils around in my hand, and then I'd lose an enormous amount of street cred. Then everyone would laugh at me. Then I'd get low self-esteem, and then I'd have a ruined life.
Exactly. So it's
Evil.
it's a difficult one. Like I would most definitely on the premises of God being the perpetrator of solely bad things, i.e., evil, in your description of it.
Yeah.
I would most definitely disagree with you on that one. I would agree that bad things are perpetrated, i.e., exist, and carried out, allowed to be carried out for
we don't
a
say
purpose.
we don't say he soul. You said the word solely. We don't say, and we're referring to the Abrahamic God mostly. If you have a different God in mind, we can discuss that. But
No.
we don't. Yeah, we don't say he solely has only done evil things, but he's done quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that to be honest, it's too deep of a discussion for me at this time of night. But you know, we got to also you got to do your next live. God is good as well, you know.
Well, I mean, he does the occasional nice thing, but that's how abusive relationships work, right? Like, he gives us a nice sunset, then he gives kids cancer. He, puts beautiful butterflies and lovely flowers around, then he causes a tsunami which kills 100,000 people. Like, that's how abusive relationships work. Like, give a little, hit a little. Right? Yes, it's not great.
No, it's not great. I agree with you on that one, but it's the chore, right? We're all on that boat, so buckle up.
Well, apparently so. I don't think there's any reason why we should be expected to grovel and thank him for all of the misery.
But then wouldn't we just be like NPCs? Like,
well, no. I mean, the thing is, do you believe in some kind of afterlife?
I believe in a eternal life for sure. Like, as in, it doesn't ever really, nothing really. You can't prove to me that anything has an end. I.e., therefore, I will stick to the belief that neither does the thing that I exist in as well.
Right. So, do you belong to a sort of a specific religion that we might recognize?
I don't really want to get into that. But
don't want to go there. Okay. Well, that's fine. You're not obligated to tell us. It makes it a little bit harder to have a theological discussion if we don't know what your theology is. But if you believe in an eternal existence, then in your conception of that eternal existence, are people free?
That's obviously a very hard question, because then we have to gather up the premises of what you mean by free.
I just mean, well, you mentioned that we don't want to be like NPCs, we don't want to be like robots, just, I agree with that. So in your idea of this eternal existence that we might look forward to later, are people able to just be free agents in the way we're free agents now?
I guess so, but whether that's a curse or a blessing is another
do they have tsunamis and Ebola and cancer wards there?
Where's that? Sorry.
In the eternal afterlife?
Well, I'm yet to, it's obviously I don't know. That would be the straight up
I suppose I don't know is an honest answer, but most people's conceptions of sort of heaven, or whatever they think the sort of heavenly afterlife is that it's a place without that kind of suffering. But if you're saying that it's possible that we enter into a condition after we die here where we have an eternal life, which also involves earthquakes and parasites and malaria.
Basically, what you're saying is the view of heaven to become a program, basically. It's like that. Yeah, it's obviously a very hard discussion to have. But I can most definitely appreciate that without evil, then we can't really comprehend good. I mean, that is at the most very uh, core of what is, right?
Without leukemia, we can't appreciate a nice sunset.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because then that makes me sound like I promote leukemia, which obviously I don't. Like, it's shit. I hate that. Obviously,
Why do
but
we need suffering in order to appreciate
because
good?
it's like, if everything was just good, it's like, for example, somebody just has everything, right? You can have anything you possibly want, then everything loses value.
Yes, but
Whereas,
the scenario I'm talking about is not give everyone everything they could possibly want. There are lots of gradations between that and children dying of bone cancer. So you could imagine a world where people don't have everything they could possibly want. They can still strive, they can still work hard, they can still achieve things, they can still even have, to a certain extent, a small amount of pain, like the pain of longing for someone. And some of those things you could say there's a sort of way in which a bit of pain kind of gives you a bit of human experience, a bit of light and shade. But there's so much totally unnecessary, avoidable agony. And I say unnecessary and avoidable because if there's an all-powerful God, then that powerful God could achieve whatever aims he or she wants without that kind of agony, right?
they'd stick to the stolen pencil cases, etc.
Well, they could just avoid, infant mortality. Let's say, let's just get
But
rid of
then
infant
again, then my
mortality.
question, okay, then my question would be, what makes you believe you're so, that you can understand somebody's suffering? So let's say somebody has in their family, a member of their family catch leukemia or die. How can you say that one individual suffered the loss and suffered more pain than the individual who had his pencil case stolen and
I'm
lost
not.
his?
I'm not
Do
making
you
that.
know what I mean? Though.
I'm not. Yeah. I mean, I agree on what you're saying. You could say that there might be some circumstances in which a relatively minor inconvenience to one person causes them more agony than a tragedy
Exactly.
causes
Yes.
someone else. But I think those would be the edge cases. It wouldn't be the norm.
No.
If you're going to say to me, someone getting a parking ticket is going to suffer more than someone losing a child, I'm going to tell you you're insane, right? No one would make that kind of
Absolutely.
case. So
I would say you're insane as well, but some people have these pain receptors that are
yeah.
absolutely unimaginable.
Right,
You
but
would
I would
literally,
just group those in with extreme
yeah.
suffering then, right? So causing someone who has very very acute pain receptors, very sensitive pain receptors, to have a bit of pain, which to them is an enormous amount of pain, is to me just as cruel
Exactly.
as
Yeah.
as the
At
more
least we
extreme
know what we're
things.
talking about here. At least we
Yeah,
know. So let's just, before we, because we're veering off into the deep abyss, right? Let's just conclude something here, that evil is a very broad term. Like, it means a lot of things, right? Like, we need to first try and understand what you mean by God is evil, right? Because obviously on the surface, God is evil. Like, yeah, we get that. That's like, I can understand what it looks like on the surface, but to conclude an actual argument, we need to go into depths of what evil is and why these things occur, and etc. etc. But it's
And
crap. I agree with you. Life is a chore. It's rubbish, but it's like, it's also, life is a beautiful bust. Oh wait, I can't say that word. It's like it's a beautiful
there is beauty in life.
horror.
There
You
is
know,
beauty. There is beauty in life. I don't disagree with that at all. There's definitely beauty
yeah,
in life. Yeah.
but yeah, like, just painting. I would just, before I leave, just say your next life should be God is good as well.
Yeah,
We
I'm
got
unlikely
we
to be
got to give him
running.
the credit.
I'm
If
unlikely
we
to be
give him, if
running that one.
brilliant. Okay, so we
All
can
right,
agree then. If we're doing this song, we got to give him the credit for the beauty as well.
we're not gonna
Jolly,
we're not.
if you run a live God is good, I'll be happy to join it and have a discussion with you.
Same, but do you know what? I always listen in, and there's definitely not, probably nothing we don't agree on, really, but in a weird sense, yeah, like, I truly understand your arguments to the fullest depths.
Well,
I don't just look at your arguments on the surface.
thank you for being open-minded enough to at least consider things, I think that's great. You know, you're not obligated to agree with me on things, but listening is a good starting point. So, you know,
Absolutely.
we can part as friends with a difference of opinion. That's all good.
Absolutely, mate. No, no doubt. I'll
thank-
leave you guys to it, and all the best. Yeah.
Thanks for kicking us off. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for coming in.
Thanks.
Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Cheers. Thanks.
You too.
Okay, so if you're on the YouTube side, thank you very much for joining me. A little bit slow to get going, but we'll get there. We'll get the numbers up tonight, I'm sure. Thank you very much for coming in. Liking the chat really helps. That's really helpful. So thank you for that. And if you do want to get involved, the URL is back to what it was originally. I just had weird stuff in the last live and had to stick a number 2 on the end, but the number 2 is no longer there. So if you want to get involved, tinyurl.com/JCGuest. It'd be great to have you up. So back to the TikTok side, we're going to bring in SJ and see what SJ is saying.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, SJ. Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, great.
Doing well.
What would you like to say?
I'm a Christian. I believe.
Yep.
And I disagree with your prompt. I'd like to know why you perceive God as evil.
Yeah, well, it's basically just because of all the horrendous things that he did and commanded. If you're a Christian, then obviously the Bible is purported to be something of a journal of his adventures and the sorts of things he got up to. And he strikes me as a kind of mad psychopath up in the sky, sort of doing experiments on humans as a sort of sadistic person might do with an ant farm if they hated ants, just randomly snuffing out populations and dishing out group punishments and drowning the entire world because he screwed it up the first time, and enforcing unbelievably harsh punishments for sort of non-crimes. Treating women like garbage, ordering the killing of children. I mean, it's a decent starting point.
Can you give me an example so we can hit the starting point and then we'll break it down?
Yeah, I mean, so an example might be something like, let's have a look at this as a starting point. So this is in 1 Samuel. Very, very cross with the Amalekites. And so he issues through Samuel, says, "Go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." Now, I can understand that there are times when you need to fight a war. But in this instance, to order the destruction of a people, and by the way, this was centuries after the transgression, to order the destruction of a people and specify in your orders to make sure you don't forget to kill the kids too. What would you think about a military leader today who did that? If we were going to, because children get killed in wars now, right? But it's always regretful, and every sensible military have procedures to try and minimize those kind of deaths. They don't specifically go out there trying to achieve them. What do you think about a commandment like this? Does this strike you as good?
Yes. I can break down the whole Amalekite situation as well.
You can break it down for us and then explain why it was good to tell them to kill children. Please do that for us.
First of all, do you know who Amalek was?
Yeah.
Who was he?
Well, it was centuries before this happened. So
who was Amalek?
Well, you can explain and then draw a line from who Amalek was to why it's wrong to why it's right. Sorry, to kill children. Do that for us. Make that argument.
Amalek came from the descendants of Esau. Esau was Jacob's brother. Obviously, Jacob was given the name Israel, and Esau was his brother, but he wasn't given that covenant. Esau had a daughter who married Ishmael. Ishmael was the one from Isaac and Ishmael, who was Hagar's son. They went and had a couple children, and then they had Amalek. Obviously, when we look at modern day history, we can now link who the Amalekites were. They were actually the Muslims. That's where the race of Islam actually began. So obviously, when it comes to the Amalekites, and we actually can look from the story of Cain, Cain had brothers. Cain had sons. He had Lamech, etc. And Lamech said,
So
"If
so
Cain,
far, forgive me for interrupting you, but so far you're just giving us a lovely family tree. I'd like you to make an argument, which fairly quickly, which ends in therefore it's ethical to kill babies.
Obviously, you've asked me for a point, and I'm going to break down my point.
Yeah, but just
Right.
we don't need a whole long family tree.
Right.
Just land your plane if you can, please.
Right, cool. So this race of people were very violent, and obviously we know from Galatians 1:8, God knew that the religion of Islam would come from this race of people because He knew they were violent and they were easily deceived. Now, when we look at the Amalekites, we can see they attacked Israel on their way out. They were also just a violent nation in general. Samuel didn't actually wipe out all the Amalekites, and we could see later in history when the Amalekites, when the race of the Amalekites came back up, and they were still very much violent. So when we look on and we actually study the history of it, the race of the Amalekites actually caused destruction in when it comes to the fusion of Islam. I believe God wanted all of the Amalekites wiped out because He knew what would come to be and how Satan would be able to easily deceive this race of people, in which he was able to do, and that's why we've got today Islam. When we look at the Amalekites race and the Amalekites race,
how long before
Islam
started? How long before Islam started were the Amalekites living?
They were probably around 700 to 1,000 years.
About 1,000 years. Sure. Right. So your argument is that it's moral to kill babies because in 1,000 years' time, a new religion might start. Are you doing that with a straight face?
Bro, did you not hear what I said? I first said they were violent people. They're race of people.
So they're violent people. So they're violent people, and the response to violent people is to go and kill their kids. Are you doing that seriously? Is that a serious argument?
Do you know how long the Amalekites were being violent for?
It doesn't matter.
How many generations?
It doesn't matter.
No.
I don't care.
Don't be disingenuous.
It could be a million.
You don't even know the history of the Amalekites.
It could be a million.
Or how long they were being violent for.
I don't care.
And you're making points.
I don't care. There's no number of generations that suddenly makes it okay to kill children. Or perhaps you think there are. What's the number? What's the cutoff?
It was around 10 to 16 generations.
Right.
So
I'm just interested in what the cutoff is.
The fact that they were constantly violent for 10 to 16 generations.
Yeah.
Question: Were the babies and sheep violent? Was killing the sheep for?
Well,
did the sheep start a religion later? Did it prevent Islam from starting? Go ahead.
Right.
Well, first of all, we can see even in the New Testament, spirits can enter sheep, because when Jesus casts out the spirit from
man, come on,
it enters a sheep.
Oh, pull the other one. It's got bells on. Spirits can enter sheep.
Someone says I'm making this up. Study your Bible. Well, we see in the New Testament when it was the pigs.
Come on.
When Jesus casted out the spirits from the pigs, they actually from the man.
God, it be kidding.
So we know spirits can enter animals anyway.
Were they evil Chucky babies? Hold on. Were they evil babies? Were they evil Chucky babies running around with a knife? You've seen Chucky, right?
All right, bro. If the great grandfathers were evil, and then the great grandfathers also became evil, and that timeline listed for about 16 generations, it's pretty obvious that
you're 7 years old. It's such a childish perspective to just call people evil.
Brother, you've not even studied the history of the Amalekites, and you're
such an absolutely infantile perspective to say these people are evil. Kids stop talking about goodies and baddies. Normally when they're about 10, you don't expect this kind of behavior from adults, let alone as a basis for infanticide and killing children and babies, and then killing sheep in case evil spirits go into them. Are you serious?
Yes, I'm completely serious.
Do you know how hard this is Do you know how much this is going to get clipped to put on YouTube? That is insane.
You can do that.
You
can do that. You're just giving me more clout. I'm not that bothered. But when we actually go to the book of Genesis even teaches itself that that the hearts of man were evil even from childhood. So a child can also have an evil heart. It doesn't make a difference, brother. Whether it's a kid, whether it's a man, etc.
Right. Yeah. So they were evil sheep and babies.
I want you to know something. When I use the word God is evil in my title here, I'm being slightly ironic, right? Because I don't think evil is really a thing, right? I think it's just a word we use to talk about things we don't like, right? And I'm using it as a shorthand for a dick, basically, right? Because if I say God is a dick, it just doesn't fit so nicely across the title on the top. So I just said evil as a kind of shorthand. But a slightly more sophisticated understanding of human behavior is that people are not evil. People do bad things and people do good things. And sometimes groups of people can do bad things. But to just say these people were evil, therefore we need to kill their children, is absolutely depraved. So let me ask you something. If you'd been there then, and you'd been one of the soldiers in the Israelite army going off to follow these commands, would you have killed a baby yourself?
Yeah, if God commanded me, of course.
There you go, folks. Time to check the hard drives, I think. And with that, I think we move on. Okay, let's have Creed Criswell. I'm not sure if I read that right. I think I did. Hey, Creed. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. Is this just for believers, so I can leave?
If you're a non-believer, you can give a perspective too. We're not only here to fight with people. So what we tend to do is
I wasn't sure because I saw it said agree and disagree, and I wasn't sure you were inviting non-believers or you were just like kind of like a rhetorical question.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come and agree if you want to. Yeah. I mean, we generally sort of keep. If people just come up to say yes, we agree with everything you're saying, we say great, that's wonderful, and we tend to keep the calls a little bit shorter. But you're very welcome anyway.
Well, I just think kind of, and I think I'm like agnostic, that I can kind of struggling with my beliefs a little bit. And I was wondering what you thought about the Amalekites thing. I wouldn't think the guy was arguing that because Islam is necessary to wipe them out. Like it's kind of a ridiculous statement, I think.
I mean, Sean made a really good point. It didn't stop Israel. It didn't stop Islam forming, did it? So God's plan obviously didn't work. I mean, he's incompetent as well as evil, idiotic.
Mm-hmm.
And that the idea that there could be a moral justification for killing children because in 1,000 years' time, their ancestors might start a new religion somewhere which hurts God's touchy feels is completely ludicrous as a basis on which to justify large scale infanticide. I mean, that anyone can say that with a straight face is completely remarkable to me. Remarkable. So how are you doing? Sorry, go ahead.
No, there's sort of this idea that oftentimes Christians will have to excuse that there's an evil nature that is just like in the blood or DNA of the Amalekites that gets passed down from generation to generation, which is absolutely nonsense. That's not how it goes. Potentially, if Mustache Man, I don't know if we're allowed to say his name, but from Germany, was raised in a completely different home in a totally different environment, he would have ended up being a completely different person. But if there is such an evil that's passed down the bloodline, God made it so that would happen. And so that's kind of on him anyway. But I didn't mean to take away, Creed, from what you were having to say. What are your thoughts on that?
I've just been like struggling recently, it's like I said, I tend to be a non-believer. Then is this God is real? Like hell is real? Like do they really deserve to be tortured forever in the lake of fire?
No, that's
you don't at all.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say to you that if that's what's keeping you up at night, I understand because this is a cruel idea that got introduced into the religion quite late. It's not a coincidence that there's not a word about any of that stuff in the Old Testament. It only happens quite late in the development of the religion that someone had the idea, let's introduce a punishment for non-conformity. Let's introduce an idea like a penalty that people have to pay if they don't buy this shit. And how long should we make it? Let's make it forever. It's literally just a manipulation tactic to terrify people into towing the line. And here's why the argument doesn't work, right? If you're going to worry about what happens if you don't believe the right things and is God going to be angry with you and punish you, which God? By that logic, you would also have to accept Islam because you might be upsetting the God of Islam. And you would also have to also follow along with every other religion that's ever evolved all over the earth where the gods of that religion get cross with people if they don't believe them and they punish them in the afterlife, and there's thousands, right? So you'd have to pretend or try to concurrently believe all of those things, and you can't do that. And the other thing is that you can't choose to believe something anyway. You can only believe something if it persuades you. So if you're having doubts, that's your brain knocking on the door and saying, this doesn't add up. Listen to that voice, because it's there for a reason. Like, you have a brain, and your brain is telling you, these stories sound like bullshit, and it's because they are. And nothing's going to happen to you. You're not going to be punished. You're not going to burn in hell. My community is full of people who used to have the same worries as you, and they don't anymore, because they thought about it, and they, thought about it clearly, and they realized these are just stories. They're like the stories that people tell children about monsters under the bed if they don't behave well. It's just the same as that. You don't have to worry about it.
All right, thank you. That's all I really wanted to say.
All right, buddy. Well, great to speak to you, Creed. And, hang out in these kind of spaces more. Doesn't have to be mine. Hang out, go and watch Justin, Deconstruction Zone, watch Daniel Green. He's fantastic. There's people who do this stuff, and you'll see you're not unique. You're not on your own. There are thousands and thousands of people who either are where you are right now or have been and are now in a much better place. And there's a better future ahead for you, where you don't have to worry about anyone policing your thoughts. You don't have to worry about being punished for thinking the wrong thing. You can just realize that your life is yours to live, and just live it authentically without any worries about that. Come back and see us if you need to.
Creed,
yeah.
Creed, before you go, I just want to, feel free to follow me. I deconstructed myself. Many in this community have. If you have questions about what about this, what was it like for you? Did you have these kinds of thoughts? You're free to bring them up now. Otherwise, you're free to DM me later on, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. But we have many people in this room who have deconstructed and gone through all kinds of different stories along the way.
Yeah. All right, bud. Well, take it easy. Thanks for coming to talk to us, Creed. Appreciate it. Good luck. Okie dokie. Let's have a look. Let's stay on the TikTok side. Still, no one from the YouTube side. If you want to join on the YouTube side, it is tinyurl.com/JCGuest, and we'll get you in here. Let us have... okay, we're going to go with J-Rob. I think we've spoken to J-Rob before.
Yeah, I know J-Rob.
Yeah. Welcome, J-Rob.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, how are you?
How you doing?
Chilling. Yeah, so I definitely disagree.
Okay.
With God being evil. That's like a contradiction in terms.
What's it contradicting?
J-Rob, well, I'll let you speak for yourself. I already know your position, so go ahead, J-Rob.
Yeah, I mean, God by definition is a perfect, being, right? He's not contingent, so he wouldn't have any like flaws when it comes to like morality. So by definition, if we're saying God, we're saying a perfectly pure, just being. So if you're saying that he's evil, then that's not God. That's a false God.
Do you think it's just to punish someone else for a crime that someone else does? Like if someone does a crime, is it perfect justice to throw their brother in prison, for example?
Well, so one, our opinions don't like really matter here. But
no, I'm asking you yours. If someone commits a crime, is it perfect justice to punish someone else for the crime? Is there ever a time where that's just?
So if you're saying like if the person is willingly taking the punishment for his brother, then you can say
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if Fred robs a bank and I decide my punishment is to throw Jimmy in jail, is that justice?
No, I wouldn't be if I just did it like arbitrarily. No.
Well, whether it's arbitrary or not, if it could be arbitrary or it could be supposed reason for it. You agree with me that that's not just, is it?
No, I'm saying if there's good reasons for it, then yeah.
Well, what would be a good reason to punish a random person for the crime of another? Well, give me an example of what a good reason might be.
A random person?
Yeah,
Oh,
random,
well, then,
an unrelated person.
Yeah, that would be unjust. Yeah.
Unjust, right? Okay. So when David made a census and counted the people of Israel, and this made God very angry, even though interestingly God had actually influenced him to do it, or maybe it was Satan, and maybe we'll talk about that later. But when that happened, what was God's punishment against David?
I can't remember. I know he had to go through some stuff. Him and his family.
Yeah, him and his family and 70,000 unrelated innocent people. Right. So here is the announcement of the punishment. Right. When David rose in the morning, the word of the Lord came. The prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, "Go and say to David, thus saying the Lord, 3 things I offer you." This is going to offer him the choice of punishments. "Choose one of them and I will do it to you." It's charming, isn't it? So Gad came to David and told him, and he asked, "Shall 7 years of famine come to you on your land? Or," it's like a TV quiz show, "or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? Now consider and decide what answer I shall return to the one who sent me." And David said to God, "I'm in great distress." He's begging for mercy now. "Let us fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but let me not fall into human hands." So David is saying, I know you want to punish me. Don't make me choose a punishment. I'm just throwing myself on your mercy. Do to me what you will. And what did God do? Let's have a look. "So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died, from Dan to Beersheba." So that is an example of 70,000 unrelated, innocent people being punished for the crime of one person. And in your view, that's perfect justice.
Yeah, I already stated that. So by definition, God, by definition, his nature is perfect. So if anything he does in act of justice is going to be perfectly just.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I asked you if it was just to punish unrelated people for someone's crime, you said no. But what you really meant was no, unless God's doing it, in which case it's great. Right? Oh, you're teacupped at the moment. When you go into your app,
well, you said
to get your talking points, we can't hear you.
No, I'm just trying to get my headphones plugged in. So when we're talking about God, you said, well, when you asked me the question, you just said random, unrelated people.
Yeah, they were random, unrelated people, 70,000 people.
Now these are people who are related, right? This is Israel.
No,
so
they were unrelated. They were unrelated to the crime. The fact that they were in the same
that's
country.
Not unrelated.
Well, it is unrelated because by that definition, if somebody else robs a bank, I can put you in prison because you live in the same country and you're related. Are you making that argument with a straight face?
Why am I getting muted when you interrupted me? So they're not unrelated, right?
I asked you if you're making that argument with a straight face.
You said what?
I asked you if you're making with a straight face the argument that the people are related to the crime because they come from the same nation. By that definition, if someone down the street from you robs a bank, I can send you to prison because you're in the same nation. You're related.
That's not what I said. You're not paying attention. You're not allowing me to finish, and then you're jumping in and saying stuff that I'm not saying.
Well, make the case.
What it
make
sounded
the
like
case
he said.
For the 70,000 people.
Finish.
make the case for the 70,000 people who didn't do the census being punished for David doing it just because they're from the same nation.
Yeah, so it's not simply because they're from the same nation. It's because he is the leader of this nation. So anything that he does is going to have like a ripple effect that affects the nation. Just like, Pharaoh, when he was in rebellion, the things that he did, right, affected his nation.
Do you realize how much worse you're making your position? Because
this isn't cause and effect.
The things that Pharaoh did,
like cause and effect.
Exactly.
If I rob the bank, it is cause and effect, right?
Okay.
J-Rob, cause and effect would be like, let's say tariffs raised prices on goods. That happened. That's cause and effect. This is
the equivalent of the Justice Department deciding to inflict capital punishment on 70,000 people because the president of the United States, like American people, because the president of the United States committed a crime. Is that just?
So again, we're not God. So we don't have the ability.
So it's just if God does it.
This is just
Of course,
special pleading.
no,
This is just special
I've
pleading.
learned, I've
All
learned,
this
it's not
is.
special pleading.
It
It's
is.
not
All
special
this
pleading.
is special pleading for divine command theory. This is all this is, and it's so ironic that you brought
It's
up
actually
that you
neither.
brought up Pharaoh in Egypt, because of course the problem that led to the people of Egypt suffering as because of Pharaoh's actions was enacted by God, who said that he was going to harden Pharaoh's heart, and then enacted his punishment, the 10th plague, the death of the firstborns, on innocent Egyptian people, on many slaves within the nation of Egypt who were themselves the victims of the Pharaoh and the victims of those things. So the reason why the cause and effect that you so eloquently mentioned was specifically implemented by God himself. It's amazing to me that you would bring that up as if it's exculpatory. It makes your position infinitely worse.
No, it doesn't. Just because you don't like it, like it's not helping my case, because the principle is right on point. And when we're
What
talking
principle is that?
Yeah, that the leader. Hold on, real quick.
Don't go back to cause and effect again. I already told you the difference.
Yeah.
That's not cause and effect. That's God choosing to punish the people with capital punishment. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So when we're talking about a justice system, then yes, it's going to be cause and effect, because if the leader of the nation is going to, oh my gosh, can I finish talking? If the leader of the nation is going to be our ultimate representation for that nation, then yes, when justice executed, anything that the king does is going to affect the entire kingdom. So just, I mean, even now, if the orange man, drops a bang somewhere on a specific place, right? Those people are going to most likely retaliate, and then we're going to receive the consequences for his actions.
But
right?
we would call that bad.
When we're talking about,
we wouldn't celebrate it like you are. We would call it bad. And these causes and effects that you're alluding to are perpetrated by the God that you're worshipping. So you don't get to just go, oh, it's an inevitable cause and effect. It's your God who's creating those causes and effects, which is precisely why I'm saying he's evil. Because one of the causes and effects is why didn't he just punish David for the census? Why punish innocent people?
So again, your subjective saying he's evil is not doing nothing. I'm not sure why you're like continuously saying, "Hey, my opinion, right, matters."
It's my opinion.
That,
because I'm not a psychopath. Because I'm not a psychopath.
Well, when we're speaking it doesn't have anything to do with being a psychopath.
It's got quite a lot to do with that, because part of psychopathy is being indifferent to the suffering of others. So I find myself morally activated by the idea of 70,000 people being punished for the actions of one man. They didn't choose. They weren't involved in the punishment, in the original crime. Why should they be involved in the punishment? I'm amazed at how casually you shrug this off and just go, oh, it's cause and effect. Actions have consequences.
Yeah, it's called epistemology, right?
It's got nothing to do with epistemology. Epistemology is the study of how we know what's true, of how we form belief and justify belief. It's got nothing to do with epistemology. You don't need to throw epistemology in there.
I don't know why I keep getting muted, bro. Because I know you don't like that. I'm actually giving you actual arguments, and you don't like the arguments.
You're not giving me arguments.
You can't engage with them.
You're not giving me arguments. You're giving me coping.
Okay.
I'm waiting for an argument.
No,
the only argument you've made so far. The only argument you've made so far is God can do it because everything he does is perfect. That isn't an argument.
Why are you? Can we have a conversation without you muting me?
Possibly.
I'm not talking over you.
Be short and succinct in your responses, and we'll listen and go back and forth. But there's a lot of talking over going both ways.
Yeah, he's
and
muting
it's hard to
me
get a
and
word
talking
in
over me.
Okay, stop crying and make your argument.
I'm not crying. You're coping. But anyways, when we're talking about whether or not God is giving justice, right, and how he gives justice, right, God is all knowing. So he knows how every ripple effect is going to affect the entire community. So he has access, he has epistemic access to say, hey, look, this punishment is going to affect the entire community, and how it's going to affect the entire community, and he's going to be able to implement that punishment, right?
Okay.
You as
pause
a
there for a
limited
moment.
person,
Pause there for a moment, if you
Oh my
will.
God, bro.
Pause there for a moment. I'm just asking you if I can clarify what you've just said before you go on, because otherwise you'll say too much and there's too many things to deal with, right? So what you've just said is God has epistemic access to what the consequences of the crimes are going to be, but you skipped over the bit that he is the consequences. He could make them different. It's not like he's just understood what they're going to be and he has no choice. He's choosing what they are, and you're not engaging with that at all.
No, he's not choosing, right?
Oh, he had no
that's
choice.
what-
God had to
that's
punish
what's-
the 70,000 people.
Bro, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like,
No, I
said
don't
two
see what you're
words.
saying.
Yeah, I said 2 words. Like, yeah, I know you don't, because you're not listening. That's how that works, right? If you don't listen to what I say, you're not gonna understand what I'm saying.
Right.
J.
Okay.
Rob, when you make one point,
I said 2 words.
no, he stopped you. When you make
I said he
just
didn't
one
choose.
point at a time. So God didn't choose. So the Bible's wrong.
Did I say that? You see what I'm saying?
did.
You see, y'all
You
not
did
listening
say
to
that.
any. Y'all
No,
listen
you
to,
did say
y'all
that.
listen to two. Y'all listen to 2 words that I said, and y'all jump to all these conclusions.
Well, the conclusions
Can
are
I
based on
finish?
not yet. The conclusions are based
Okay.
on the words that came out of your mouth, because I said to you that you had
Oh
claimed
my
I said to you that you had claimed God has epistemic access to what the consequences were going to be. I said he didn't just have epistemic access; he was
I heard
choosing
what you said. You don't
he
have
was
to-
Let him
choosing
finish.
the consequences.
Like, what are we doing, bro?
Right?
I was listening to you.
He was
Well,
choosing.
Try listening to
Okay.
me.
Okay, he was choosing the consequences, and that's something you're not engaging with.
I
at the
heard
moment.
you. I heard you. I
Okay.
didn't get a chance to. I'm sorry. Like, if you allow me to finish, like, if
Okay, explain
when
why
I
he had
said
no
he did,
choice.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I don't get why you won't allow me to do that. Like, when I said he doesn't choose what is right and wrong, right? What is perfect and just consequences, right? What I mean by that is that God has eternal knowledge, right, of what is right and what is wrong, right? That's the reason why it says, God, but like when we go to Genesis, when he says that
You don't need to
that
go
now
to
they have become
Genesis.
like us. Yes, when they
You're
become
all
like
over the
us,
map here.
knowing.
You're all
No,
over the map, my
just
friend.
listen.
No, I'm not,
Just
I have
listen.
to
Oh my
stop you
God.
again because I can't subject my audience to this twaddle. You're now making a claim that God had absolutely no choice but to inflict that punishment on 70,000 people because of something in Genesis where he knows what right and wrong is. Knowing what right and wrong is has got absolutely nothing to do
engage with that. Engage with it.
Well, I'm not going to because it's
Engage with it.
ludicrous.
You're not going to engage
Well,
with it.
I'm engaging with it to the extent that I'm dismissing it because it's a fallacious argument.
Yeah, okay. It's
Because
easy to dismiss it, right?
you're saying it is easy to dismiss it because it's nonsense.
Yeah,
You're
you rather
saying
take a straw man.
you're
Yeah,
saying
go ahead.
that God had no choice but to inflict that punishment because he knew what right and wrong was. That's not only
Right.
not only is that a wrong argument, it's a complete non sequitur. One has nothing to
I
do with the
refute
other.
it then. Yeah, refute it. How so?
Well, it's like saying I had to slap him round the face because the grass is long in the garden. One has nothing to do with the
No,
other.
that's not even close to being analogous,
It's
right? So are we
directly
not talking
analogous.
about? Are we not talking about justice?
Well, I mean, if I was in your position, I would be very reluctant to talk about justice because
Bro, can you
justice.
answer the question, bro?
Yeah,
Like, oh
we
my
are
gosh.
talking about justice. Justice involves
Like,
involves
do you not know how to engage in good faith?
justice
Is
involves.
it impossible for you?
May I
He's
speak?
trying to answer your question.
It's a
Thank you.
yes or no. Are we not talking about justice? Oh my
We
gosh.
are. We are talking about
Okay,
justice.
we're talking about
And-
justice.
and
So is not right is knowing right and wrong directly dealing with how to execute justice. Okay, beautiful.
Knowing
So
right
if
from
God,
knowing right from wrong is about knowing right from wrong. It's got nothing to do with deciding what the scale of punishments should be. So, for example, I could say that I know that it's wrong for someone to steal my pencil case. That it doesn't flow from that I'm therefore entitled to cut their head off if they do. And so what you've singularly
I didn't say
failed
that.
to do is make a connection between God knowing what's right
yeah,
and wrong.
I'm showing you.
I'm speaking at the moment. That what you've singularly
Oh my
failed to
God,
do is make a connection between God knowing right from wrong and God deciding to meter out punishment to 70,000 people who didn't do the wrong thing.
All right, I'll give
Are
you
you
a
able to do
syllogism.
that or
Maybe this,
not?
I engage with my syllogism, then maybe this might help you. All right,
P1,
God knows right from P1. God knows right from wrong. Okay,
P2.
P2. There's a right and a wrong way to execute justice.
Conclusion?
Yeah. Okay. Therefore, if God is perfectly just, He will execute the right way to execute. He will enact the right way to execute justice.
Right. So
I reject the first premise. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I will reject all the premises are merely asserted without
Okay.
being
On
demonstrated.
what basis? On what basis?
Well, you claim God knows right from wrong. That's just a claim. And saying that he knows the right way to execute
Wait, are
justice
y'all not doing
is
it
Like, you
internal
gotta,
critique?
J-Rob, let him finish. That's why
he
we
has
keep
to
muting
finish
you.
now.
yeah. And the point is saying that he knows how to execute perfect justice and then giving an example of imperfect justice kind of disproves the second premise, doesn't it?
Oh my
Because
God.
it's like me saying I know how to make the perfect pancake and then giving you a dog shit in a pan and go, there you go, I proved the second premise.
Oh my God. All right. So your opinion means nothing, right? When we're asking, when you say you guys are doing an internal critique, right? You're talking about God's executing justice, right? If I show you in the Bible where it says He knows right from wrong, right? I'm not asserting anything, right? You're doing an internal critique. So you just saying, "Hey, I don't like the way he does it, therefore it's evil." What are we doing? Like,
It
is
isn't.
that
Actually, yeah.
is that
On
is
the
that what we're doing?
justice side, it isn't actually about what I like. It's about the fact that a word like justice actually has a meaning. It has a meaning. We know what justice means, and even if we can't define it perfectly, we can be fairly confident about things that aren't justice. So if God's idea of justice involves punishing unrelated people for crimes, then that disproves your second premise, doesn't it? Just declaring that he knows it is not the same as actually showing it.
So you believe in objective morality?
No, I don't. I don't believe it. I'm not talking about morality.
Well then,
I'm talking about justice.
Okay.
I'm not talking
So
about
if we're
morality.
doing it internal,
I'm talking
yeah.
about
Well,
justice.
justice is.
And
so you don't
which
think
was
justice
why I asked you at
is
the
related
beginning.
to morality?
It is related, but
You-
it's
well,
why
you don't think-
it's
you don't
it's
think-
why I asked you at the beginning if it's ever just to punish unrelated people for the crime of another, because I wanted to establish a commonality with you in our definition of justice, and you agreed with me that it's not just. When I presented you with an example of God doing that, you suddenly changed your mind and you modified your position from it's always unjust to punish unrelated people for a crime unless my God's doing it, and I know it's just because it says so in Genesis.
Yeah, no, I said
That's
that,
your argument.
that it is related.
Okay.
No, that's a straw man, and you're good at it. I see you're good at straw manning arguments, right?
What did I say
But
that you
that's
didn't
not-
say?
Yeah, you've been straw manning my argument this whole time.
What did I specifically say
now-
just now that you didn't say?
Yeah. Well, one, I said that they are related. You initially said that somebody's unrelated, and I said that they are related.
When J-Rob, when he said related, no, because I got to correct you point by point. We got to take this because you go off on a tangent with like 5 different points. We got to address them one at a time. When he said related, do you think he meant like they're cousins, or do you think he meant related to the crime? Which one?
Yeah. Obviously, the second one.
No. Yeah. So why does it matter if they're okay? So how are they related to the crime?
Yeah,
70,000 people.
Because the only reason why David is even in the position he is in is because the Israelites, they demanded to have a king, even though God told them, "Hey, you probably shouldn't have a king. You should allow me to be the king, because if you have a king, it's gonna it's gonna have some consequences." Right? And so because they had a king, these are going to be the consequences.
And in your mind, that creates enough of a relationship to punish other people for the crimes of one man. I'm astonished that you think that's a reasonable argument. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
literally
God,
astonished.
well, I'm astonished that you haven't even shown me your justification to even say anything about morality and justice. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I absolutely have. I've said to you that an important principle of justice is that punishment is dished out to the people who do the crime, and that's proportionate. That's kind of what we mean by
Yeah,
justice.
and what's your
When we have a
and
miscarriage of
what's your
justice,
justification for that?
because that's
Why you
what the
asked for the
word
justification
means.
when you agreed with him?
I don't agree with him.
It's why I
He has
asked
no
you to.
justification for his.
It's for anyone watching this on YouTube the next day. Wind it back to the beginning of the conversation and listen to the very first question I asked J. Rob, and listen to him agreeing with me. I wanted to do that for a reason. I wanted to
I
establish
agreed
that
to the question. Yeah.
that we both had the same idea of justice, and that we could both find common ground on what the parameters of justice were, because I knew that later on he'd change his mind about it and be claiming that
I haven't changed.
that things outside of those were also included in justice, which is
Yeah,
why
I
I asked the
haven't
question
changed.
at the beginning. So the thing you said at
Yeah,
the beginning was you agreed with me
I haven't changed.
that people who
Yeah, I
weren't
do agree
involved
with you.
in the crime shouldn't be
That's
punished for it.
that's not what you said. You said unrelated to the
Yeah,
crime.
unrelated to the crime,
Right.
unrelated to the
Yeah.
incident.
Yeah. And
Random
I
people.
explained to
Random
you.
people. No,
Yeah, these aren't random people.
your explanation of that some story about how David became king is just a desperate cope. That's all that is.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean,
That's all it
you
is.
haven't proven anything. You haven't proven anything. You just
Sure.
straw manning me left and right.
Of course.
So at the end of the day, again, you have no justification to say God is evil. I've established that yes, there is relation here. So your argument fails, and even
Sure.
outside of this, your whole worldview fails because you have no
Devastated.
justification.
It's crumbling around me.
To even make the claim. To even make the
J-Rob.
claim that God is evil.
J-Rob, you don't have justification to say that God is just.
Oh, that's
or
cap.
good.
That's cap. I could easily show you. And for the record, a
Okay.
straw man.
Yeah. By what criteria did you determine God is good and just?
Yeah, by the revealed justice that he's revealed to us.
By the revealed justice that he's revealed to us, like, for example, killing 70,000 people for the crime of one man who
Sure.
did not commit the crime?
Sure.
Okay.
Prove it. Prove that it's unjust now.
Prove that it's just. All you have is God did it, therefore it's just.
Yeah,
But what you're doing is circular.
God's a necessary being who grounds all moral
There we go.
facts. When you claim if you claim something's immoral, you're appealing to a moral standard. If you have no objective standard, then you're just giving me your opinions, which mean nothing.
Hey, Sean, guess what time it is, Sean?
Yeah, run. Exactly. It's running
It's
time.
Believer Bingo time. No morality without God goes to J-Rob. J-Rob, you're now playing for the salad set, and we will continue the conversation from here. Well done. Thank you for filling in our first Believer Bingo square of the evening. We are very happy about this.
If you want to improve it, go ahead, make it happen. Is that how y'all cope? Like,
Nate, what happened?
We have no morals yet. I'm saying, do you want to prove that you have an objective morality? I think you already said you don't.
I would definitely not prove
We're
that.
also saying,
It's not a claim we've ever made.
saying you don't. We're also saying you don't. Hold on. Let me finish. We're not just saying we don't have objective morality. We're saying nobody does, including you. And even if God, let me finish. And even if a God exists, I don't care if it's Yahweh, Thor, or Shiva. They don't either, because it's a stance of a mind, and your mind, your personal preference is to defer and outsource your morality to some deity that you think exists, and to defer to his subjective opinion. You have no basis. You have no basis to say. Let me finish. You have no basis to call him good. You're just saying so by decree.
Yeah, no, sorry. That sounds good, but that's not. It's another straw man of our worldview, right? Because we don't believe that morality is grounded in his mind, his opinion, his stance, right? That's not our claim, right? I've already said this.
So it's independent of the thinking agent.
Oh my gosh! Can I finish? Right? I've already stated before that it's not based off of his opinion, right? Remember when we said, does he choose what's good and evil? I said, no, he doesn't choose what's good and evil. He knows what's good and evil. I said that from the beginning.
Hold on. Okay, let me address. You made a point. He doesn't choose. He knows what's good and evil. If it's a fact for God to know, then it's true independent of God. If it's a true fact independent of God, then it's a true fact, period. By what criteria is something good or bad without using the word God?
Yeah, in a ontological nature of a perfect being.
Oh, please.
There's God. So basically you said God without saying the word God, basically. So now you're going circular. Now you're going circular again.
You told me to say. You told me without saying God.
I think we have to.
I didn't give
forgive me,
you.
but I think we actually have to draw a line here for a moment, because we have had fairly definitive opinions in from both rooms. We've had a very decisive poll of 14-1 on the TikTok side to move on from this conversation, because it's going around in circles and it's getting a little dull. It's not running and coping. It's actually keeping our audience happy, because it does
your audience needs to feel comfortable.
It's nothing to do with
J-Rod, you're a legend. It's hard to keep up with you, man.
Indeed. And I think we have similar sentiment happening on the YouTube side as well. But thanks for being a good sport, J-Rob. We appreciate it. And the clip will be up tomorrow, man. Thanks a lot. Okay, well, there we go. That's a crazy argument. Crazy argument. That justice involves is compatible with killing 70,000 people, and they're related because they're in the same country and they had something to do with who was king. That is, I don't even have words for how nuts that is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's read a few super chats. We have from Dave Murphy. Thank you very much. Says, excuse me, God is evil because he does and commands that which sensible people would consider depraved. Absolutely, Dave. Couldn't agree more. If anyone other than their baby Jesus did this, people wouldn't even hesitate for a moment to say that is completely messed up. But when it's Jeebus, it's all good. Thank you very much for the donation as well. Really appreciate that. And then again from Dade, Yahweebs are insufferable. I know, it's pretty bad. And then we also have from Laura. Oh, hi, Laura. Nice to see you. Thank you very much for the donation. I don't think this God knows right from wrong. Agreed. It's a mess. Big mess. Really big mess. Okay, we're going to head over to the YouTube side, and we're going to get, it looks like Desi Drayan. It looks like that. Hey, Desi. Are you there?
Hey, sorry, I just saw this on YouTube and decided to join. I don't know. I kind of just ended up in here. I don't know what's going on.
Well, you're welcome to stay if you would like to stay for a bit.
Yeah. I'm always down for a debate, to be honest.
Excellent. Okay. Well, what's your view on the subject?
So just remind me, because I kind of just ended up in the middle of that conversation. Are we just having a kind of like discussion on like impressions of God, or like?
Yeah, I'm making the claim that God is evil, because I just think this. If we're talking about the Abrahamic God, of course, then there might be other conceptions of God that aren't evil, but the one I'm talking about is the one most people concern themselves with, is, you know, the God of Abraham. And what's your view on that?
Maybe coming from the perspective of someone who was brought up in the church, who kind of doesn't really consider themselves as religious now.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I agree, because I just inherently believe that I want to believe that God is not evil just because because of the way the world's going now, Palestine, Israel. I feel just like in the way that things are going, like I just want to believe that after death, that Netanyahu is going to have to deal with everything that he's done now in with the like war and genocide in Gaza and everything.
Sorry to say it, but it's very unlikely. I mean, the human history is full of people who lived lives and hurt others and never faced accountability. I mean, think about Jimmy Savile, right?
Of course.
Human history is just full of that. And we like the idea of there being a kind of moral accounting. We like the idea of, at some point, people who hurt other people getting their comeuppance, or, you know, it's a sort of quaint, charming idea. But unfortunately, that doesn't appear to be the world we live in. So sort of wanting it to be the case isn't really a basis for believing it is the case.
No, wanting and definitely believing is two totally different things. Like, and deep down within me, I definitely know that God, the Abrahamic version of God, but just kind of focusing on that, is inherently evil. The way that it's been used in terms of like the Catholic Church, in terms of colonialism, imperialism, like there's just so many kind of avenues that we can go down. And I feel like even just for like the moral basis of like even like this kind of like way that the UK is going towards toward this kind of like fascism and the like kind of guising that in Christianity and everything. I just feel like, in my personal opinion, I feel like it's kudos to a cult, but you know, maybe that's taking it too far. But I don't know. I mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear where you're coming from, and I think one can also draw a line between bad acts and, you know, what we could call evil acts enacted by people in the name of the church, like, you know, the Inquisition and you know, all of that sort of stuff, and actually the moral character of the God that people believe in, because they're separate. Like it seems obvious to say throughout history there being human beings doing bad things. That's kind of obvious.
yeah,
But I'm actually making a bigger claim than that. I'm saying that if this God does exist, we can not just look at the sort of, for the sake of a better word, evil acts committed in that God's name by people. They're obviously bad, but I'm talking about the actual God itself, in terms of the things that God does and commands others to do in the Bible. That alone indicts God beyond any reasonable doubt, as far as I'm concerned. If we were going to go to trial on this, dude's going down. Sure.
I to be honest, I actually don't think I've, maybe it's just me being ignorant, but I don't think I've actually ever looked at the like entity of like the religion and the actual like being that they're worshipping as separate. But I feel like when you put it in that kind of like lens, I guess I would agree.
Yeah.
Like I think I would agree. Like even like, I know this is like gonna sound stupid, but even down to like, you know, like flooding the entire earth. I guess if we're going on like,
that's not a small detail, right?
Yeah,
yeah. All these anti-abortionists clutching their pearls and talking about, you know, fetuses dying, and God flooded the entire world and killed every single one, and newborn babies and pregnant mothers and grandmothers. And I mean, of course he didn't, because it's a made-up story, but we're still looking at the character as written in the book and saying, if this had been true, or even if it, you know, just, we can talk about a character, right, and say, like a character in literature, we could say, was Macbeth, was Macbeth an evil person, or was he lusting after power and driven by ambition, or was it his wife that was pushing him along? And we can talk about the motivations of the characters, and we can talk about their moral failings and stuff like that without needing to believe they actually exist. People say to me all the time, why are you worried about the moral character of a God you don't believe in? And it's like, well, lots of other people do, and lots of people are telling me that this book is the source of all moral wisdom. So let's have a look and see what it says. And it turns out the CEO is a dick. He's not a good guy at all.
What if I could ask you a question then? What kind of pushed you? What was that? Was there like something initially that kind of pushed you to this conclusion? Did you grow up in like a religious household? Like what was it that kind of?
Never been religious for a day of my life. Never had any religion at all. But I've always been really interested in it for many decades. I don't know why, just fascinated by what people believe and how people come to believe things, and how people who are sort of normal in every other area suddenly become like pathological fantasists with respect to one particular area. I find that really fascinating. And I always have. I've never been able to look away. And so I got very interested in it, and very interested in the nature of belief itself. So the thing we talk about on this channel a lot is the idea that belief is never a choice. You can't choose what you believe. You just become persuaded of things, and your beliefs happen automatically once you're persuaded of something. And some people get really excited about this and think it's a crazy idea. But if you think about it, it's completely obvious. Like, if you think about something that you don't believe right now, the reason you don't believe it is because you don't find it convincing. You can't just choose to start finding it convincing. Something else would have to happen to create that change in you where you start to find it convincing. And that's why belief isn't a choice. And if you look at the main religions, certainly Christianity and Islam, are all sort of built on the idea that if you don't believe the right things, that you deserve punishment. But once you realize that that belief is not something you can just switch on like a light switch, the whole idea of punishing a lack of belief is morally idiotic. And so I'm very animated by this idea and wrote a book about it. It's coming out this year. And that's why I do this stuff, to kind of push the idea, get more people to think about belief in a different way.
I think I agree. I think because I've always said that I feel like when you kind of like come out of the like lens of like religion, like when you're somebody who's been in a religion and you kind of like take a step out, I've always said that it's almost like a kind of like a feudalistic system, right? Like the way that kind of, you know, for example, at the Vatican and Christianity, because that's kind of the perspective I'm coming from, as like it's almost like the top brass have the kind of like access to knowledge, access to spaces that, you know, the common churchgoer would probably never get. But I don't know, because I also feel like it's also really like tied to kind of like cultural beliefs, because I'm coming from a, you know, a Caribbean background, and, you know, Christianity is something that's so intertwined there. But then when you kind of get into that kind of like deeper conversation, it's becoming something that was like forced upon us through like history and stuff. So yeah, I'm actually really, really interested. So I might have to get the name of the book off you when you're like when it's ready to go.
It's released on November the 3rd. It's called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything.
Okay. Ooh, let me jot that down.
Yeah, if you give me a follow, or if you just look at my my profile page, there's a link to the website for the book, and you can get on a mailing list to hear about it when it comes out, if you're interested.
Yeah, man.
Thanks. Hi, buddy. Well, we're gonna move on. Thank you so much for coming in to speak to us. Appreciate it. And
thanks so much, man.
We're going to take the next guest, but thanks a lot, and be well. Thanks for the chat. Thanks, man.
Bye.
Take it easy. Okay, we are going to stay on the YouTube side and bring in DJ. Hi, DJ.
Yes, hi. Good day, good night. And I'm calling from Trinidad.
From Trinidad. Well, welcome. How are you?
I am okay.
Good.
So to your topic, God is evil.
Yes.
I personally think that's not a right way to represent God.
But he is. He's such a meanie.
Well, what evidence do you have to suggest that?
Well, things like killing everyone in the entire world and ordering that people get murdered for picking up sticks and treating women like garbage and having his own son nailed to a tree. He's not a very nice guy.
What I will say is that if you had read and studied the Bible, I feel your point of views would have been totally different.
What makes you think I haven't?
Because if it is, you understand why God flooded the earth, is because a series of events took place on the earth which required him to take a series of actions, right? And he managed to save Noah and his children and restarted the human race.
One drunk and his family on a floating zoo is such a sweet story.
But it has scientific proof out there that suggested that the world was flooded, right? I mean, so it's not just a fantasy, as you may say.
I mean, obviously it never happened, but the thing is, it's a horrible story. It shows a horrible brutality about him. I mean, he knew it was going to happen, right?
Yes.
So why didn't he just stop those people being born? If he knew it was all going to go so terribly wrong, and everyone was going to be wicked, and all the babies were going to be wicked, and all the little puppies were going to be wicked, and everyone was wicked, and everyone was bad, he knew this was going to happen, which first of all puts a little bit of doubt about his ability as a designer. Because if I was going to design a world and fill it with people, I would make sure that I created beings who weren't going to be wicked. I would just engineer them in such a way, being an all-powerful God, that they still had free will, but that they just were inclined towards being nice, which is presumably what happens in heaven, right? Do you think people in heaven have free will?
Yes, I do believe that they have free will in heaven.
Do people sin in heaven?
No.
No, so we know that it's possible for there to be a place where people have free will, and they don't sin. Why didn't he just make the earth like that? Then he wouldn't have had to have flooded anything, and all the puppies wouldn't have been killed, and the little babies and all the cute little, mollusks and penguins and little badgers wouldn't all had to have died. He's a mean bully.
No, I disagree, because according to the Bible, right, there is an angel that is known to be called Satan, and Satan was kicked down from heavens because he wanted to be as God and take God's position. So he was kicked down from heaven upon the earth. And when he came on earth, he was responsible for tempting men and moving men away from the commandments that God gave to men.
Did God know this was going to happen?
Of course, he knows all things.
So he let it happen,
God,
right? So it's on him. It's his mess up.
Yeah, but what I will say to you, God is a kind and loving God that he gave everybody, including Satan himself, a chance for repentance.
No,
right?
Don't buy that. God could have clicked his fingers and made Satan not come down and mess with everyone. He wanted it to happen. It's part of his plan, which is why I say he's evil.
Well, I respect your point of view, but to accept that God is evil, I could never see that, because let's look at the creational aspect of God. God created the world in which you and I are enjoying today.
Yeah,
right?
he made Ebola, he made mosquitoes that carry malaria, all of these wonderful things he did. He made a sun which we need to survive, but also kills us by giving us all skin cancer.
Okay.
He messed it up.
What you are speaking about is a type of utopia that you personally desire, free from sicknesses, free from problems, free from debt. And God has promised us that utopia, which is called heaven.
But why didn't he do it the first time?
No, because, as I said before, the sin came into the world as a result of disobedience.
God just didn't see it coming, did he? Just had no idea it was gonna. God just had no idea it was gonna happen, did he?
No. God promised us. You see that world you're talking about, with no malaria, no problems, no killing and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
This world we live in is a transitional world.
I know,
it's
such a horrible ideology that treats this world as like a doormat that you have to wipe your feet on before the real world starts. I don't think this world is a transitional world, DJ. I think this world is the only one we have, and this is the world where where we need to treat each day as precious, not wish our lives away because it's only transitional and the real fun's going to start after we die. To me, this is one of the great tragedies of this cult, is that it tells people that every day you're just a day closer to your real life starting, and the best thing that's ever going to happen to you is when you die, unless you don't believe in talking snakes, in which case not so good. Then you're going downstairs into the lake of fire with the murderers and the sexually immoral, as per Revelation 21:8.
John, I really wish that you live forever.
You're
such a great intellectual mind. It's just that communicating to you something which I know is truth is very difficult, because you already set your understanding in a particular way and you shut that door, so it's very difficult for you to open that door. To live forever is the greatest gift God has given to man, to human beings, and we should never let such an opportunity pass by. Right?
Because let me interject for a moment. Let me interject. Thank you for your kindness. I can tell that you're a nice guy. I can feel this. You're a decent man, and I don't mean to give you a hard time here, but we do have a difference here, and it's not for me because I've got a hardened heart and I've just decided this is how it is. I've looked into this stuff for decades, and I did it for a while with a pretty open mind. Not that I was necessarily considering becoming religious. I've never been religious because I've never been able to believe in a God, but I have looked at it with an open mind and a fair mind. And it just led me to a point where, if I was honest with myself about it, I discovered two things. One was that it's completely implausible and unbelievable and hard for me to believe. And the other is that it's horrible. And I understand that there's a sort of beauty to the story of selfless redemption and all of that. I get that. But when you look under the surface, DJ, there are so many people who are harmed by the idea that if you don't believe the right things, you're going to be punished, right? You've got a Bible. You know what it says in John 3:18. You know what it says in Mark 16:16 about what happens to people who don't believe. This is the dark side of this ideology, is that it tells people that if they don't believe the right thoughts, they don't believe the right ideas, that they are deserving of eternal punishment. And that's a very, very, very dark idea, especially when it comes to telling it to children, and especially when it comes to how it makes people feel about themselves, feel a sense of unworthiness and shame and not being good enough. So I want you to understand something, that I don't do this just because I like raging on religion, like for fun. I do this because I feel acutely motivated by empathy for people who have been harmed by these ideas. And I say that even whilst I grant that other people are lifted up by them. Like, if you tell me that your faith has given you purpose in life and solace and meaning and an appreciation of beauty and all of those things, then I say good for you. That's fine. It's just, you need to acknowledge the dark side too. And the dark side is that this ideology tells people that they're not good enough. And that's a really harmful idea. It tells them they're deserving of punishment. It's a really horrible idea.
No. Okay, John. I get your emphasis is on the punishment side, and little emphasis is being placed on the rewarding side. Now, I believe God is just because according to the laws that he gave, starting basically from Exodus 20, he gave us moral laws how to live with each other.
His law, but DJ, sorry? Forgive me for interrupting you again. His laws were terrible.
Why would you say that, man?
His laws were terrible. So let's look here at his laws about how to buy slaves. These were the laws for Israel on slavery, right? As for the male and female slaves you may have, it's from the nations around you may acquire male and female slaves. This was in contrast, by the way, to the laws about how Hebrews could enslave each other to pay off a debt, right? That was indentured servitude between fellow Hebrews. But when that section of the law had finished, it moved on to the slaves that you could buy from other nations where the rules were different. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you and who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Just think about what that means. They, meaning people, may be your property. You may keep them, and I feel a little bit sick saying these words, as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. Talking about human beings. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Of course, the implication being that you can rule over this subclass of slaves with harshness. So, can you understand why I might hear this and say God's laws are less than ideal?
Right, yes, it's true. I agree with you as a person coming from your point of view and your experience in life. You may think that, but God also gave laws according how you must treat a servant, which is categorized in this case as a slave. You cannot go wrong and treat your slave ill, as what we have seen in the last 20 years.
Let's have a look at one of those rules right now. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. Now, there's two things to say about this. This regulation pertained to fellow Hebrew slaves. So this was the most protection a slave would ever get, because the Hebrew slaves, as we've already discussed, weren't really slaves in the same sense that the other slaves were. They were released after 6 years as long as they were male. If they were female, they weren't. The women slaves were kept for life. And by the way, men could sell their daughters to be slaves, and that would often involve being sex slaves as well, by the way. This was another one of God's wonderful laws. But this law here about you can beat your slave to death as long as they don't die in the first couple of days. If they die from their injuries after 3 or 4 days, that's okay, because the slave is the owner's property. These are for the Hebrew slaves. Imagine how much worse it would have been for the slaves from other nations who didn't even enjoy this level of protection. So I push back on what you're saying there. There were not kindly laws about how to treat your servants or slaves. In the case of slaves from other nations, they were your property. You could beat them to death if you want to. You could pass them on to your children. They were never free to leave. They never got paid. They had no rights at all. This was not good, DJ. Not good.
Okay. I believe that what you are saying now is interjecting. I understand the point you make is a very valid point in Exodus about the slave owner striking the slave. But no way I have seen where God commands that they should kill a slave.
He's not saying you should kill the slave. He's just saying if you want to, it's all right as long as they don't die within the first couple of days. If you beat them to death, if you beat them with a rod and they die 5 days later, no worries, because they're your property. And that's for the highest class of servants, the Israelites in indentured servitude. The other slaves didn't even enjoy that wonderful protection. So you can see why I might push back a little bit on the idea.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, and just being allowed to beat them at all, or own them at all, that in itself is problematic, don't you think?
I would not say it's problematic. Okay, let me say something. Most kingdoms that were established back then, all kingdoms need slave labor to a certain extent to survive.
Dude.
Even where you live in, there was slave labor that built that place where you live in.
That doesn't make it right.
DJ
No, it is not right. It is not right. I wouldn't agree with it. But that is okay. Let me hear you. Yes, sir. I listening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to respond to what you said. Well, they needed slaves at the time. I live in the U.S.
Right.
You might know about American history, where we had a civil war when the southern slave states, what they refer to themselves, decided to secede. They put out what's called the Declarations of Causes. Several of the states put that out as to why we're seceding from the Union. They made that same argument that African slaves were a need that they had in order to function, going into great detail. Do you really want to be in that kind of company?
Okay. According to what was said, the prophecies which God has been given, right? The Lord told the Israelites, if it is they choose not to obey his laws and his commandments, they will be sold to another nation of people, in which they will become slaves unto them. Right? God told his own people that he loved. He gave them that law.
That kind of proves my point that he's evil, DJ. Only an evil person would do that.
John, to say God is evil, you see, God does not reason as a man reasoneth. And he does not see, just as how we are confined to our 5 senses and the 6th sense of intellect, God does not reason as how we as men see things.
Is Mysterious Ways on the bingo card?
I was looking now. I took it off today, put something else on. It was on last time. Yeah, we nearly got another hit on the bingo card there, but not. I reject that, DJ. This idea that God's ways are higher than our ways is basically, it's just a theological way of not having difficult conversations. To just say when something obviously looks horrible or doesn't make sense, to just say God's ways are higher, we can't understand them. That's that those verses are there and those ideas are there to stop people thinking critically about this stuff. It like provides you with a kind of like a binky, like a sort of pacifier to go, oh, that's an answer, but it isn't an answer.
Are you an evolutionist?
I don't know what you mean by an evolutionist.
Do you believe in evolution?
Well, evolution is a fact of biology. It's like saying, do you believe in trees? Like, yeah, evolution is a thing that's happened.
So all the life form on the earth, every living thing, species, plants and animal, where everything came from, where this all started, everything evolved from something.
Yep. Yep. All the diversity of life is explained by biological evolution. That is a fact of biology.
Okay.
I'm wondering if that qualifies for a. Does that qualify for a look at the trees?
No, I don't think that counts.
Not quite, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to challenge that concept, because if evolution is true, why today the average life expectancy for the population is around 73 years old? Why it is we don't see millions of people going 200 to 300 years old? If evolution is a progressive
evolution, yeah, I can explain that, but we'll be getting way off topic. But the important thing for adaptation, for natural selection, is that we live to sexual maturity, and meaning if we live long enough to procreate, those survival traits are more likely to be passed on. We live considerably longer than we used to due to modern science.
Okay.
Vaccines, etc. But we're kind of getting off topic on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Well, if you have another guest you would like to bring up, I'm willing to let that other guest come up at this time.
We'll move it on. Yeah, thank you, DJ, for coming to speak to us. You have been delightful to speak to, even though I think you're supporting some pretty horrible stuff, but I understand why you are, and you're obviously a nice person. So thank you very much for being a nice guest to talk to.
Okay, you have a good one. Thank you.
And you. Take care, my friend. Okay. We're going to head back to the TikTok queue and bring in David in just a second. I just have to say thank you to Bethos. For some reason, again, my software that allows me to display the super chats, it's a bit weird. It sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. So I can't bring this one up on screen. But thank you, Bethos, for a €5 donation, and says, how does John have the energy to do this so often, staying calm? It's because I love it, and it's because I feel an incredible sense of purpose doing this. And it's because I get to meet amazing people like you guys and Sean, and I know this is right. I know this is the right thing to do. It's not just about being correct. It's about actually helping people, and sometimes people just need a bit of a lift up. Like our guest who called before, who's like, he's thinking about stuff. He's struggling with belief a little bit. Sometimes people just need to hear it. I never go into these discussions imagining for 1 second that I'm going to change the mind of the person I'm speaking to. That just never happens. That's not how these things work. Sometimes they change later, after a while. A conversation can precipitate a process of change, but it very rarely results in someone going, oh, I see what you mean, okay, and then hanging up their faith. That doesn't happen. But I know these conversations are helpful to other people. I know they are, because I hear that they are. And so that's why I do this, and I've never felt a greater sense of purpose in any work I've done than the work I'm doing now. And thank you very much for the galaxy on TikTok from the photo guy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind. I am going to just read out one other super chat from Drew. Thank you, Drew. It says, I guess God ended up so evil because nobody ever had the courage to tell him, do better. Or if they did, he kicked them out of his heaven. That's exactly it. It's like this idea that this unquestionable authority figure, and he's so kind of Trumpy, isn't he? He just needs to be worshipped all the time. People are disposable. In fact, God, maybe we need to do an episode about that, although it does get a little political. Like, you know what I'm saying? God is a
Yeah,
bit like the orange guy.
100%.
Like human beings are just these sort of disposable things, and everyone has to bow and scrape and tell him how wonderful he is all the time. And he's extremely thin-skinned, very easily upset. Definitely something there. Food for thought. But thank you, Drew. I appreciate your comment. You're spot on, of course. Okay,
maybe God can borrow a peace prize.
He could borrow a peace prize.
I don't know. I'll tell you about that later if you don't already know.
No, I do. I did hear about it. Yeah, no, I did. Okay, we are going to bring in David next from the TikTok queue. Thanks, Brian, for the dinosaur. Hey, David, how are you?
Hello. Thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Welcome. What would you like to say?
I'm just going to say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because my mic has been lagging out a bit.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Awesome. First of all, thank you for letting me up. I love being here. I'm going to say that I agree with your prompts, but I wanted to run my theory through you guys because you are smarter than I am, and see if I missed something in an argument I use against the Christian God, which I do believe exists, but I do believe he's an evil person with a good PR firm.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. This is an argument against the Christian God, right? You said?
This is an argument against the Christian God, or it's an argument why God is evil, basically.
Oh, sure.
So for me, it's the fact that he creates some of us to end up in hell.
Yeah.
And the argument I usually base this on is we have a set timeline, because in the Bible we do have the book of Revelation, which cannot be changed because that's God's plan. And then we have multiple verses that tells us that, God knew us before we were in the womb. He knows the hair of our head and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of Christians I meet tells me that God granted me life. Sorry for the bad English, by the way. It's almost 1 o'clock in Sweden. So
you speak very well.
A lot totally better than our Swedish, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I can talk like this if you want to the Swedish chef instead.
Conforming to stereotypes. Love that.
Yeah. No, so basically how I see it is that you have a point A, which is where we're born, and we can say that point A is Manchester in the UK.
Yeah.
And we have point B is when we're going to expire, which we can say London in the UK. God knows before I'm born that I'm going to start in Manchester and I'm going to end up in London. Whatever I do between those 2 points, here they want to argue for free will, and I can grant them that. I'm acting on my free will. God already knows what I will do using my free will, even if he tries to send me, a test or anything. He knows that I'm going to end up in London. And for me, as a non-believer of the Christian God, that would be hell.
Right.
Does that argument make sense, or is there something I'm missing?
It does make sense, and there's so many directions you can go with it. So, for example, so God knows. If God is going to punish you for not believing, he has a moral responsibility to let you know he exists, right? Also, not worth saying is that belief is not a choice. That's the entire topic of John's book. But also, you could go down the path of he chose for us to inherit sin from Adam and Eve, chose that would be the consequence. This is like the normative belief about original sin is that we inherited their sinful nature. Therefore, all of us sin. We cannot not sin just by our nature. Therefore, we all have to be saved. But that's a consequence God chose. But then also, why didn't he choose for Adam and Eve to be born, make a version of Adam and Eve who have free will, but will not choose to eat of the apple? If he knows everything and he's all powerful, he could have done that without violating their free will. There's a world where they don't eat it. There's a world where they do. He chose the world where they do. There's just so many directions you can go with it. But it all depends on what the Christian, what their response is. And then I'm kind of talking a lot, I apologize, but the last thing is whenever stuck, they will always revert to, well, where do you get your morals from? You know, my God is a perfect God, and I have the only means to objective morality, which their morality isn't objective. Just know that these discussions can branch in all kinds of different directions.
Yeah, it's funny. The whole you have no basis for your morality thing. I'm probably going to get some stick for this, but I am a believer of a different god or gods. I'm a Norse pagan. So I have something that I can ground my morality in. However, the
Sure.
Havamal, or the words of the High One, is not, a set of rules. It's more like advice. You can do this and you will be better for it, but you don't have to follow this. And when I throw that back at them, they usually go, but you can pray that your faith will be changed. And then we go back to, does that mean we can pray revelations away?
Yeah, been there, done that, and so have many, many people in our community. As far as when I started to doubt my faith, I genuinely wanted to continue believing, and I can't tell you how many times I was praying for a sign and waited, and then later on prayed again, and it just never came. So there's actual examples that factually doesn't. It may work for some. Some may pray and then something happens that they interpret as a sign, but that didn't happen for me, and that didn't happen for millions of other Christians former Christians who lost their belief.
No. Yeah. And I can say as well, hands on my heart, that I did ask God or the Christian God for help when I was younger. He didn't respond. Like, I only got the answering machine, and it took me down the atheist path. I suck at being atheist, and then I found my path, and I'm happy for it.
Okay.
But it's, if praying works for someone to get healed, good for them. But if we can't pray what happens in Revelation away, then I would say the praying doesn't work.
Yeah. And it's it's been tested as well. We know praying doesn't work, right? Do you know about the prayer studies? They're quite interesting. So there have been some quite large-scale studies. They were funded by the Templeton Foundation into the effects of intercessory prayer. They basically took cardiac patients in recovery post-surgery, and in fairly large numbers, I believe. I can't remember, but fairly impressive numbers. And they've divided them up into, like, were prayed for, were not prayed for, and predictably enough, there was no difference in outcomes between the groups that were prayed for and not prayed for. But what was really interesting is there was also a subarm where there were people who knew they were being prayed for and people who didn't know they were being prayed for. So they were being prayed for, but some of them knew it and some of them didn't know it, to see if there was any difference there. And the one statistically significant finding they had was that people who knew they were being prayed for had very slightly worse outcomes. So something interesting going on there. I guess something about maybe people's perceptions of their own situation. If they knew people were praying for them, was like, maybe this is worse than I thought. I'm not sure, but that was the data point there. So yeah, prayer doesn't work. Prayer works at exactly the rate of chance.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. Can I just, which foundation did you say?
I believe it was funded by the Templeton Foundation. I believe. I stand to be corrected on that. If someone knows about it, tell me that I'm wrong. But I believe that's the case. It was a few years ago, and the findings of the differences in outcome in the knew they were being prayed for arm, it was a small but statistically significant. I don't remember what the p-value was, but it was a non-zero. It was statistically significant enough, even though it was a very small effect. So interesting, but yeah, prayer does not work. Absolutely no evidence at all of that. So there's that, I guess.
Yeah. I have written this down because I want to read the study.
Go look it up. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Interesting stuff. So thanks very much, David. We're going to move it on, but thanks for coming in to speak to us. Much appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Have a nice night.
Take care, friend. Thanks.
You too, David.
Okay, so we're going to just head over to the YouTube side and bring in Espresso Jack, and then we have Billy waiting on the TikTok side after that. So thank you to the people waiting in queues, and of course we have Baku and we have our friend Brian as well. So lots of wonderful people to speak to as we go on. Hey, Espresso Jack, how are you?
Hey, good. You? Can you hear me?
Very well indeed. It says on your badge, it says the Satanic Temple Academy of Independent Learning. Tell us about that.
Yes. So the Satanic Temple, there was a bill that was passed in a state where they made it to you get to use like public school vouchers in replace of funding public schools.
Right.
So that way you can use these schooling vouchers to go and go to predominantly Christian-based private schools, and they don't teach like evolution. They don't, they're a little bit backwards in the way they do things. So really, it was just a way for Christian nationalists in the state to funnel money away from public schools and into these private Christian institutions that they had their pockets in as well. So anyways, so the Satanic Temple decided, well, you can't deny any particular religion.
I love this.
From being given these public school vouchers. So they created the Hellion Academy of Independent Learning.
I love this.
And it's great. They offer a bunch of services. You can find more out about it about hell-razor.org. Shout out.
Yeah,
but
nice.
Yeah, that's the Satanic Temple of Hellion Academy of Independent Learning. But I did want to say that I disagree that God is evil because I don't believe in God.
Of course. Yeah, we don't believe in God either. It's more sort of the character. It would be like if we, had a room to say, Lex Luthor is evil, discuss.
Right.
It's more like that. But yes, of course, you are absolutely right. There's zero evidence to believe that this vile creature ever existed, and we're all the richer for it.
I've been wanting to talk to you guys, or one of you, because I've seen in the news and in atheist spaces some of the great work that you guys are doing, but I never got a chance to speak to someone from. I'm assuming you're a member of the organization, the Satanic Temple, correct?
So I am not, but my wife is,
okay.
And I'm a member of American Atheists, though.
Okay, and now is the Satanic Temple? Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they registered as a strategically as a religious organization?
Yes, they are recognized by the IRS as a 501c3 religion.
Brilliant. So yeah, here and John, I don't know if you've heard of them before, but here's why they do that. I'm gonna get I don't remember the details of the story, but there was like a government, some type of government institution or building or something where they erected the 10 Commandments, and then people complained, and other people were allowed to put their religious stuff up there too.
Yeah.
And the name Satanic Temple put up. Tell me who the deity was or demonic figure, but it was somebody with like horns and looked very satanic, and erected it to kind of make a point, like, hey, if you want to play that game, we're going to play that game.
Right.
Yes. That was, I believe, the Indiana State House, and they had nativity scenes that churches could go and put up in the courthouse. And so the Satanic Temple again said, well, you can't deny one religion over another. So why don't we put up Baphomet? It's a big statue of Baphomet. In the Satanic Temple, Hellion Academy of Independent Learning, it's like a little cute Baphomet with a little flame above his head.
I see it.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a statue of Baphomet, and the Satanic Temple is not to be confused with a Church of Satan. The Satanic Temple is atheist. They are atheists. They don't believe in a god, but the Church of Satan does. So
okay, got you.
Yeah, there's a beautiful thing that happens, which is it's like this thing of creating the satanic thing is kind of gaming the system, right? Because there's equality of religions, so it's sort of pointing out, it's highlighting that you can't overtly favor one religion against another one. But what's so funny about it is all the God Squad get their knickers all in a twist because they think it's real. They think that these people really are, you know, worshipping demons and all the rest of it. It's not.
Yep.
It's just gaming the system. It's genius, and I love it a lot.
It really is. I'm like, I like your style.
It is superb.
I may get involved with them after I'm retiring in probably 6-7 months. I may actually get involved in that if there's a chapter or something out in North Carolina.
Yeah. That I would also recommend American Atheist, which I'm a part of. American Atheist has, if you're really interested in this like kind of civic engagement stuff and you find it cool, American Atheist has a portal on their page, a list of bills across the state where they're doing just like, you know, against the Constitution stuff with regards to religion.
Right.
One of the ones, I'm subscribed to their newsletter, so one of the ones in my state, for example, I live in Tennessee, is that they're making it illegal to interrupt a church service. Now, normally this wouldn't be a big issue, but if you've been following the news in in the U.S., we had Don Lemon arrested during the protest at a church where the ICE agent was the pastor.
Oh my God.
So yeah, so they got arrested.
And by the way, John, he was arrested. He only showed up as a reporter. I don't even know that he was asked to leave necessarily. And he was reporting. No. He was interviewing people on both sides, and he was arrested. I'll have to look up. I don't know if it's still pending or if he was like, if it was dismissed or what happened with it, but clearly unconstitutional.
Yeah. I mean, you have a right. It's the same right to protest that it is to worship, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
and freedom of press. Go ahead.
Yeah, the same right would be enforced the same in that, so it would be a wash, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, your wife's group does great work, and I'm sure who the atheist organization. What are they called again that you belong to?
American Atheist.
American Atheist. Yeah. It sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know much about your organization, but I'll certainly look into it after our live.
Hold on. Let me show one more thing. So here is the American Atheist website, and they have the bill track. Let me see.
Now, are you guys just sort of a like? What do you guys do? I have a good feel for what the Satanic Temple does, but what do you guys do? Advocacy or any sort of work for the community?
Yeah, so here's like a heat map of all the bills that I was talking about earlier. American Atheist has 230 groups across the nation, and we work to fight against these bills in these states.
Okay, great.
I don't know if you can see here very clearly in the small picture, but Oklahoma has the most. We can
see, but that's okay.
Okay. But yeah, Oklahoma has the most.
Okay.
And then my state of Tennessee is in a close second. So.
Yeah, you're in the thick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
I fight Christian nationalism at the heart of the heartland.
You do, and thank you for doing that. I'm sure everyone appreciates it. Dark times, but we're lifted up by people like you. So thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and love what you're doing. Love the gaming the shit out of the system. I really love that a lot. So good for you. And come say hi again anytime, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Here's the website if you're interested.
How are you sharing that?
I just chatted in the.
Oh, you put it into the chat.
Yeah.
I see it. It's a pop-up. It shows up for me on VDO.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Nice one. Thank you so much, Jack. All the best.
You're welcome.
Take it back. Okie dokie. That's awesome. I really love that. just to share this with you from my wonderful friend Tim Davidson. Thank you, Tim. Always appreciate your input and support massively. Thanks for the donation. I like Dudism, the religion of the Big Lebowski. I'd sign up for that for sure, all day long. All day long. Okay, we are going to bring in Baku to say hi. I'm sure he's got enlightening questions for us. And then we've got Brian, a wonderful friend of the channel. Brian is waiting in the wings in the TikTok queue as well. We'll get Brian in. YouTube queue currently empty. So if you want to come and say hi on the YouTube side, you know what to do. It's tinyurl.com/JCguest. We'd love to speak to you. By the way, just on the YouTube thing, I have now, as per a few requests, opened up the memberships on the YouTube side. If anyone wants to know how to support the channel, that's the way to do it. There's a few perks. You get cool emojis and some things, and you get access to a Q&A form. You'll be able to send me questions, which I'll look at and stuff. If you want to do that. If you don't want to do it, that's also fine. There won't be anything important hidden behind the memberships at all, ever. It's just a way to get involved with things and support what we do here. So I really appreciate that if you fancy it, and if not, all good. Baku, how are you?
How are you both?
We are fine, thank you. We are fine. Have you prepared thoughtful and engaging questions about whether God is evil or not?
I hope so. I have prepared questions.
Excellent.
I guess I'll just go right for it. How many would you like? 2 as usual, or?
Yeah, let's do 2, and then we'll get Brian in. We always love to say hi to Brian, and then we've got Logitica and S Alamandi in the TikTok queue as well. So if you are in the queue, please be patient. I promise we'll get to you. Don't feel that you have to drop out because we'll never get you. We will. We'll keep things moving along. Yeah, go for it, Baku.
Okay. If morality is subjective, what does calling God evil actually mean beyond personal disapproval?
Well, I would say, sure. If Sean, not to refer to myself in third person, says God is evil, it doesn't only mean that I think he's evil. It means that he is very harmful or indifferent to the well-being of people, because that's what I form my morality from. So when I say God is an evil person, or this person or that person is evil, what I'm saying is that person is very harmful or indifferent or enjoys harming the well-being of people and animals, or animals, I'll say.
Okay. John, are you the same?
Yeah, I think that's a good measure, because it takes it away from just a purely subjective thing. Because someone could then say, well, why? How do we know that's bad, right? The fact that you think harming animals is bad is just a personal thing. Yes, at some point, you're always going to get to a point where the question is, well, why is that a problem? And the answer is, we don't want that. And the we don't want could be like, we don't want more suffering. We don't want unnecessary pain. That's okay. That's not a weakness. That's just being honest about why we're motivated to care about ethics. It's because eventually you reach the point where you care about something, and that's why you give a stuff about any of this stuff. And in the case of the religious perspective, they have that point too. They just want to please God, and they think that's an aim worth fighting for. So it's as we have said so many times, that's just as subjective. No religious person has ever been able to tell me why it's moral to do what God wants. All they can say is that's what's good. That's what you're supposed to do. Why?
That's all that happens. Yep.
Why? So yeah, hope that answers.
Yeah, it's just a declaration. God is perfect goodness. That's
all
it.
It is.
Just
that's
by
it.
decree.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. No criteria for goodness. Go ahead.
A massive thanks to Drew. Drew Smith has joined the Inner Circle, which is our top tier. Thank you so much, Drew. As has Gordon Loves Science, and I love your name, Gordon. I've seen that before. I've seen you before. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Inner Circle. And then Anony314 has joined the Unconvinced. So thank you very much for that. So we are getting people wanting to be involved, and that means a huge amount. So thank you very, very much for that. Okay, Baku, one more question for you, and then we'll get Brian in, and then we'll get onto our other guests as well.
Okay. This question I think I've asked before, but I've probably just completely forgot it. And it's one that I hear a lot of people say, and it's, if God created existence itself, in what sense does he owe creatures continued existence?
Yeah, you have answered it before, but I think, Sean, you've got a really good perspective on this.
Yeah, so if he creates, if any being, whether it's me, a deity, or like if I create a AI Sims game where it's super advanced and they have emotions, complex emotions, and can feel pain and everything else, right? Fully sentient. At that point, in my opinion, you have a moral responsibility to respect that life, just as you would any other life, without regard for the fact that you yourself created them. They are now autonomous beings. If you create them in such a way to where they, like us, generally, we care about our existence and want to continue, then you owe it, unless it's not within your power to do so. Like it's only in your power to give them a finite life or what have you. It would be cruel to create them so they only live 15 minutes or 2 years or what have you. It's an interesting question about, like, how about forever, if that's within your capability. And I would say maybe have some kind of opt out. I don't know that there's an easy answer to that, but but in sum and total, your moral responsibility to them and how you treat them is exactly the same as it would be any other autonomous thinking agent that you didn't create.
Okay, yeah. Sorry if I have asked that before. I just
No,
wanted to
no. It's a good question,
No, it's okay.
and it absolutely ties into the topic. So, and not everyone here will have heard you ask it, so that's absolutely fine. I just have to share this with you from Tim as well. Where do atheists get their morals from? Empathy, you monster. I mean, absolutely, right? Why is this so complicated? It's really simple. Empathy. We have empathy. We have mirror neurons. We've evolved to feel a sense of shared interest with not just other humans, but other sentient beings. We get activated when it's distressing to see an animal suffer. It's doubly distressing to see a child suffer or something like that. We're built for this. It's not a huge mystery, and it isn't something that it's not the gotcha that that people think it is. It's like, this is what we do. Thank you, Tim. I love that. Yeah, empathy, you monster. Brilliant, and thank you for the contribution as well. Really, really grateful. Okay, Baku, we're going to move it on. We'll drop you back down to the queue and probably get you back in later for more questions. But thanks for that. You always work hard, and we appreciate you. So one of the features of the membership will be you'll be able to ask questions that I will address, a little bit like what Baku does. You're not going to be out of a job, Baku, don't worry. But you'll just be able to submit questions, and I can't promise that I'll answer all of them, but I'll pick them. Each stream I'll go through, look at the submitted questions. There's a link to the submission form in the membership posts, and I'll pick some and address them. So I want you guys to be involved in steering the conversation too, so that we keep it interesting for you. Okay, so as promised, we're going to bring in our wonderful friend Brian, and then we have Logitica and S. Ahalamadi. My God, I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with long names and small letters. Brian, how are you?
Hanging in like a hare in a biscuit.
Pleased to hear it.
Oh, I heard. The more I watch this, because I don't think there's triggers that are happening, and I guess you probably won't have them as much as ex-Christians will, just because you never were. But the two one was he said the same thing I shared last night, and that is, God said it, so it's either true or it's righteous or it's all the above. So that's all I got.
Yeah.
And the second one is kind of a variation of that, is his ways are not our ways.
Yeah.
And when I heard that version of that, and I thought of that, I went back in time and said, when did I use that verse? The only time I ever used those verses was when I ran out of any logical thing to say. I couldn't. Does that make sense?
It really does, and it's so fascinating to get the perspective on this from you remembering.
It's my catch-all.
You were remembering deploying it as a believer. What went through your head then when you use, we call them thought stoppers or doubt stoppers, right? It's like it's a kind of non-answer in disguise as an answer, isn't it?
It just boiled down to it's all I had. It was my training.
Right.
It's what I saw others do.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. So that was interesting. And then I heard your other caller. He's from Tennessee. Oh Lord, I think you might remember. I am just outside of Nashville. I'm in the buckle of the Bible Belt.
Yeah.
And we're going through. I don't know if you know what a supermajority is, but our government here has a supermajority of Republicans. So pretty much whatever they want gets passed as a law. So. But people ask, why are you so against Christian? Why does it matter? And we just went through a election where they were replacing a gentleman that left. He quit. And of course they got to keep that supermajority. And what happens when that happens is you start getting, oh my gosh, I don't know what it's like in Europe or the UK, where people are running for this office, and you get these flyers, you get these little pamphlets, you'll get like 20 of them a day of people running for that spot. So the only people that can get elected here, and you see it on every little flyer you get in the mail, first, they're white. Second, they're Republican. Third, they're Christian. And they usually throw in two other things, like they believe in the Second Amendment and they believe in immigration reform, which is their fancy way of saying anybody of color, we need them out.
Yeah.
I know that's a great big generalization, but sometimes it feels like that.
Yeah.
When you look at when I went and looked at, because I do my research, when I went and looked at the political lineup for the Republicans, there was 7 white men and 1 white woman, but they all believe the same. Sure. When I looked at the Democrats, and I'm not a Democrat, but when you looked at the Democrat, at least you had young people, old people, people of color, females. I mean, just looking at that. Another thing you can do, go look at the Mormon Church and go look at their 12 apostles. They have pretty webpage with pictures of these great prophetic men. They're all white old guys.
Sure.
What does that scream at you? And when you look at the ones beneath them, the 70s, they're all old white men.
The racism in the Book of Mormon is explicit.
I know. Well, that's been changed. Remember, I was LDS. They have newer versions that have
they're
kind of
backpedaling
politely
now.
taken that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not amusing at all, is it? Considering these are prophetic words from.
And then the last thing, and I don't know why this isn't so hard for people to think about. Like I said, I'm a disabled veteran. I married an Army veteran. My dad put in 20 years. Her dad was in Korea. I mean, we're just totally military. I mean, that's just what trained us, what brought us up.
Yeah.
But we were not fighting so that white Christians could rule.
Yep.
We were fighting so I can live in a place where I can have a thought, I can share that with someone else around the coffee table, and we can have a logical discussion about that. And when I come to a decision, I'm going to choose a religion, I choose that religion, and I'm treated the same as everybody else. That's not happening.
Yeah.
We've lost just the ability for us to sit across the table, the kitchen table. I'm a coffee nut. I roast my own coffee. I love coffee shops. I love the kitchen table, my wife gets coffee from me every morning. It's one of the few things I do that's smart. And just the ability for people to sit across the table and talk, even that's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how it is in other countries. I desperately want to leave Tennessee. I'm not going to. I can't. My wife loves it here, and not because of anything else, but her grandbabies all live here. So our boys and our grandkids all stayed in Tennessee. But anyway, all that to say, it does matter what you're doing with Christianity. It's making people think, and if they don't want to think, that you can't deal with that. I don't know how you deal with someone that doesn't even want to think, but I just appreciate it, and I did get I did look up Christopher Hitchens. And I didn't realize went to YouTube first. I know this guy. He's great.
Yeah.
Oh, he number one, he's wicked smart.
Yeah.
And he is wicked, I don't want to say mean, but he gets to the point.
Oh,
I saw a thing
he didn't take prisoners. He shredded people.
No. The main one I remember seeing was a Catholic.
With Stephen Fry.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a massacre.
I love Stephen Fry, by the way. That's what caught my eye first.
It was brilliant. It was the Intelligence Squared debate with Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry against a horrendous British woman called Anne Widdecombe and some obscure African bishop. And if anyone hasn't watched that debate,
who was she?
She's a ghoul. She's a British right-wing political religious nut job.
But is she Catholic? Is that why she was on that forum?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
Christopher Hitchens' opening statement in that debate was finished. The whole debate was finished. He spoke for like 11 minutes and nothing anyone else said for the rest of the evening mattered. It was so brutal. His demolishing of his opponents. I mean, they never recovered. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, for sure. Brian, we're going to move it on because we have other people waiting. But thanks so much for coming to speak to us. Always a joy to speak to you, friend. Take it easy. Just managed to get a poll up and running on the YouTube side. It really helps if you can like the live. They hid that away. I couldn't find it, but I just found it now. And yeah, Uncle Stephen Fry is absolutely a national treasure. He's a complete hero of mine. I read his autobiography, which is in 3 volumes, and just every word was precious. And he's one of those people who you feel like you know, because he's just so authentic and he's just so real. And what a wonderful, wonderful man and fierce intellect and an incredible person. Okay, as promised, we're going to bring in Logetica from the TikTok side. Welcome. You need to non-teacup yourself. Come out of there. We go. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, sure.
The question was, why do you think God is evil?
Oh, because of all the horrendous things that he's purported to have done and commanded other people to do and said, and there's a multitude of reasons. Is there a particular God that you believe in, so we know we're talking about the right one?
I'm just a classical theist. I don't really have any theological commitments like the Bible, etc.
Okay, well, if you don't have any theological commitments, that's helpful to know, because then we don't need to go digging into, horrendous Bible verses where he's ordering genocide and stuff like that. But even without the Bible stuff, I would say that we can, if you're a classical theist and you hold to the triomni God, then we only need look at the world we live in now to realize that God is evil. I mean, why did God need to create parasites that burrow into the eyes of children? Is that a thing he had to do?
I don't really know, but are you saying that because of the effect of his action, that's just to imply that he's evil? Because that implies the action is bad? I mean, doesn't that just assume that actions are bad in virtue of consequences?
Yeah, it does. So basically, the problem comes not from the actions and things themselves. It comes when you combine them with the idea that he is all powerful. If you told me you believe in a God who's not all powerful, and he created some stuff and he occasionally tinkers, but there's nothing he can do about children being raped, for example, just powerless to stop it, well then okay, then he's a God of limited power. Then we can have a discussion about what does that mean, what are the ramifications of a God of limited power. But the triomni God creates a really big problem, because if you believe that God can do everything logically possible, then it means any state of affairs that's happening right now must be according to his will. Any state, any configuration of the universe must be exactly how he wants it to be, because if he wanted it to be different, it would be different. And that creates a problem, because that means he basically has moral accountability for all the easily avoidable suffering that we see around us every day. And if the theodicy is, well, he needs to do these things, the suffering needs to happen, and we just can't understand the reasons why, which is the most common sort of theistic response, then I would say, even if we can't understand the reasons why, the very fact that he needs to create this suffering in order to enact his plan means that he either is limited in power and couldn't enact his plan without the suffering, or with a little bit less suffering, or he wants the suffering. So he's either incompetent or he's evil. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I accept like the whole consequentialist idea that actions are immoral in virtue of the consequences. I mean, like, would you say that, for example, I guess I'll use this term, grape, for example. Like, that's always bad, obviously, right? Grape is always bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd also agree it's logically possible for it to exist in instance of grape where there's no effect, right?
Sorry, say that again. I lost you.
Yeah, but you'd also agree that it's logically possible for there to exist an instance of grape where there is no effect, right?
Are you asking me?
You're asking if it's logically possible that it has no effect?
Yeah,
that
or
grape has no effect?
It's logically possible that it has no morally relevant effect, or just facts implicative.
I would say grape is always harmful.
Yeah.
Okay,
it always does have an effect.
What's the contradiction in there being an instance of grape where there's no effect?
Whether he's getting into Philbro stuff. So basically, I'm less concerned about what is logically possible, and I'm more concerned about what is. And in the world we live in, grape is harmful to the victims.
The reason why it's relevant to whether it's logically possible is because if the answer was yes, then there would exist an instance under your view in which grape wouldn't be immoral. So the statement that grape is always immoral would be false. And if the answer was yes, that all grapes entail effects, then this should have more absurd conditions or more absurd issues concerning the theory of action. That's why I was asking you, by the way. That's why it's incredibly relevant.
Yeah, I know, but why would I care? So many things are
do you agree it's relevant?
Hold on. No, I said I know what you're saying. So I understand that there's lots of things that are logically possible. That doesn't mean they're actually possible, and they're not germane to the conversation, because in the real world, it's logically possible for me to jump to the moon, but it's not nominally possible for me to do so. If we want to go down this whole Philbro road, but I'm more worried about what actually is the state of affairs today, is that grape is harmful to the victims. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I want to get back to my point before you dodge my point. I was actually going to get on to.
Well, okay, you're going to answer my question. Is grape harmful to the victims, yes or no? Okay.
I think it typically is, yeah. I just answered, by the way.
Okay, good.
I can get back to my point, right? Is that okay?
Okay. So the fact that you agree that it's harmful to the victims is why I'm against it. And if it were in my power to stop someone from graping another person, I would absolutely do it. Does God have the power, and does he stop them?
Yeah, I'm going to get to my point before you dodge that point, because you did avoid that point.
I didn't dodge anything.
Stop congratulating yourself. Just have a conversation like a normal person.
You did, because
honestly, look, put your dick away and just have a normal conversation.
I want to respond. Look, I asked you before, right, if it's logically possible. You never answered, so you're not concerned with that. It doesn't matter if you're concerned. I could say the same thing about anything. That just seems incredibly irrelevant. If the answer was yes or no, it would be very relevant to your argument. That's why I'm asking you.
Whether it's logically, I'm not going to answer, because I'm not going to go down a Philbro world. It is harmful to the victims. You acknowledged it, so I consider it bad.
I said no, typically it is. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, and I'm not dodging because I'm afraid of anything you had to say. I think it's gross to go down some Philbro rabbit hole as about something like grape, that in the real world it's actually harmful to its victims.
Here's what's happening. You're trivializing. Hang on a second. You're trivializing. You're trivializing something that causes an unbelievable amount of pain to people, some of whom are listening to this conversation right now. You're not covering yourself in glory by scrabbling around in the dirt for an instance in which it might be logically possible for there not to be consequences of someone doing that to someone. I mean, that's where you want to take the conversation, is arguing for is arguing for the potential for someone to be raped and then not have any ill consequences. Is that where you're setting up your? Is that where you're setting up your camp?
Recording. What I asked, I'll clarify what happened. I asked you a question, and extrapolated from the question that I assume such a view. I never said I take that to be true or false. I'm actually asking if you think that's true or false. And if actually dodged that question, actually could mean that you're trivializing it.
I think it's irrelevant.
But I actually showed the relevancy, so you may think that. That just implies you are understanding what I was saying. Then
I'm choosing not to. I'm choosing not to go down the. I'm choosing not to go down a philosophical road as a thought experiment as to whether it's logically possible that grape is okay or grape doesn't harm the victims or is inconsequential or whatever you want to do about it. We have people in this chat who have had various experiences with essay and things like that, and I don't think that that's like something to just go down some I'm fine with dealing with Phil bros, but not when it comes to this thing that isn't really germane to the conversation.
Yeah, it's just tacky. Nobody wants to hear you argue that in that way.
Let's just say it's tacky. I could just replace it with something else and it's less tacky, and I'd hope you respond then. So let's say, for example, murder, right? That's still bad. Maybe it's less tacky socially, right? It's being glorified in media and such. So you'd obviously agree that killing in a lot of instances is typically immoral, correct? There may exist instances which is justified, but typically it's immoral, correct?
Some of the time.
By definition, murder is unjustified killing, so it's always wrong.
Thing asked about killing.
Yeah.
There
are instances in which killing may be acceptable, for example, in military conflicts or in self-defense. But what does that prove?
I'll explain what it proves, right? If you said that something under certain conditions is always immoral, right? But it turns out under consequences that thing doesn't have any effects, then it couldn't be immoral. That would be a contradiction. And that's because you're committed to the view that actions are immoral based on their effects. If they have no effects, then it couldn't be immoral.
It's actually logically impossible to unalive somebody and for it to have no consequence. By definition, if you unalive someone, the consequence is that person no longer exists. So it's like having a circle square.
But that wouldn't help your case either, because there's many things with effects that wouldn't imply it's immoral either. So then the question would be more specific, which is, are there any morally relevant
then ask a better
effects?
Question.
For example, if I clap my hands, I'll just show why this is really silly. I can clap my hands together, and the effect would be there being some sort of sound based on the air pressure coming out of my hands. Now that supposed to be like moral or immoral? Obviously not, but it has an effect. Right, so that wouldn't constitute anything.
Right, but so since I'm a humanist, unaliving somebody, it's logically impossible that it doesn't harm the well-being because they're no longer being. And we're going down a what is the end of the rainbow of this Phil bro shit?
Wait, so okay, then it's good that you said that. So you would also probably agree that exists an instance of killing, right, in which it wouldn't harm any well-being. For example, I can kill someone in a manner which it wouldn't cause any pain, which it wouldn't decrease, the hedonic states.
I'm going to stop inflicting this nonsense on the room. The reason why this argument is a piece of poo is even if there may exist some cases in which the consequences are not deleterious, the fact is there are many cases in which the consequences are bad, where there is suffering, where there's avoidable suffering. Remember, we started here talking about a deity, talking about an all-powerful deity that presides over and invigilates unbelievable suffering in the world. So even if we granted you your silly game of allowing you the edge cases where people are raped and murdered and there are no bad consequences, which is complete nonsense, but even if we granted that, so what? There are still billions of other instances of these things where there are consequences, where there is suffering, where it's avoidable for an all-powerful God who chooses not to avoid it, thereby taking on the moral responsibility for the subsequent suffering. That's why this entire line of argument is bullshit. Oh, he's gone. Okay, I didn't drop him.
Yeah,
I didn't drop him, but I think
I didn't drop him either.
Yeah, he dropped out. I mean, I think we were close to getting it. That's just a pathetic argument. Pathetic.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, was that worthy of that bingo, or should we wait for another one?
What would it be? Philbro Babble?
Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait for another one because it's
I
better
reckon.
when it's on the
I
spot.
reckon we'll deploy the Philbro Babble bingo hit when we get one in. I reckon that'll be the one.
All right.
Okay, I am getting little warnings here about an unstable connection. Hopefully the stream is okay. Hopefully it is. If it
It's
isn't,
okay on the TikTok side.
there's nothing I can do about it if it's not. So hopefully it's all right. Yeah, I agree. Good riddance. That. Sometimes you just get a funny taste. People who come in and make those kind of arguments, and what they're revealing without realizing it is a complete indifference to human suffering. Like so far up his own backside on the sort of philosophical self-pleasuring that he's completely ignoring the core issue here, which is the suffering of people. The suffering of people from natural disasters, the suffering of people, parents who lose children, all of this stuff. To just be so focused on like niche academic considerations of edge cases is to miss the bigger picture. Pretty poor. Okay, yeah. We're bringing in S, and then we've got Adam after that in the TikTok queue. Hey S, how are you? You are in with John and Sean. S Alhamdi, you're in with John and Sean. You've been waiting a while. Don't miss your chance.
S, you there?
Peak dead time. This is dead air. The greatest sin of radio.
He just muted. Wait. He muted him.
There we go. We got you.
Whoa. Jesus Christ, that was crazy. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Yeah,
we got you.
hats off to you for how you handled that last guest. That was very difficult and quite obnoxious, to be fair.
He was.
But yeah, what can you say? There are people with, you know, the expression about opinions, right? Okay, so I'll get right to it. You say God is evil.
Yeah.
Okay. Question for you. What if you're blaming God for something that someone else is responsible for? In other words, what if it's mistaken identity?
Who else might be responsible for example, bone cancer in children?
Right. Okay. So we have a belief that
could you just clarify who is we? Because
yeah, I've been with you guys before. I believe in the Ahmadi religion of peace and light.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Let me just give this analogy, and then we can take it from there, if that's okay, right?
Okay.
So you've got a game developer who develops a game and employs artificial intelligence to help create this world. And within this world, the developer, like, obviously depends on the AI to just continue developing and, you know, creating within this world, like different parts, like continents and so on and so on. It's just this massive game, right?
Yeah.
And the developer focuses on, obviously, within this world, creating living beings, and eventually develops within the AI the ability to obviously replicate said beings, and then gives in the coding these beings the ability to independently think and so on. And as this world is developing and growing and becoming more and more alive, these beings begin to interact with each other and question their reality, how they've come to be, what the purpose is in their reality, their existence, and so on and so on. And the game developer becomes very, very kind of interested in, this development and decides, you know what, I'm going to create an avatar, like a sort of method by which I can go into this world and interact with these beings and give them the answers that they need.
Okay.
Right? So he goes into this avatar where he's in full control, and obviously these NPCs are all around. He begins talking to them. Some accept, some attack, some, unalive him. So he comes back in another avatar and does the same, and again with a different approach, and again, like, same result. You get a group that accept, a group that like deny, and a group that like attack and unalive. And this continues, this process, and like, you keeping up, you see like where I'm going with this.
Yeah, if I could respectfully ask you to go there a little quicker, I'm sure
Got
the
it.
audience
Okay,
would appreciate
so in
the dynamic.
like, okay, so what's happening right now is you're basically blaming the game developer for like the atrocities that go on and the wrongs that go on in this world, when in actual fact it's the artificial intelligence that's responsible for these imperfections. Okay, so what we believe in our faith is that so the omnipotent God, the benevolent God, the everlasting God, actually delegated the task of creating this world to an archangel, and that archangel fell. And in spite of mankind, that archangel rebelled and has been the source of all the evil that you're talking about, all the suffering and so on.
I just have to stop you there. I just have to stop you there. If there's an all-powerful creator overseeing this process, then every part of the process that falls under his charge, he is ultimately accountable for. So this is just a matter of sort of kicking the can to different parts of the road.
No, I understand. I'm not denying that. And I completely agree with you. Yeah, he is responsible, right?
That's what moral accountability is vested in, or the responsibility.
Understood. Like, I don't disagree with you.
If I charge John with, hey, do me a favor, do this part of the software, and he just decided, I'm going to put tsunamis. I'm probably going to fire John and take it over myself, or put someone in charge who isn't so sadistic.
Right.
And it gets even worse, because if the coder in your scenario is in fact all-knowing, then he would have knowledge of the future, and he would know that these things were going to ensue and could have made better hiring decisions.
Absolutely right. Like, no qualms in that, no argument there. But like, here's the question for you, right? What if there's a greater plan? What if, right?
This is just a variation on the standard theodicy, dude. Is like,
yeah,
I got it. I actually have an answer. More like a question to that.
Sure.
If God is all powerful, what greater goal or greater good would he need to achieve that would require him to have suffering?
Right. Well, there's two parts to that. Like, two parts. Like, it's a two-part question. Sorry, an answer that I would need to give you.
Sure.
So, firstly, okay, there is a sifting, right? What do I mean by sifting? So, like, in this world, I think you'll agree that there are people who are inherently just evil, and there are people who are inherently good. Would you agree with that?
No, I think that's an oversimplification. I don't think people are good and people are evil. I think people do good things and people do things of which we would not approve.
Okay, but like, what drives the action? Like, this is the question. Like, this is why I'm saying that. Like, there are people who just have it in them to just be like, to look for ways to harm others and just be like self kind of indulgent and self kind of serving.
Well, there are people with psychopathy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, not just like I'm not saying like mental disorders. Like I'm saying that they just have this like just drive within them to be like I mean, just look at tyrants. Look at like those who have like a semblance of power and they like
I'm so
exploit
sorry,
it
but
to.
none of
Go
this
ahead.
none of this is building a case for why the CEO in this whole
Understood.
setup is not
Yeah,
ultimately
well,
responsible for everything that
okay,
happens.
so you're right. I'm not saying he's not, right? But what I'm saying is that okay, so like what I'm trying to say is that there are like okay, there are people who basically are just naturally wrong, naturally evil, and this world operates the way it does in order that when they are like when it's all over, as in like their path is done, right? They face the that like they're held accountable, you know. So like basically when they do face their judgment, they don't
Yeah.
have the excuse to say that oh yeah, like if you'd given me the chance I would have, you know, X Y and Z. So this is that chance.
Dude,
They
that's
have
got
the chance
nothing
to.
to do with avoidable suffering. Literally nothing. That's
Well,
a
hear me
variation
out.
on the cancer today, cake tomorrow
Hear me
argument.
out. Hear me out. Like the second part to the equation was okay. So you believe in the concept of do good and you shall see good, and do evil you shall see evil, like karma, basically.
No.
No, I don't believe that karma exists at
It's a
all.
cute story,
Really?
zero evidence to prop it up at all. It's a silly idea. I mean, it's true
Okay.
to the extent that what you put out into the world affects how people perceive you. And so if
Okay.
you're a dick all the time, then it will kind of come back on you, but not in any cosmic karmic way, just because you'll get a reputation for being a person that people don't like, and
Yeah,
people
or
will
you
not be
violate
inclined
laws and you go to
towards you. Similarly, if you're
Granted.
very kind to people and you're altruistic and you go out of your way and you
Yeah.
help people, you're going to derive the benefits of that because you're going to be building up a bank of goodwill. But anything
Right.
beyond that is fantasy.
Yeah, okay, granted, but like how does that apply to animals? Like how
It
is it
doesn't.
that if you're kind to an animal, like the animal tends to be gentle with you?
We're not saying the world is fair. We're saying the opposite. It's just
No.
inherently within it because we're a social species. We develop things like social contracts with each other, who we like and don't like. We develop
Like I
laws
get that.
for
I get that.
yeah.
I
So
get that.
we there's no cosmic karma. There's only
No, but I'm
consequences
questioning
that
that.
we inflict upon each other.
I'm questioning that. I'm questioning that, like with the like deliberate use of animals, like you said earlier, right? Like if you
Yeah.
know, it's like there are people who are cruel to animals and so on and so on, and the suffering that
Yep.
that generates. And so, what I'm saying is, bro, like I've seen it. Like if I'm nice to an animal, the animal becomes like tame, you know, and it becomes like, you know, loving.
Depends
Like
on
I,
the
I see
depends
that.
on the animal.
Depends on the animal.
Yeah.
Some
Agreed.
animals will
But
bite your arm
in
off
general,
after being that way.
agreed.
Yeah. Go
Agreed.
pet a
I'm not
bear,
saying no.
polar bear, even.
Well, like there are stories of people who've basically tamed like wild animals, right? And they've tamed them through being kind to them and, you know, giving them the nurturing that they, you know, would want
Dude, I'm
for
so
themselves.
sorry.
So what's
Again,
your overall
I'm
thesis?
feeling we're off the
Yeah.
reservation again, and I
I'm
don't
just
mean
trying to
to be
show
nasty,
that
but
this do good comes back to you. It's universal. It's not just,
what
you
has
know,
that
human
got to do
society.
with judging a supreme invigilator on the basis of allowing so much suffering if you think there is one?
Well, like,
Why?
okay.
What's the purpose of tsunamis?
Actually, it's a punishment. But here's the thing, right? And here's the like, this is the profound thing. So
Oh.
this world that we are in, right, is
Uh-huh.
actually the lowest world, the worst world, the world that is the
Well,
like,
That
okay.
like,
proves that he's
like,
evil for
We need
creating
to
it. Then
well, actually, the purpose behind this world is to, as I said, sift. So
So
basically, what you have, right, is a sort of
This is terrible.
Let's call it a playing field, right?
Dude.
Where you can, well, just hear me out. Just hear me out on this, right?
I
You've
honestly
got a
don't think I
playing
can.
field.
I honestly don't think I can. Seriously,
Right.
I don't
Right.
think I can, and I don't mean that with disrespect. It's just, it's too meandering and it's too ad hoc and it's too like too many excuses. These are all just like kind of copes and excuses for the fact that there's suffering in the world. Like there's punishment. It's the lower level world. It's all going to be all right later. None of these arguments
I understand
work.
your perspective there, right? But like, okay, like I'm sure you've heard of the Republic, right?
What?
Plato's
the publication?
Republic?
The Republic by Plato.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the purpose in God establishing religions is to establish like divine authority, meaning like authority that is guided to be perfect for the rest of us.
And look
Now,
at how fucked up
politically-
it's made the world. How much good did that do?
That's actually because of the choice of the people. Democracy
Exactly.
proves
It wasn't a very good solution, was it? God could have
Well,
engineered a much
actually,
better way of
it's never
doing it.
had the chance. It's never had the chance to actually flourish. It's never had the
Oh,
chance
come
to
on.
actually
It's had
do its
millennium.
thing.
It's had millennia
hasn't.
of galloping across
Tell
continents,
me one time.
spreading
Tell me
itself
one
by the
time.
sword,
Tell me one
putting
time. Honestly, like,
non-adherence to death. It's brutal.
John, just let me ask you this question, if you don't mind, right? Please tell me a time other than when David ruled, when Solomon ruled, and when Muhammad ruled, that there was a sort of chance for somebody who we know as a prophet or a messenger to actually rule the people.
Thank God there hasn't
Because
been, because
Jesus
we don't need to put crazies in charge.
That's the problem. But
It's
that's
not a
the
problem. It's not a problem.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's because there are
Well,
enough people with
let's
common
look at the world
sense
today.
not to put the wizards in the seat of government.
Well, just look at what we have today, right?
No, what we have today is a world where you find an inverse correlation between religiosity and human well-being. If you look at indexes
that's not
of
what I'm talking about.
it's what I'm talking about. Every measurable index we have, infant mortality, literacy rates, life expectancy, average income per capita, is inversely correlated to religiosity. So your idea that the right thing to do would be to hand over the keys of the kingdom to the God Squad is not going to go well. They tried it in Afghanistan. Look what's happening there.
Bro, like the elites are godless, right? The elites.
I wish that were true.
No, they worship Satan.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
I think it might be time
this is
to move it on. I think this is a bit silly. But thanks for coming to speak to us again. Yeah, all the best. Bye bye.
And
I think that I was checking the bingo board. We had an I'll pray for you, but not a God bless you. So that we nearly got another hit on the bingo board, but not yet. Still waiting. So we can bring in Adam next, and then we have King Lee after Adam on the TikTok side. Adam, welcome. Thank you for waiting.
God bless you.
God bless you too. He did that just for bingo.
Did I get it?
No, the bingo is I'll pray for you, but it has to be delivered properly in the right
with
context.
meaning and intent. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, good mate. How are you?
Yeah, excellent. Nice to
speak.
Good.
So everyone's like talked at you, and I want to take this the reverse way. So I'm curious about your thoughts. So I might ask you a couple of questions if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So in terms of religion, do you feel it exists to perpetuate like a financial construct to keep those that started it? Do you know?
No.
I think there's a lot of people come up with singular, simplistic, like religion was made to control the masses. Like there's one singular answer. And I think it's complex with many, many people involved, many religious leaders involved, all who had different motivations, and many of whom I think truly believed what they were perpetuating. And perhaps many who did not. It's like we can't whittle it down to religion is this one thing.
Yeah. The only reason I mention it was like, did you ever see Jimmy Carr on Joe Rogan? I know like they're both dislikable people.
Jimmy Carr went on Joe Rogan?
I never saw that.
I love Jimmy Carr.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Do you know what his take on religion was?
I've heard him speak on religion before, and he said, I'm going to screw it up, but basically he quoted someone else as saying, religion is the blanket you put over a mystery to give it shape.
Yeah, he said that. He also said that that the collapse of the Roman Empire was not necessarily about the empire itself. It formed itself in the Vatican, and that was a store of money. And like that's why kind of it exists in the sense.
There are many things at play. There's power, there's money, there's influence, and then there's, when we say why does a religion exist, you've got the level of the people who are in the higher levels of in the case of like hierarchical organizations like the Vatican, at the top dictating the structure downwards. But you've also got, religions exist as kind of organisms made of millions of adherents from the ground up, and that's a separate kind of life. That's a separate kind of set of motivations, a separate set of causal factors, and it's really complicated. There are people who, they do PhDs in sociology of religion, right?
The perpetuation of it is through indoctrination, would you say, primarily over financial?
Lots of
It's quite weird actually. I live near a little local town in Blackpool, and they have like a May Day parade, and then they do like the Green Man Festival, and like they dance around the maypole and stuff like that. And I always found that was like quite fascinating, like how that exists in the modern era. Like how long has that been carried on for, and how does that like perpetuate itself? And the only way I can think of, because I don't know, my brain's quite simple, is that your parents take you there, and then those children grow up, and then they take their kids there, and so forth to an nth degree. But dancing around a maypole though. Have you ever done that, John?
I sadly have never partaken in that particular ritual.
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it, for a British culture thing?
Lots of British culture is weird. I've seen Morris dancing. Oh my god. What is that?
Well, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of similar, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. What else you got, Adam?
My second question was more about so in like a world like and say religion didn't exist, like how would you feel the world would look? Do you think it would be a kinder place, or do you think it would be a more disingenuous, more capitalistic sort of, I don't know, like financially driven?
I think on balance it would be better. And I say that whilst also admitting that religion does bring good to some people. I know people whose lives have been turned around by it. There are people who find solace in it. I'm not, it would be silly to just say it's all bad all the time. But I think on balance, it's a force for bad, not good. I think it, and also, when we say religion, we're talking about it like it's a thing. It's a bit like talking about sport. Sport encapsulates such a wide range of activities. Some of the activities under the umbrella of religion are completely benign, don't do any harm to anyone, absolutely fine. But so much of it is problematic across different faiths, across different religious cultures.
Yeah.
And one of the most pernicious is the idea of venerating believing things on insufficient evidence, like making it a virtue to believe things with, like lifting up, like it's celebrating the idea of believing things without evidence. Like that's a virtue, that's a good thing. I think that's a really damaging idea. I don't think that helps us collectively solve the problems of the world.
I guess maybe what you're trying to say is like being right or wrong based on like some sort of I don't know, like
it's even more fundamental than being right or wrong. It's just the idea of like faith, right? The idea that faith is this good thing, the evidence of things unseen, the idea that you should believe things without evidence, and that's lifted up as like it's a virtuous, wonderful thing to do. It's not. It's idiotic. That's not how you solve your problems. You don't solve problems by believing things without evidence. You solve problems by following the evidence to solutions and being led by reason.
Having a scientific mind to kind of query and evidence things that you might not necessarily understand. I mean, like you grew up in the UK, and probably like myself, I can imagine that you grew up in like school and religion was heavily forced on us, like when we were kids. I don't know if it was the same for yourself.
Not for me, no.
Oh, was it not really? No, at school we had to like sing the Lord's Prayer every day.
No,
and like we used to change the words every day just to try and make it funny and stuff like that. Like,
good for you.
It was that.
Yeah,
I know.
I
just
think
thought
that's
like
terrible.
even as a kid, I just thought it was nonsense. I just thought I can't believe if you have to force it down someone's neck to kind of get the buy-in, then obviously the intent is not good. That's what my brain said as a child. So
yeah, agree.
Yeah. But it's still common now. The same things occur. Like my friends that are teachers at schools, they do the Lord's Prayer every morning.
Yeah, that's shocking. I think that's terrible. I don't think that
especially in
religion
state schools
should be foisted on school. No, exactly. Yeah, I think it's terrible. Adam, we're going to move it on, dude, because we got others waiting.
Mate.
But thanks for coming in to say hi, and we appreciate your input.
It's always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. All the best, man. Take it easy.
Adios, bro.
Take care. Have a good night. Okay, we're going to bring in King Lee next from the TikTok queue, and then we've got Lewis on the YouTube queue after that. Hey, King Lee.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I was just really enjoyed all the conversation you guys had. People who really defend everything they see, and they just try to make an excuse on behalf of an entity that nobody knows, or it just is like, maybe that's something that comes with the age, and at certain point you say, I'm not defending anything, right?
Yeah.
And just let's put it out and see why we believe that this is okay to be like that.
Yeah.
And an example was, I was talking to somebody, it was another, on a TikToker, and then he was like, and there is kind of fashion that everybody say, oh, we are monotheist, right? We're monotheist, and this is very good. Like they pretend as if this is like a merit, like everybody jumps on that, right? Christians say that. Hindus now, I don't know, they have 10 types of I don't know, things I don't know, that they worship, and then tens or whatever.
Many gods.
Not to say it is bad or good or anything, just the way. And then even they say, no, we are monotheist or something. And then I was saying, okay, why is it you think it's very sexy or something to be monotheist or something? Why don't say there are immense energy, right? What we believe, we don't know all the rules. Just we see a little bit of it. Maybe it's visible, invisible kind of things. That why don't say different entities, maybe physical, perceivable, unperceivable, things that we don't see. They use that energy, like the way we use the sun, like the sunshine, the fire or anything, and people do stuff like that. Why don't believe that bad people exist, right? Good people, and nobody can defend, and everyone has to defend their own interest or just prevent someone from harming someone else. If we get to that point and then say oh, God made it. No, God, something is that you have to look for an answer. And it came to me, they go, why everyone wants to, if you guys have any kind of, and to me, that's the biggest deception. If you say this is only one God, he can do everything, and then you just have all we have to do, go and pray, right? That's a business. You just make it. The way for people to just not look for the real solution for the problems or whatever it is, or the consequence of whatever they do. Instead, they stick to something, and then they say, oh, he made it. He could have done it. And some people actually say, oh, if it was bad, God prevented me. Right, and I have heard that.
You count the hits.
They don't take responsibility for anything.
Yeah.
The fact of life is that some things work out for you. Sometimes they don't. There's successes. There's failures. Good things happen unexpectedly. Bad things, and there is a mindset. I'm going to pray on it, and if it doesn't work out, well, it's part of God's plan. If it does work out, God answered my prayer.
Exactly.
But it's really just. Life is hits and misses and good and bad.
That's it.
And it happens. And I don't know. What do you guys think? And I'm thinking just very few find open-minded. And that guy, actually, the one I was kind of had this conversation with, I think it had, as you said, he was a lawyer. The way he was explaining stuff about, negligence, gray pen and everything else, right? The consequence. And I was exactly saying, okay, who's that person, like at 5 or 10 years old, graped, right? And that person cannot, and that guy defend that, right?
Yeah.
And it just, they might find a texture or a book, 5,000 years old, 2,000 years old book, that it was okay there.
Yeah, that
Maybe,
doesn't work.
like, or that was their interpretation.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I don't.
They will often appeal to, oh, things were okay back then, so they'll look at like God commanding absolutely terrible things or putting horrendous laws in place, like the slavery laws or the craziness from Deuteronomy and Leviticus, and things were different back then. But then they also want to claim that God is the source of objective morality and he's unchanging. Like you can't have it both ways. I think people basically.
We said like there is no objective morality. I think it's just me and Sean. We believe we had this conversation.
Yeah,
it just evolved. Like the way we grow up. Like all these morality values and stuff like that. Just they're growing up with humanity or with the living species.
But people have to defend their belief system, and they have to, they have to come in here and make ridiculous arguments for these things. It's always amusing watching them twist into pretzels to try and defend this stuff. I mean, it's horrific as well, but they have to do it.
I like the Avatar, right? Like the guy, he was like, I mean, and I was thinking, okay, where did he come? Like, can you say to a computer, burn yourself, and then you're software engineer, you cannot stop. Hey, just don't let that kid. You have to have a safeguards there, right? Something. Even if you're a coder or I don't know whatever video game you're making or Avatar or whatever. Still, there are some protection, right? I mean, why is it not by default something that at least if it's for experience? You can put some stuff people experience, like for instance, pain, and then you learn from that. I agree, right? Something, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do it next time this way, right? And then I'm learning. That's part of learning. Not graping a 5 years old or how can you justify it? How can you justify it?
You can't.
Because you can be mild and teach.
Yeah.
But my question to you guys is, do you believe like there's some type of energy, right, that has visible, invisible kind of energy that we don't know, that maybe if humans or some other, like invisible forces can use that energy, like the way I was thinking about that, and then
I'm not a physicist, but
things.
I'm not a physicist, but
maybe they're not visible.
My sense is that probably isn't a thing. Like energy isn't like a thing that exists. It's a property. It's a property that matter has. So like an object will have energy if it's moving. It'll have potential energy if it's at the top of a hill. It'll have kinetic energy if it's moving. It'll have electrical charge if it has charge. Energy is like a measurable properties of matter. It isn't like a stuff which is out there. So no, I don't think that is very likely to be true.
Dr.
My
Blitz
question,
described
do we know
it.
everything about energy?
Well, Dr. Blitz described it as very much like John did, and he likened it to temperature. Things have temperature, but temperature itself isn't a thing. It's just a measurement of how rapidly the molecules are moving within an object or a person or what have you. It's the capacity to do work. I can't flesh it out in a very sophisticated way like a physicist could, but it's not like a thing. And it sounded like, King, like what you were describing. What I interpret, and I don't know if you meant it this way, is something like in Star Wars, people have the Force. Like there's the energy that people can tap into, and I don't have.
That's like kind of like because I have seen some of these real monks, right? They do stuff that I cannot explain, and I have seen it. Like maybe you guys have seen some videos and stuff like that.
It's
My
tricks.
question is, we don't know all the information, all the aspects of energy.
It's tricks,
and
it's tricks.
Yeah, I've seen videos of. There's actually a lot of videos from like the MMA crowd making fun of certain traditional martial arts where there's this old man and everyone's running at him and he's like using the Force to knock all these guys down and stuff
I've
like
seen that
That's
too.
all.
Yeah, the fake ones.
Yeah, yeah.
I
But
don't know
no,
if you guys have seen a real one that
no,
has
monks
done something that
monks can do great. I've seen monks do like tremendous physical feats, but I've seen professional athletes do tremendous physical feats. And
Yeah.
a lot of these monasteries, they'll from childhood train their whole lives to just endure pain and do all these like very amazing things. I think it's just physics and the human body.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we put aside God and think more in terms of energy, we might get into more answers, right? Instead of like, okay, let's study more on stuff like that. I think there was a time that Russians, I mean, their scientists were more like not religious, right? I mean, that was part of like whatever ideology they had. They're more open-minded about energy. I think they made a lot of studies. That some
Yeah,
of the
the
scientists
CIA
in
was
Europe
spending
and
millions of dollars on bullshit. Also, that stuff's all non. It's woo. It's woo woo, dude.
Yeah.
Woo woo.
And
Kinley,
apparently Adam isn't a Star Wars fan. He said endure pain like watching Star Wars. And
Fair enough.
The new ones, I agree with you.
Yeah, that franchise went off a cliff. Kinley, we're going to move it along, my friend. But thanks for coming in to say hi.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. I'm just
And you, my
listening.
friend.
It's just, yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Take
you,
it easy.
guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, bye.
Okay, there's a couple of super chats here. We have Bethos again. Thank you so much, Bethos. Super chat instead of membership. Oh yeah, this is props to Sean. Sean's point that life one would create has the same rights as life created by someone else is great versus the argument God gave you life so can take your life. It absolutely is great. Thanks for picking up on that, Bethos. And Sean, it is a really good point you made. This idea that he created it so he can mess with it and hurt it. It's a horrible argument, and the point you raised is that it should have the same rights as life created by someone else is absolutely right. It's not something I've ever heard them really respond to, but it's a really, really good counter argument to that. And what a horrible idea to say, well, I created you, so now I can hurt you and destroy you. I mean, what do we do with parents who take that approach to their children?
That back in the old days, I'm 52. That was a common thing parents would say, I brought you into this world so I can take you out. And they didn't really mean it, but it still is an awful thing to say to your children.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Horrible, horrible view. Really horrible. And then Tracy, again, thank you, Tracy, for the donation and the message. Don't worry, I was here at the beginning. I know that makes your night. It does. All praise Puff the Magic Dragon. Praise Puff the Magic Dragon. His scaly scales are very scaly, and his fire is very hot, and we have the evidence of him is the sun. I won't be told any different. Okay, so we're going to bring, as promised, Luis in from the YouTube queue. Hey, Luis.
Hey, John. How you doing?
Good. Nice to speak again. How are you?
Oh, great, man. Thank you. How you doing, Sean?
I think Sean will be joining us. He's just moving over from the TikTok side. Sean has to swap his gear around between things. Yeah. What's up, Luis? What's happening?
Well, I actually wanted to talk about the topic that you got today.
Sure.
I'm guessing by God you mean like the Abrahamic God, like the God of the Bible?
pretty much. I mean, if you said not the Abrahamic God, I think we could still say any generic God who is considered to be all powerful and all knowing has got some answering to do. So the Abrahamic God just layers on top of that a whole load of absolutely horrific legislation and commandments. But we can dispatch with God's morality even without all of that stuff.
Okay, and then if we were to talk about specifically the God of the Bible, because I'm not really familiar with, I guess, the other ones, are you specifically pinpointing that to the Father, or you're also including you're talking about like the essence of God in general, regardless of which person, or are you talking about specifically the person of the Father?
Well, the Old Testament God is more obviously violent and homicidal, but with Jesus, you get the notion, there's this whole idea of, Jesus doesn't go around smiting people like he did when he was in his Yahweh hat on. But with Jesus, with the New Testament, you get this horrific idea that people can be condemned to horrible punishment based on their thoughts, not even their actions. I mean, at least what you can say for the Old Testament God is he didn't do things to people mainly based on the contents of their minds. He went after them because they prayed to other gods, or they, offended him in other ways through their actions. That, God forbid, they picked up sticks on a weekend or stuff like that. Those were the capital offences in that context. But with Jesus, you get something almost worse, because, at least with the Old Testament God, once he was finished smiting you, he was done. But Jesus, the punishment goes on and on. You didn't believe the right things, and therefore you deserve, wailing and gnashing of teeth and the infinite punishment of that. So yeah, I think any instantiation of the God of the Bible is pretty bad in my view.
Would you say the same of the Holy Spirit?
I mean, it's like
they're all one God, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all part of the same thing. It's like, it's like asking, what do I think about Casper the Friendly Ghost? I don't know. I take the God character as being, one thing. I've always thought the Trinity is a ridiculous idea, and everyone kind of knows it, and everyone pretends that it's not bullshit, but everyone knows it kind of is, really.
How come?
Well, it's because it's not cohesive. It's like, if each member of the Trinity is fully God, then each member of the Trinity would have to have all the properties of God, and clearly that's not the case, right?
Okay.
Well, was Jesus all-knowing?
He was.
Why did he say he didn't know the time or place of the he didn't know the time when the second coming was going to come? He expressed a lack of knowledge at various points, not knowing what was going to happen.
Okay, yeah, I think I know which passage to talk about. By the way, this is an entirely different topic, and I want to respect your stream. So
yeah, we won't get into the incoherence of the Trinity, but suffice to say that in my view, the God of the Bible is a let's say a morally problematic character.
If they are all one God, then they're all responsible for the Old Testament as well as the New.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I just wanted to know if you had a particular person that you would pinpoint, or just the essence in general, like the essence of God is evil. So
I wouldn't necessarily even say the essence of God. I would just say, God does enough things that if a human were to do even a fraction of them, we wouldn't hesitate to say that guy's evil. I mean, think about how we label famous people from the 20th century who enacted lots of harm on great numbers of people. We call them evil, right? That guy was evil. This guy was evil, and God did just as much as that and more. And so I don't think he gets off the hook. And then the excuses come up. The excuses are like we were just talking about before. Well, he made everyone; he can get rid of them. I don't think it works that way.
Well, if Christianity is true, I mean, in a way, people don't just cease to exist when they die. I guess under I guess a materialist view, yes, I would agree with you.
What do you think happens when you die?
Oh, for me specifically, I would go to heaven.
No, I mean, okay. So what will happen to me when I die?
Well, I don't know. I don't claim to know the future.
But according to the Bible, what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what's going to be the your state, your belief when you die. So
well, let's assume that I die tomorrow, for the sake of the thought experiment. I hope I don't, because I have plans for the channel. But let's assume I die tomorrow. Then what happens to me?
Well, God will judge your soul, and then based on that, whether you've repented of your sin and placed your faith in Christ. Then...
Right. So here's the passage, right? Put it on the screen for you. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already, because they've not believed in the name of the only Son of God. I think this is deeply, deeply immoral, because I don't believe in a God. Right? That's not a choice I've made. That's not an action I've taken. That's not it's not an act of rebellion on my part. I'm just not convinced that God's there. And you know what it feels like to not be convinced of something, because there's lots of other religions that you're not convinced of, right? So I'm just doing exactly the same thing you're doing. I just happen to be doing it with respect to a God that you might believe in, right? So why should that be punished?
That is a great question, and honestly, I was someone in your position, so I do resonate with that. I would say, well, it has to do mostly with the fact that God, provided revelation to the world, and
It hasn't provided it to me.
Well, he provided to the world in the sense of like, it's accessible. Like, for example, like you just pulled a Bible verse, so you have access to the Word. So,
but having access to the Word is not the same thing as being persuaded that any of it's true. I have access to Moby Dick also, but so what?
Yes, yeah. So when you see the word like belief, right? Like as for example, the verse that you have pulled up, I thought it was John 3:18, right? Do you know what it means? Like the biblical definition of belief.
Pistos.
Well, right, but do you know it's not just like intellectual assent? Like that's just a component.
I know it's more than intellectual assent, but if you don't have the intellectual assent in place, you can't do the other bits. So if it's like you're talking about something more relational, right? I get that, but the more relational bit only comes after the intellectual assent. Like I can't develop a relationship with a person if I don't think they exist, can I?
No, I agree with you 100%.
So why should I be punished for not being able to engage in that kind of belief if it's literally impossible for me to do it?
Well, why would you say it's impossible for you?
Because at this point, I'm not convinced that God exists, right? You grant that.
That's your claim. I'm not claiming to know your mind.
Well, I'm telling you, right? So
okay.
I'm telling you that I'm unconvinced that God exists.
Okay.
And because of that, I have no possibility of developing this relational belief thing with God. I have no possibility of being grateful to Jesus for forgiving my acting, in place of me, for the forgiveness of my sins. All of that stuff is completely out of reach for me. Even if I wanted to do it, I still couldn't, because I just am not convinced it's true. So how does it make a moral sense for me to face a punishment for that?
Well, I guess before I answer that, do you believe in free will?
So I'm going to say, for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to say yes. I actually think that the arguments against free will are quite convincing, and so I rather suspect that free will is probably an illusion. We probably don't have it, but I don't need that to be the case to make the argument I'm making. So for the purposes of this discussion, let's say yes, I do believe in free will.
Okay, fair enough. That could be a separate conversation. I would love to talk about that. Sure. I would say it would still be fair, because it's, and removing even religion from the equation, there's still aspects of your, day-to-day life that you would like see evidence, not be convinced, and you still, suffer consequences for that. It's just that here it pertains to eternal life.
You don't suffer consequences for the fact that you're not convinced. Like if you're not convinced about putting a seatbelt on when you drive, right, and then you get in a crash, you suffer the consequences of the crash, and it might be worse if you didn't have your seatbelt on. But you're not being directly punished you're not being punished because you didn't put your seatbelt on. You're not being punished because you didn't think about it or because you didn't believe it was helpful. It's just a consequence of not having it on. In the case of this God situation, it's not a consequence, it's him choosing to do it. It's him penalizing people for not being convinced of things, which is morally incoherent.
See, I understand what you're saying. I would still sit on the fact that the Bible doesn't really claim that you're stating.
Really?
Yeah. Because on one hand, we have the law, right? So if you were to obey the law perfectly, like you could, in a way, merit salvation. And it's just like, well, you don't have the law, if you don't obey it perfectly, right? You're guilty of one sin, you're guilty of them all. So you have Jesus.
So is this a thing where what you're punished for is your sin, you're not punished for not believing, but the divine pardon is contingent on your belief. Is that basically what you're saying?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but sure.
Well, I mean, is it any of it inaccurate?
Well, would you say that you would still be guilty of your own sin under what you mentioned?
Yeah. So I mean, so there's sort of a semantic thing that happens. You're not being punished for not believing. You're being punished for your sins. But
Yes.
Everybody has a sinful nature, so everyone's going to get punished. But all that does is kick the can down the road and say the divine pardon is contingent on not solely, but it starts with you believing Jesus actually exists. The problem is believing that Jesus exists isn't something we can just choose any more than you could choose to believe Thor exists.
Right, but at that point you're arguing like a determinist. And
No,
it's not that.
No,
can I
'cause
give
you
you? Can
can
I give
choose-
you a metaphor
Go
for
ahead.
it, like an analogy for this, right?
Yeah, please do.
Imagine if everyone was infected with an illness which kills you, right? And then we line everyone up, and I've got a pill which cures you from the illness, but I'm only going to give the pill to you if you believe the moon is made of cheese. Right? That's essentially what's going on here. Everyone is infected with this sinful nature. So you can say, well, you're not being killed because you didn't believe in cheese. You're being killed because of the sinful nature. It's a similar kind of thing. Like you're making the provision of the cure dependent on being convinced of something. That's the test. The Bible says it over and over. Mark 16:16, John 3:18. It says it in other places too, that through faith you're saved, right? Through the belief, through this combination of propositional assent and relational stuff, you're saved. But that just completely fails to account for the people who just can't do it. It frames any lack of belief as a moral failure and as an act of rebellion, and that just isn't how belief works. That's why I say this is evil. It's an evil doctrine. It's a horrible, horrible, cruel thing to do, because there are people who really want to believe. They just can't. They're just not persuaded. They're just not convinced. Do you know that Sean used to be a believer?
Oh yeah, it was we spoke about this. He was an SDA. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for someone who has faith and then loses it, it can be really painful. That can be
that was my case as well.
Right. So the idea that someone would then feel that, as well as having had that loss, there's a narrative that they now deserve to be punished for having had that loss, is just a really cruel doctrine. It's a really horrible, horrible thing to inflict on people. Don't you think?
Again, if it was presented the way how you're stating it, I would agree with you. But I don't see the Bible presented that case. And in fact, I would say that what you're articulating is a specific school of thought within Christianity called Reformed theology, which is not a school of thought that I hold. And precisely because of the reasons that you're stating, right? It's essentially making humanity incapable of belief, which is why the statement the first time we spoke, in a way under that worldview, I would agree, but because I don't hold to Reformed theology, I don't believe there's this like total depravity of humanity that's incapable of placing their faith in God. So
do you think? I'm trying to understand your position, your theological position. From your perspective, do you believe that being saved by accepting Jesus as Lord and Savior is not a thing, that we all will be judged on different merits, and there's no like pardon based on belief? You just think it's irrelevant to our afterlife whether we believe or don't believe?
No, it is relevant.
Okay, so I mean that's what John is addressing. Is what you're disagreeing with is the notion that belief is not a choice?
Belief is a choice, yeah.
So you think it is a choice?
Yes.
So what about my story where I literally tried to continue believing in God, and there's many in the chat on both, probably on YouTube as well, but I know for a fact many who went through a similar thing on the TikTok side. who wanted to continue believing but just couldn't.
Well, that was the same case for me, so I 100% understand the line of thinking.
So if you went through the similar thing, I'm trying to remember your whole story. I talked to a lot of people. I apologize, but
no worries.
If you went through a similar thing where you stopped believing even though you tried to, how do you reconcile that with your position that belief is a choice?
Well, because part of it has to do with the searching of evidence. I can hold a position with essentially zero evidence, or with dubious evidence. What?
I can't. Like the way my mind works is I cannot believe something is true if I perceive that there is insufficient evidence for it. Like it's literally impossible for me.
Well, I mean, I guess you can speak for yourself. I can't speak for you.
No, I got you. Like, do you really, when you accept things to be true or not true, like make a decision ahead of time? Do I want to believe this or do I not? Or do you just become convinced of things?
I assume it to be false until I get reasons otherwise.
Until there's sufficient. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. Until
there's sufficient evidence.
Right.
Right.
And your judgment of whether there's sufficient evidence or not isn't a choice. It's more like a perception. When the evidence gets to a certain point, you just find yourself convinced, don't you? You sort of self-examine for a moment and you go, yeah, I find that convincing. It's not that you're choosing to find it convincing. You just do find it convincing. And I'll give you an analogy. Well, it's not an analogy. It's just another example of the way that minds do something similar. Do you think you choose what frightens you?
Or at the beginning, no.
No, never. We never choose what frightens us. You're frightened by something if you feel fear. And you discover that you're feeling fear. You don't choose to. Nobody says, now I'm going to decide to be afraid of this thing. That's not to say that we're powerless to mitigate our fear, right? We can learn strategies to deal with our fear. That's a separate subject. But in terms of what actually frightens you, you learn about yourself, what frightens you. You become aware that you're frightened when certain things happen. It might be being high up, or it might be in the dark, or it might be snakes, or whatever it might be. You learn that. You discover that about yourself. Belief is exactly the same. You discover when you believe something. You don't decide to be convinced by something. You just are convinced by it, or you're not. And you become aware of it. And all the machinery in your brain, the cognitive machinery that determines that, happens outside of your conscious control. And in fact, it kind of reaches its decision before you even know about it. So that process of becoming convinced by something happens outside your conscious control. You can't control it. So we know that you can't choose your beliefs. You can make a load of choices around your beliefs. You can make choices about what kind of inputs you want to have and what kind of information you want to have. And you can make choices about your attitude towards gaining new knowledge. You can make choices about how open-minded to be. You can make choices about how willing you are to subject yourself to contrary opinions and all of that kind of stuff. That's all good. That's all where your free will, if you like, operates comfortably in those domains of action. But the bit you can't control is having selected all of those inputs, having done all of that curation of information flowing in. The bit you can't control is whether your mind actually finds it convincing or not. That's something you discover. And that's why this whole thing is immoral. Because I could decide now to go and immerse myself in the Christian faith. I could go to prayer groups, I could go to Bible studies, I could do Holy Spirit weekends, I could do all of the things. And I could do it for 10 years. And it might result in me becoming convinced that God is there and I'm hearing him and speaking to him and having a relationship and all of that stuff. But it might not. And whether it does or not is just down to whether I find myself convinced. And so putting a penalty in place for coming to the wrong conclusion about all of that is cruel. It's cruel. There's a principle in moral philosophy that accountability requires agency. If you're going to hold someone morally responsible for something, They had to have the option of having done something else, of not doing that thing. And this doctrine breaks that principle, because it takes people like Sean and me, who are not able to believe this stuff because we're just not convinced of it, and we just recognize the fact that belief can't be turned on like a light switch, and it creates a sort of unearned moral accountability for that failure to be convinced by something. And I'll say it again, it's very cruel. It's a really, really horrible, horrible doctrine. And I appreciate that you're not into Reformed theology, but you are still kind of on the wrong side of this line philosophically and kind of ethically, in my view, Lewis, because I don't see what I could do differently. There's nothing I can do to make myself convinced about this stuff. So why should I be punished?
Well, we know that God is a God of grace. So, I mean, we've seen exceptions of that in Scripture. So, I wouldn't necessarily count yourself out for this. And, you know, under some frameworks as well, you know, the free grace theology, you know, even people like Sean, since, you know, he professed faith at one point, then he would still be in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you back now. I don't know what happened. Something weird happened.
I was able to hear him the whole time.
Yeah, that was strange.
Yeah, I could see you just fine.
Oh, good. Okay, I thought we dropped connection. Yeah, you were saying that God is a God of grace. Well, that's fine. Then he should give that grace to everyone and arrange to have those odious verses removed from his instruction manual, because they're horrible. Anyway, dude, we're going to move it on. Lovely to talk to you, Lewis. Thank you very much.
Yeah, likewise. I'll be cheeky and say, I'm going to pray for you, man.
You know what that means, don't you?
I know what that means.
It is. We light another square on the believer bingo, even though you were kind of being cheeky. I was sort of saving it for someone who was going to say it for real, but you know, the nicest.
No, but I truly mean it, man. I truly mean it for both of you. I truly mean it.
Well, that's fine. I did hear a rumor once that people being prayed for had slightly worse outcomes. So, you know, maybe don't. But thanks anyway. Take it easy, pal.
All right, you too. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Good night, Sean.
Good talking to you, Lewis.
Likewise.
Take
care.
Okay. We are going to bring Baku back in. Yeah, it's a little quiet tonight. Not sure why, but I guess these things happen. Hey, Baku.
Hello again.
Welcome back. Where were we?
We were on the last few of my questions.
Okay.
And I feel like I have to write a bit less down. Normally I have like 12, but you're getting so popular,
Never
John,
get through them.
barely get up.
Yeah.
Before your questions, can I just do a couple of super chats, because I don't want them to get too old and too past. Elvis Presley Touchby said, every example of historical archaeological evidence given can be found for other ancient mythologies, and they'll gladly accept historians dismissing the thousands of other ones, but theirs is special. Absolutely. The special pleading is amazing. And I know, what a name, right? Elvis is a fantastic name. Yeah, the willingness, and this also extends to personal experience, right? So I've done videos on this before. When people say, oh, my main evidence for God is my personal experience, my personal testimony, my personal experience of God. Yeah, but you're not counting the personal experience of the Jains and the Hindus and the Sikhs and all the other people who also claim personal experience. Their personal experiences can easily be swept aside as unimportant. It's only yours that count. I think that's remarkable hubris to do that. Thanks a lot for that. And Gordon Loves Science says, John, will you expound your thoughts on free will? I was surprised when you said you didn't believe in free will. Maybe I misunderstood. Thanks. Okay, yeah, thanks, Gordon. And thanks for the donation as well. So my position on this is, I remember reading Sam Harris's book on free will a few years ago, and it's quite a short, small book. And I just found it really convincing. And I couldn't come up with an argument against his position. And he was basically, his position in a nutshell is every mental experience you have, whether that's an action, a thing you do, a thought that pops into your head, a longing you have, anything which is a process of your mind, happens as a result of something going on in your brain. And you can't control the thing going on in your brain, because your desire to control the thing going on in your brain and your attempt to do that would also have to be something going on in your brain. And you don't choose the next thought that pops into your head, it just pops in. And he argued it really, really eloquently, much more so than I just have. And I remember thinking, this is pretty watertight. And then he did, around that time, there was about an hour-long video on YouTube of him presenting the idea. I think it might have been at a talk in Australia. And he did his kind of speech. And then I think he might have taken questions. And I remember thinking as well, this is really compelling. This is probably true. This is probably true. I think he makes a really good case for it. But here's my but. My but to this is, for my argument about belief, I don't need that to be true. And I think if I start from that position of saying, no free will, that's a way to end a conversation pretty quickly. The shutters come down and people are not really interested in hearing. Whereas I'm taking a slightly less full-on position than that. I'm just pointing out that belief, even if we have free will, isn't an action. It's not something you choose to do. When you believe something, a belief is a sort of event that happens to your mind. It's not something you choose to do. It's not an action. And so I kind of strategically don't lean into the no free will thing. I kind of call myself free will agnostic or free will sort of curious. I don't really claim to know. I think the arguments against are pretty convincing, but I'm not sure. So I hope that answers it. And oh yeah, there were some experiments done by a chap called Libet, which I think this is what Adam is referring to in the YouTube. Basically, when people were in a functional MRI machine, which is scanning the brain in real time, and then they were asked to do various sort of movements or move hands or choose objects on the screen by moving the hand. And what the researchers were able to do was predict what they were going to choose before they actually did it. So the stuff, the kind of mechanisms in the brain of decision making activated before they really knew what they were going to do, and there was like a very small
that's interesting
time lag. Yeah, those experiments have had some criticism as to how much confidence we can place in the extrapolations from them, but they are interesting. If you look up Libet, it's Libet, I think. It might be one T, I can't remember.
And isn't Sam Harris a neuroscientist?
Yeah, he is. And as part of his PhD, he was involved in research on the neural correlates of belief. So actually mapping what's going on, also in using real-time MRI, what's going on in the brain when we believe things. So people being cued on, do you believe this, given statements that they either agreed with or disagreed with, and seeing what networks and parts of the brain light up in what ways. Very interesting. Yeah, he is. He's a neuroscientist. Yeah, interesting stuff. Okay, sorry, Baku, I interrupted your flow before you got started, but the stage is yours.
All right. Possible for an action to appear evil from a limited perspective, but have morally sufficient reasons.
Right. So is it possible for something to appear evil from a particular perspective, but actually have reasons why it is good? Yeah, I actually think it is possible for that to happen, but I don't think it's necessarily possible if the person doing it is an all-powerful God who wouldn't be constrained by those reasons. So, like if you put a child through a painful medical procedure, from a particular perspective, that looks like pain, like an evil action. You're hurting the child. But then when you zoom out a little bit further, you can see, well, we needed to do that because it saved the child's life, and therefore it was justified. So we have that difference between how it looks and how it is. But in the case of a God who's all powerful, a God could achieve the end of saving the child or whatever the end state might be without any of the pain. So that's where, it's a problem positing an all-powerful God. It comes with, you kind of make a rod for your own back if you're saying that you have a deity, an entity who you think is all-powerful, unlimited power. It's a problem because that brings with it a kind of unlimited accountability as well for failure. And there are lots of failures. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. This next question I have, it might be a bad question, but I thought it'd be better to put it in rather than keep it out and never have it answered. The question is, if evil requires an objective moral framework, how does that framework fit into a universe without a god?
Did you say if evil requires?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I'm liberally using the word evil, even though I don't really think it's a thing. I just think it's a word to mean stuff we really, really don't like. So I don't think there is any objective thing like that.
Okay.
I think would be my answer. Yeah, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Baku. Another question's come in over the super chats. From Johnny T. Thank you very much for the donation. And the question was, in an argument with my parents about the purpose of Old Testament law, I believe it's about blind obedience. They believe it's about proving no man can live up to perfection. Does this make sense to you? I'm more inclined to side with you there, Johnny. I don't think that the purpose of the Old Testament laws were to prove that no man can live up to perfection. There is a Bible passage which I now forget, which specifically mentions two people who were righteous in the eyes of the Lord because they kept all the commandments. Someone who knows Scripture better than me might remember. Might come back to me. If it comes back to me, I'll remember it. But I think it's about demanding complete loyalty and obedience and its power as well. So much of that Old Testament stuff is about power. This is how you can wage war on these tribes, and these ones you take as slaves, and these ones you must kill all of them. Don't leave a single one alive. It's quite interesting, so in the Old Testament you've got these, like, the rules for what happens when you draw near to a town. And if they surrender to you, then you get to make slaves of all of them. But that doesn't count for some of the other towns and the other, groups of people nearby who you don't have that option with. The obligation was just to go and kill all of them, just go and genocide the lot. And so I think the power dynamic is a really big part of it. And I don't think it's a test to show that no people can be perfect. I don't think that's the case. I would side with you, Johnny, on your interpretation. I think it is about blind obedience and falling in line. I mean, look at what he did, with Abraham. What a thing to put a man through. Tell a man he has to kill his child, and to be pleased about the fact that he was about to go through with it. Like, that's terrible, terrible, terrible. So yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the question. Okay, well, at the moment both queues are empty. Is there anything else going on tonight? Is it a weird? I know it was the.
It is a slow night. I can't think of anything on the U.S. side.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit.
Today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah, the numbers are down a little bit on what they normally are. So I was trying to think if there's anything keeping people out. But never mind. We have friends joining in the TikTok queue. So we've got Jane and Ash here. So let's bring Jane in, and then we'll get Ash in after that. Hey, Jane.
Hey. Looks like Ice Pick already mentioned it in the chat, but I was just going to say the State of the Union's on right now.
Yes.
So the Tangerine's talking, so that's probably
right.
distracting some people.
Yeah, that might be the case. Yeah, I knew it was today actually. But for some reason I thought it was earlier in the day, but of course it's
I
an
think
evening
it's
thing.
going on like right now. I think.
I mean,
maybe.
I haven't been watching it, but I could tell you what's being said. The economy is the greatest it's been in the history of the country. Things like that.
All of that stuff. Yeah.
All of that stuff for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot to say. I just think that is probably part of it.
Oh, I'm sure that is part of it. Yeah. Well, when it leaves, we might get an influx of tangerine people. So,
who are invigorated and want to own us. So that should be fun.
That will
They'll be
fun,
all riled up.
Yeah, I wonder when it ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I wanted to say thanks to you guys for doing these lives. These are always fun, and I'll hop back down.
All right, Jane. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Take
Saz.
it easy. Thanks.
In the
Bye.
chat. All right. See you later, guys. Bye.
Okay. And we will bring in Ash next. Yeah, that's probably something to do with it, isn't it? Ash, what's up?
Hello, my friend. How's it going?
How are you?
How you doing, buddy? By the way, Ash, I was in your live earlier. You get a fair amount of followers there. I think there was close to 50 people when I was in there. There seems to be a big interest in dentistry, so I think you found a cool niche in there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's times when I'm running my practice, like trying to find patients and things, that is challenging, but I do understand there's a lot of people out there that actually do need a dentist, or they're afraid, or there's so many different reasons, so it's an interesting one. But
sorry, go ahead.
No,
Ash.
go ahead. That's all good.
Yeah, I don't remember if I told you about this. Did I tell you about the what I learned about in North Korea and when they get their dental work done, like defectors and stuff?
No, tell me.
Well, apparently, they go through a whole process of reintegration. One of them, they get medical exam, they get dental work done. And what we were told is that in North Korea, they don't actually get like Novocaine or lidocaine or anything like that. It's just a really painful experience.
So medieval dentistry style.
Yeah. But anyway, what were you going to say?
Yeah, it was, well, essentially, I wanted to kind of go back on the point John was saying about the free will and the Sam Harris and the determinism thing, because that's something that I still try and work my head through it, and it's a fascinating one. But the main thing is, if you are a determinist in a way, like you're convinced by the way that we do not have free will, then what is the take on influence? Like, do we have influence over stuff? And technically, is that free will, or is it not really?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. So I think that's just a matter of perspective. We can, if it's cause and effect, influence is still cause and effect. And I think even if we have free will, influence is still cause and effect, because belief, even if we have free will, belief doesn't fall under that umbrella. When it comes to whether the world is deterministic, I think it boils down to a question. If you rewind the clock 1 hour or even 10 years or what have you, will everything play out exactly as it did, including our thoughts, our actions, everything? And if the answer is yes, then that's determinism. And like, I don't have a way to test that. But I think the important thing is, even if we don't have free will, we still have the sensation of it. So you might as well just kind of enjoy your life as you would anyway. Like if you're in the Matrix and you're eating a nice, delicious, juicy steak, and it's indistinguishable from really eating a steak, does it really matter?
Right. Yeah. The qualia are the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear you, Ash, if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
You're very, very quiet, dude.
1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. That's good.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm wondering about, essentially, if there is no like free will, how would that affect the discussion on belief?
Well, it would just swallow it up, right? So I'm sure if you were to ask Sapolsky or Sam Harris or whatever what they think, they would agree and say, yeah, of course you don't choose what you believe, because you don't choose anything really. You don't even choose what you want for breakfast. Is your mind is just blindly obeying the laws of physics and doing its thing, and if you rewound the clock a million times, the same thing would happen each time. So they would just lump belief in with that as just an inevitable process, on the railroad tracks of the laws of physics and determinism, leading to what you were going to believe with those sets of inputs. But
we can't, like, we don't act like that. Is that a good way of saying, like how Ben Shapiro might have said it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like what Sean was just saying. Whether we actually have free will or not, we have the feeling that we have it. So I'm willing to live life on that way, and on that sort of assumption. And even people who are very committed determinists, I bet you day to day, when they're negotiating life, when they're stuck in a traffic jam, or they're waiting to pay for something in a shop, or they're having a row with their partner or whatever it might be, in those moments they forget that they're determinists. They don't think about it, because you still have to negotiate life. You still have to get through life in a normal way, and deal with the world around you, and deal with what you have to deal with, and pay the rent, and feed the kids, and wash the car, and get up in the morning, and all of that stuff. You just got to function. So
the way I think about it is that we are essentially a collection of like living cells of from different organs, different systems. We're full of bacteria ourselves. It's part of us. It's how we live.
Yep.
And it's something when it comes to this collection of everything that makes us us, and how we navigate in this world. From obviously we can't control when we were born, and the environment we're in, and we are a product of our environment from our education things. However, you're still somehow, there's two things in you. One is you've got your desires that you really can't control. It's just part of you, trying to understand what's what. But then you have this awareness, and this ability to almost try and override the desires of like the chimp kind of paradox kind of thing. This is where you have, I would say, the illusion or some form of control. And you have to fight against yourself at times when you're like, oh, do I really want to get up and work? Or I just want to sleep in comfort? But there is some form of this illusion of control. And these are the words that we use to describe this experience of it. So in a way, when we use words of free will, it's like, I think that's what I would tend to lean towards. Like we have some form of influence and control, and we sometimes have to fight against ourselves, like we are our worst enemy. There's two of us inside, like it's the different parts of the mind. But to imagine like we have like no control, and we are just like, we're not control, we're just experiencing from the, like we can't control what we want and do. I don't know if that's 100% true. I think it's a spectrum. It's no binary thing where it's like you've got nothing or you decide everything. But I would say it shouldn't affect the decision of the conversations of belief or not.
No, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't. In my view, anyway.
Like, the more information you can, I think it's this, as long as you can have an open mind and you can hear other ideas out, and you want to really test your own belief, like that is control. That is you taking control, rather than to be comfortable with the thoughts that what you originally been taught as a kid, believing in a God, is true, and there is some kind of afterlife, and you want to, shut out things. And that's what I don't like about religion, in the sense that it makes you can't ridicule the idea. You can't, you have to respect it all the time or something. You can't question it. You gotta believe it.
I kind of do it for a living.
It's almost like to be anti-human, And I think the Genesis story, I've always hated it in the sense like, eating from the tree of knowledge. Like knowledge should be a good thing.
It's silly. It's silly.
It's silly,
yeah.
I don't know. That's just my.
But no, thank you for having me on. It's always
Of
a
course.
pleasure.
Of course. Nice to speak to you, Ash.
You, Sean, and Aki, always love your
You
questions.
too. You
Speak
too,
soon.
Ash.
Speak soon, friend.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we do have a couple in the queue, so we're going to go on to the YouTube side and bring in, looks like Duenis, something like that. I can't quite see exactly how to say that. Back, I'm going to drop you down, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Okay, let's bring in Dennis. Hey, Dennis.
Hello. Can you hear me?
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm just going to sort that
Is there
out.
a prompt? I'm just kind of new to this.
Um,
Or is there
yeah,
a
well,
question you're asking?
the prompt for this one is God is evil. Is the topic for the evening, but we're happy to talk about adjacent topics around the idea. I mean, for me, I'm not too dogmatic about insisting that we stay completely on topic in every in every show, as long as it's kind of related. We talk about belief and doubt and critical thinking and religion and all of that kind of stuff. So anything in that neighborhood, we're pretty good to talk about.
Cool. Yeah, that prompt seems good to me. Are you arguing from like a atheist perspective?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, so why do you think God is evil?
Before I get into it, can I ask what your perspective is, just so we know what we're addressing?
Yeah, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Okay. So I think God is evil. But obviously, I don't believe God exists, but I'm still talking about the character of God as described in the Bible. I think God is an evil character in the Bible. If the Bible were a novel, God would be the bad guy, because he's the one with the massive kill count. He's the one who appears to be indifferent to the suffering of humans. In fact, he enjoys it sometimes. He's the one who puts ridiculous rules in place about how people should treat each other, endorses slavery, demands genocide, specifically demands the killing of children. He's not a nice guy.
Gotcha. And as an atheist, I mean, how do you claim anything could be evil?
Well, when I say evil, I don't mean to sound like I'm making a factual claim. So if I call something evil, what I really mean is, in my view, it's morally unacceptable. And I
it's
I
against
think
your preference?
It's a little bit more than just preference, because preference trivializes it a little bit. But it's essentially that it's against my personal evaluation of what's ethical, right? And that's what I think all moral statements are. All moral statements are saying this is against my personal evaluation of what's ethical.
Oh, so you think ethics is relative?
Not
Like
relative.
subjective?
They're different. Relative just means that it can change in different contexts and different times and things. I don't think that.
Right.
If I think something's wrong now, I think it was always wrong. But it is subjective.
But if you, right, but you said you're going off of like your framework, right?
Yeah.
But if you changed your mind, would God still be evil?
If I changed my opinion, then I might have a different opinion about God. If I started really liking slavery, for example, and commandments to kill children, then I might think God was good.
Okay, but wouldn't that make it subjective and relative?
It is subjective.
Like you can just change your mind.
Yeah.
So then ethics is not, like morality is just made up?
It's not made up. It's, as I said, it's an evaluation. So it's a statement of how you feel about something and whether you think it should be done or not, whether you think it's okay, whether you think it's an acceptable moral thing. So that's not to say it's fixed in stone and it can't ever change, because you can change your views on morality.
Right, but so if you're making the point to me that God is evil, but it's just based off of your preference, then
yeah,
like I don't want to be rude, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, yours is based off of preference too, so you're under the same boat.
But you start with a framework, preference for a moral compass. We all do that, including you. Ours is the
Sure.
well-being of others, how actions affect the well-being of others. If you don't care about that, then we don't have a conversation. So do you care about the well-being of others, or do you think like slavery is okay, genocide is okay? What's your moral preference?
Of course, but I was asking him to justify why anyone should believe that.
Oh,
Well,
well,
like if you say killing babies is wrong, like where do you derive your grounding for that?
Hold on, I asked you a question though. Do you care about the well-being of others? Because you're asking us
I
to.
started off saying yes.
Okay, yeah. So if you care about the well-being of others, John and I care about the well-being of others. Now we can discuss how God is atrocious to the well-being of others, like drowning an entire planet, allowing slavery, causing rape, all kinds of things. So we could talk about those on a shared
Yes.
framework that we care about well-being.
Okay, but here's my point: is I'm saying morality comes from God, and you have no like basis to justify any morality.
So morality is a contingent on God's stance, right?
Morality, yeah, it's like God is morality in his being.
Well, no, God, the God you believe in is a thinking agent. Morality is a moral system for establishing wrong behaviors. That's
morality comes from him. Like you wouldn't be able to talk about morality if there wasn't an objective God to ground it, right? Because it would just be relative. We'd just be talking about preferences. How? Show me how.
Yeah, because we all care about how other people act, and apparently God does too. Hold on.
We all care about.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish. As a society, very, very edge cases aside, generally we care about how other people behave. We come up with systems. Some people, their religious influences their morality, religion. Other people, it's other things. But that system itself is what we call morality. Now, something objective is a fact outside of any human opinion, not human opinion, any opinions or any minds, period. For example, the moon circles the earth. That's a fact independent of anyone's stance. So you admitted that from your perspective, God has a stance on morality. That would make it subjective to him as well. So basically what it boils down to is your subjective preference is to erase any of your own moral values or what have you, and just outsource it to him, to his subjective opinion on how people should behave. And so you actually have two layers of subjectivity instead of one.
Okay, can I respond?
Sure.
So respectfully, I think you're strawmanning me because I said that morality comes from God, which means it has to be him grounding it. Otherwise, it couldn't exist. It
doesn't
makes
exist.
no sense. That's what I'm getting at.
So if God didn't
admit that.
So if God,
like you guys keep going back on the point because I told you it's relative, right? Doesn't even exist according to you.
Moral relativity is the notion that right and wrong.
Well, he just said morality doesn't exist.
It doesn't as a thing. Morality, like your claim of this objective morality that comes from God. Can you demonstrate that rather than just say it? Prove it.
Yes, because the impossibility of the contrary, like it just makes no sense that we could even form.
That's just saying you don't like subjective morality. Provide the evidence for the existence of objective morality.
That's what I said. It has to be the case. So if I had to like make up some sort of syllogism, it would be that something transcendental, like something outside of matter, has to exist to ground morality, ethics, and
That's
logic.
circular. You're asserting the thing you're trying to prove as the first premise for proving.
Yeah, but how are you not being circular?
I'm not claiming that anything exists. We
I'm
not saying nothing. I'm saying about morality. We know we have opinions. We know we have feelings. We know that we don't like suffering. We know that we're motivated by empathy. We know that we have instincts towards cooperation and altruism and compassion. Those are things we know. We have evidence for those things. You're saying, know that? Well, because we experience them daily, and we understand how they're evolved traits.
Example: have you read Hume?
I have read some Hume, yeah.
Yeah, so how would you deal with his critique, saying that like nothing can be known? Even he was destroying the argument that Descartes had the cogito, where, you know, atheists try to like build a worldview off of I think therefore I am. He totally destroys that. So how would you?
I think therefore I am has to do with epistemology, not morality.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about morality, facts, and logic.
You don't need to
them.
get that deep, dude. You don't need to get that deep. Look, we know that. Right. Like, I know I have an opinion because I am experiencing my opinion now. So if I feel a sense of revulsion, I'm just going to. You've got a lot of background noise there, so I'm just going to mute you while I speak, and then I'll unmute you just to get rid of the noise. It's okay. So, although that's better. No, it's not. Okay. So I'm not muting you to be a dick. I'm just muting you to make it a bit quieter, and then I'll unmute you when I finish speaking.
Sorry.
So I know that I subjectively feel a sense of horror and revulsion at the suffering of another person. Like if someone is inflicting suffering on someone else, I feel my judgment about that internally. I know it exists. You're saying that there's something that exists above and beyond that, whereby the wrongness exists in some objective way. And when I asked you to demonstrate that, you just said the impossibility of the contrary, and it has to be that way. That's not really working, is it?
Can I respond?
You're good, yeah.
Yeah, so no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I was just claiming that there has to be something beyond us to ground morality. Otherwise, it's just subjective, right? And you guys have gone back and forth on claiming whether it's subjective, objective, or it doesn't exist at all. So I'm not quite sure. Are you a determinist?
You said otherwise it's just subjective. That's
right.
not a
like,
that's not
like
not
a flavor preference.
Yeah, that's not really an argument that it's not. We're saying that's what it is. And your argument that it's objective is otherwise it's subjective.
You're just saying you don't like the other position. But saying you don't like subjective morals is not making a case for objective morals.
If I agree with that and we say, okay, morality is just subjective, it's like a color preference, right? Then how is God evil? I can just say he's not.
Well, we're stating our opinion, and you agreed with us that you care about the well-being of others. So, if, for example,
no, I don't think when you made that.
What's that?
When you made that argument, it was just an appeal to the masses fallacy.
No, I didn't.
You're saying most people agree.
I'm not making
this, so therefore it's true.
No.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Let me finish. It would only be an appeal to the masses, or I think you're thinking of an argument ad populum. If I was making an argument for a stated fact, what I was saying is you care about the well-being of others. We care about the well-being of others. Now we have common ground where we could discuss the ugly, disgusting things your God of the Bible does, which it seems you don't like. It seems like you don't want to talk about it. And we could discuss moral realism versus anti-realism if you want, but or we could talk about some of the things in the Bible, and you could provide your justification. If we do, will it just be, well, it's God, and so it must be good? Drown the entire planet, it's good. Order, like cause someone's wives to be raped, that's good because God did it, and God is the source of morality. So his character traits don't matter. If he's a sadistic monster, that's good because he's God.
No, I just want you to justify your morality. Like when you say he's a subjective monster, like what does that mean to an atheist who thinks he's particles in motion?
That's irrelevant.
Solidify
we agree. Because John and I aren't so like psychopaths, we genuinely care about the well-being of others, and your God does enormous harm, unjustifiable harm, and so we don't like him. Yeah, that we're saying all of our morality is subjective, including yours. But so we could debate that, or we could talk about what the things your God in the Bible does. If you're uncomfortable discussing those things, just let us know and we'll stay on the current topic.
Yeah,
no, I think you're uncomfortable discussing what I'm asking you because I keep reiterating myself and you keep trying to divert it to an attack on God. I don't want to talk necessarily about God with an atheist,
Well,
because I don't even think you guys have morality. Do you understand? So we're going. I'm attacking your morality position. Let's talk about that.
So let me get this straight. You came up willingly on a board with two atheists with the prompt, God is evil, request up to agree or disagree, and you don't want to discuss with atheists whether God is evil.
Yeah, I just have
keep
to
steering the conversation back to like an attack on God. It's like, but
Well,
I don't even
it's
think
the
you have
prompt.
a basis
It's the
to
prompt.
attack him.
It's
Of
the
course
prompt,
we do.
dude. I'm
Of course we have a
comfortable.
basis.
I'm
Yeah.
attacking your presupposition.
Yeah, no, of course we have a basis, and we've already established what the
Okay,
basis
let's talk
is.
about that, because he keeps trying
Right.
to steer it back to some moral thing about God.
We already conceded that all three of us have subjective morality. You don't agree.
No,
You
I
think
did
it's
not concede
objective.
that.
No,
Well,
no.
when did I
said
concede I have subjective morality?
Yeah,
dude, listen. More ears, less mouth. I said we, meaning. Oh, sorry, I wasn't including you. John and I already agreed. It's subjective. You think, oh, subjective morality bad. It's objective. Now we can argue for 45 minutes about, and I'm fine with. I'm very comfortable. Trust me, debating the nature of morality. But the prompt is about God being evil. If you don't feel comfortable defending God and defending the prompt, that's fine. Just let us know.
I just have to read this. This is coming from Drew. Thank you, Drew, for the donation and the comment, pointing out that humans, a social species, have evolved a moral system that prioritizes well-being and tries to avoid human suffering, is not an appeal to popularity. It's absolutely right. Like, there's a reason why we've evolved this. There's a reason why. It makes sense.
Can I
It's
respond?
it's not just personal preference or what's popular.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
And please don't cut me off, because I let you guys finish. You're muting me when you're speaking.
No,
so
I'm
let
only
me
doing
finish
that because
my
there's
point.
a horrendous background noise where you are. And
Well, he starts talking while I'm talking, and then I get muted.
I'm only muting
So
you
I just
because
want
there's
to
lots
finish.
of background noise.
Okay. So he's asked me like 10 times now if I want to talk about morality or I want to talk about the prompt. When I called in, you said you were fine talking about whatever.
Yeah.
I even asked you.
Yeah.
So for the 10th time, I want to attack your presupposition. Let's do this.
But we've already dealt with
Is that clear?
Do we need to say it
You
again?
haven't.
We've explained
You just
exactly.
asserted it.
We've
I have
explained
to-
You just asserted it.
I have to correct you on something. A presupposition is something you presuppose about a fact. We are not claiming morality is objective. We are claiming all of our morality, including yours, is subjective. So we could stick to moral realism if you want. So
Oh my gosh.
so
Are we
do you
going to
wanna-
ask me the question again?
if you haven't
No,
if you,
yes.
if you haven't answered it.
Yeah, so I'm saying you guys can't claim something is evil.
Sure,
right?
we can express an opinion about it, right?
Okay. Okay, let me ask you this. Let's walk through this. God is evil. You say yes, right?
We're expressing. Hang on a second. We're expressing an opinion.
Or really?
That's what it is. I know you don't like this, but that's what it means to say something is evil. Is
No, I don't
basically to
care.
say
Like, your
you
opinion
disapprove
doesn't
of it.
matter.
That's what it means. That's all
I'm
your
just
opinion
asking
means
for
too.
grounding for your opinion.
Well, there's
My grounding is
opinion.
God. He's transcendental. He grounds
yeah.
logic.
That's delightful, but you can't prove that. You can just cry and demonstrate, not be able to demonstrate it and just say it. You can say it all day long.
I
wanting
gave you
it
a
to wanting it
you
to
guys keep trying to steer the conversation
your
back
syllogism
to...
your syllogism was it has to be true because I don't like your morality. That was your syllogism. Nobody takes that seriously.
That was not my syllogism.
You had your conclusion in the very first premise.
Provide a demonstration of the existence of your objective morality that isn't circular and doesn't presuppose that which you're trying to prove.
I mean, it starts with the conclusion having to be true and then proves itself.
That's not a syllogism.
Yeah, that is circular.
That's a circular argument. It's a fallacious argument. No one's interested in hearing that. Now, to address your question about what is the basis on which we can say God is evil, is that we have shared values. We have shared common aims. We have shared instincts. Most people who aren't psychopaths agree that causing pain is not good, that being in pain is not good, that being alive is generally speaking preferable to being dead. And these things enable us to create a kind of like a normal sense of what we mean by good and bad, even if we can't define it exactly. Like empathy, compassion, cooperation, these are all valid things. And there's a reason why we all kind of, we understand what we mean by good and bad.
It just is because it is. Like, you're making claims from ad populum, and you're saying most people are against killing and things like this. But in America, like, millions of babies are aborted each year.
That's irrelevant.
People are killing.
That's
completely irrelevant. How is that irrelevant?
Completely irrelevant.
How is it?
Okay, let's look at the specifics, because I'm tired
you
of
just claim people are against killing.
I'm a little bit tired of tap dancing around the.
While you're pulling that up, I have.
Well, you keep muting me.
So
and then I didn't want to move the conversation. Now we're moving it.
So
and you're still complaining about it.
So you brought up dead babies, right? So let's look at this. Okay, so this is, I'm sure you're familiar, 2 Samuel. You know your Bible, right? So God is very angry with David for his dalliance with Bathsheba, isn't he? And so he decides to punish David. And the way he's going to punish him is, let me just get rid of this advert here. Crazy adverts on these things. Right. So this is what happens here.
I'm aware of like all the Bible instances where babies are killed.
Right. So here's one where God decides to punish David by making his baby sick. And David pleads with God for the child. He fasts. He lies on the ground. But eventually, after a week of illness, God kills the child. In your view, this is good, because you're grounding your morality in God. This is your wonderful objective morality that you've been telling us about. Your lovely new shiny godlike objective morality involves killing a baby because a man was unfaithful. And you think this is good, right?
Actually, I do, but can you tell me why it's not?
No, I want you to own up and say you think that this was a good thing.
I said yes.
You do think it was good?
Yes.
And you don't think that reflects badly on you?
Now, can you tell me why that's bad?
Yeah, because
you're making a claim that it's bad. Now defend it.
I am making a claim that it's bad.
I owned it.
Okay, well done for owning that you're a psychopath. The police will be around shortly to check your hard drive. But the
I guess
reason
there are millions of Americans that abort babies each year.
The reason why
or is that not murder for you?
The reason why I think it's bad is because, for a couple of reasons. First of all, there's a principle in justice that people who commit crimes should face the punishment for the crimes, not people who didn't commit the crimes, and especially not children who didn't commit the crimes. So the idea that your perfect justice involves killing a child because its father did a crime is really, really messed up. And then secondly, it wasn't just that God killed the child. He made the child suffer for a week first. And you like that too. What does that say about you?
Honestly, so what is justice then?
No, I'd like an answer to my question. What does it say about you?
Sure, but you won't answer my question.
No, I'm asking you again, and I want an answer. What does it say about you that you like and approve of the fact that God made a child suffer for a week and then killed it?
To me, it's irrelevant because God had his reasons for that.
What does it say about you that you are indifferent and can so casually toss aside the easily avoidable suffering of a child for something that someone else did?
Did you know that the technology you use is built with slavery in the...
What does it say about you that you are able to easily be indifferent to the suffering of a child for a week because of something that someone else did?
What does it say about you when you don't care that you're...
What does it say about you that you are able to be so casually indifferent about the suffering of a child because of the actions that someone else did?
Okay. Are you just going to keep asking the same question?
Until you answer it. You can answer it or we'll move on.
A bunch of times. It doesn't say anything because you don't have a viewpoint. You're an atheist.
What does it say about you that you are able to be so casually indifferent about the suffering of a child because of the actions of another person.
What does it say about an atheist who's part of...
Are you really not prepared to reflect about that at all? Because if I was in your position, that would worry me quite a lot. I'd be like self-reflecting right now and going, yeah, I see what you mean. It troubles me a bit. It's a bit hard. I'm struggling. I'm feeling the dissonance of needing to accept the authority of that judgment, but I'm feeling the compassion and the empathy for the child and for the bereaved parents. I haven't heard that from you.
Once again, where does an atheist get compassion?
Can't do it, can you? Can't self-reflect at all. And this is why religion breaks people. Takes normal people and turns them into kind of moral monsters in a way, because listen to his indifference. I haven't heard a word from him about the tension here. Not a word. Not even a reflection. Not even like, yeah, I see what you mean, that's a bit hard to read. Nothing like that at all. Totally fine with it. He's totally fine. It not just that, like, God didn't even snap his fingers and just make the child disappear. He put him through a painful death for a week. And this guy's totally fine with it. I'm going to give you one more chance to reflect on this.
Okay, but what do you want me to say?
I want you to give me an honest answer about what you think it says about you that you're able to be so casual about the death of a child. That's a genuine question. I'm not asking this to be nasty.
Can I give you an answer without being cut off and muted?
If it's an answer to the question,
and I will give you an answer, but then I want to ask something, because I'm not the only one being interrogated, right? So I will give you an answer.
Okay.
I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. So are you. Okay. Now explain to me.
Hang on, that wasn't an answer to the question I asked. Hang on a second.
What is that?
You said you were going to answer the question.
I'm bad. We're all bad.
I'm asking you to reflect on your own casual indifference to the suffering, not just stick a slogan on it.
I know that you're trying to play this thing like where you try to say, "Oh, you're a killer, I'm not," but honestly, you're an atheist. It doesn't matter.
It's unbelievable to me.
No, like I already said, yes, I'm a sinner. It makes me bad that I'm casual about the thing according to you. Now,
so
why do you not care about that?
So it's a sin to approve of God's killing of innocents?
Why ought I care? No. Why ought I care?
I just think it's remarkable.
Why ought I? No. If you're an atheist from your worldview, why ought I care?
Because the well-being of others is not a trivial thing. Why ought I care about what your God says?
Why is the well-being not a trivial thing? Millions of people die. Animals kill each other. And
maybe I did answer, but so to you, so in your opinion, is it trivial, the well-being of others? Yes or no?
No, I'm a religious person. It's not, but I'm trying to show you why it's so ridiculous. That
wait. You said you're religious. Hold on. You said, so you don't consider it trivial either, right? If you stopped believing in God, would you consider the well-being of others to be trivial? Huh?
Is that you're saying if I didn't believe in God, it would be trivial?
Let's say you found out as a fact God didn't exist. Would you stop caring about the well-being of others? Yes or no?
I wouldn't be able to justify it. Like, so
that wasn't my question. If you stopped believing God exists, would you then consider the well-being of others to be a trivial matter? Yes or no?
No, but it would just be my preference.
Okay, great. So why are you asking me a question that you already know the answer to? Because I have empathy, and so to me it's not trivial, and to you it's not trivial. So to my question that you didn't ask earlier, why should I care what your God thinks about morality?
I already told you I have a grounding for my morality. When you asked me that question, I said
you don't. I think I've had enough of this. I think this guy's an absolute psychopath. To be that indifferent, I'm shocked. I know I asked him the question like 7 times, but to be able to listen to a story like that and be completely not give the slightest shit, and then reflect on it by just saying, "Yeah, I'm a sinner, and so is everyone else," that suggests to me a very broken human being. I'm really quite worried about this guy. I mean,
and what he unwittingly implied there is that him being A-OK with God committing atrocities is a sin. So what that says about him approving of God's atrocities, is that he's a sinner. The implication there, he didn't think that went through. He was just trying to give an ad hoc to get out of it.
He's still connected at the moment and muted. Chaps, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to keep speaking to this fellow, or are we done? You guys tell me. I'm looking for the kick.
We've got one crying
Bring
face.
him back. Yeah. I've got, like, I think there's only so much this can go.
I got you.
Yeah. I think we're done. I don't think we need this kind of you're toxic. Dude, go and see a therapist. It's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. Absolutely disgusting. Get a story about somebody killing a baby and he just doesn't care. Not a shred of self-reflection about that. Not a shred. This is why I do this. People like him are why I do this. This is what religion does to people. There was a time in that guy's life when he wasn't a psychopath. There was a time in that guy's life when he was just a child and he hadn't been infected with this horrible, horrible doctrine of saying people are sinners and babies can be killed by God's righteous judgment, and that's good, it's beautiful. This is what happens to people. This is what this does to people, folks. It takes normal people and it makes them into moral monsters. Horrible. Okay, we've got some chats coming in. Philo, thanks, my friend. When your spiritual leaders tell you to question all doctrines except theirs, you're in a cult. 100%. Couldn't agree more. And Gordon again. Thank you, Gordon, for the question and the donation. I asked my wife if she had let the dog out. She replied that she couldn't remember. I told her that argument was unconvincing and therefore I didn't believe her. She told me to go to hell. Oh, that's brilliant. And then Drew again. Thanks, Drew. Having a grounding for one's morality in a book of fiction is a very scary thing. Hell yeah. It's grim. And this idea, this confidence that they say it's grounded. Oh, my morality is grounded. And the word is like, it implies it's like resting on something solid. Think about what you're resting it on. It's not something solid. That grounding, it's like, it's a 2,000-year-old book of blood sacrifice magic. It's grim, horrible. I think we're all slightly worse off for having witnessed that conversation, but it's still going to get clipped and put on YouTube tomorrow. There we are. Sorry, Sean, for inflicting that on you, my friend.
No, it was all good. I was fine taking it the philosophical route. His syllogism was blatantly circular, and I actually had a syllogism by his own admission that would prove by his own belief system that it would be that it's subjective. But anyway, that for next time if he calls back.
Yeah, and I think when you've done 20 minutes on the philosophy, these conversations always tend to take the same kind of trajectory. Yeah. It's like once you've done 20 minutes on the philosophy, it starts to get boring, right? Talking about realism and subjectivism and emotivism and non-cognitivism and all of that stuff. Yeah. It starts to get boring, and that's when you have to get specific. So that's when we bring out an example and say, okay, well, you tell me about this. It's always the same. I say, it's fine. Totally fine. Okay. I mean, Adam is in YouTube is saying we should keep those calls shorter. I mean, we probably let the philosophy bit drag on a bit too long there, to be honest.
Gotcha.
We should get to the meat of it sooner, which is in favor of God killing babies. Yes, loves it. All good. Okay, we're going to calm down and we're going to head over to the TikTok side and bring in Shamrock, who we have definitely spoken to before. Welcome, Shamrock. Welcome back. We're trying to get you in. There we go. Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay. I just caught that conversation that you just had. I think, okay. Well, we've talked before, so obviously you know that I'm not going to agree that God's evil. I believe a lot of the problem is I really don't want to get on this too much, but the Protestant Reformation. I'm a Catholic. We don't get cornered into a situation where we just fall back and say, well, you prove your point with this guy, and then he would fall back and just say, well, hey, no, it's just okay. You know, it's okay. God killed them because he's God and whatever, and it just has to be good. I'm not going to argue that the events in the Bible that you call atrocities, and for all practical purposes, yes, there's some atrocious things. I believe that you don't or aren't looking at it in the proper light, that God, by his nature, has to go for the greater good, okay? And is driven by that. So let's take, for example, David's son, okay? If his son is not of the age of accountability, and his son dies and goes to an eternal heaven, right? And I know that you would argue that, you know, I can't prove that and all of that, but just according to the book, according to the Bible, and according to the belief that God is real, let's say that, then it would actually not be as tragic as you would think.
I wish you hadn't said that. He made the child suffer for a week first. It's killing a child, dude.
It's okay. I'm not justifying killing a child by our standards of, hey, yeah.
Kind of sounds a bit like children. You are.
No, we will find out. We will find out at the end that even hell is a mercy. That let's say you're in hell and you're going to be punished for, or you're going to receive an eternal reward for your deeds of whatever that is. If God, being outside of time, was able to know that you are never going to cooperate with the grace, and let's like if we see, it's, you know, it's tragic if anybody dies, but it's really tragic when you look at like a teenager or a child that was taken in a car accident. Say, and you know, we say, well, if God was good, if there was a God, then why did he let this happen? But let's say if God's on the outside of time and he knew that this child was never going to cooperate with the grace that was given to him, if he cut his life short to change what his eternity looked like, that would actually be a mercy. It would.
I mean, by that logic, let's kill all children to make sure we remove the possibility of them falling away from grace. Let's just, the moment they come out, when they're born in the delivery room, just chop their heads off.
Well, we can't do that.
Well, it sounds like it would be the moral thing to do.
No, we don't have the one. We don't have the authority, and two, if we don't have the authority, and we don't have the ability to see what that life would be like.
Shamrock, what you're suggesting is every child who dies a painful death of bone cancer or in starving to death or what have you, we're eventually going to grow up to be awful people. And that's a pretty awful way to kind of look at it, isn't it? I mean, do you really believe that?
I'm not going to argue that every child death and every child ailment and everything is due to you know, I'm not just going to say, hey, yeah, God's merciful and they were actually going to be, you know, Ted Bundy one day. I'm not going to argue that.
Right.
If I understood your argument before was that God killing the child may have saved the child from what God would have done to him if he hadn't made the right decisions in his life later.
What I'm saying is
that's even worse.
I'm just saying that's one possibility. Not for David's son. Listen, I'm saying that's a possibility when we look at the death of a child and we can't understand it.
Why doesn't God just make the decision not to fuck people over at any point? Don't kill the kids and then don't destroy them later.
He didn't. He's dealing with the fallen world that we live in.
The fallen world that he made.
So Shamrock,
he didn't make it fallen. He made a perfect world.
He made it fallen. Who decided for the world to be? Who decided the world had to be fallen? Who made the world fallen?
Adam made the world.
Adam transgressed, right? Adam made a boo-boo.
He did.
Adam and Eve had a forbidden fruit salad. God didn't have to make the world fallen in return for that. He could have punished Adam and Eve and made the world not be fallen. God chose the world to be fallen. That's on him.
No, well, okay. Here's the thing. Let's say your great grandfather was multi-millionaire or a billionaire, right? He becomes a drunkard, gambles all his money away. You today, you're not going to be punished for what he did, but you're going to suffer from what he did, because you don't have the right to go today to the companies that own the casino and say, hey,
the analogy fails, because in that example, my not having the money that would have come down to me through the generations is an unavoidable consequence of my great-grandfather having lost it. In the case of the fallen world, the punishment wasn't unavoidable. It was God's discretion. It was his choice. If God is sovereign, he could have punished Adam and Eve in any way he wanted. He could have given them a good old slap on the wrist for the naughty fruit and then not fucked everyone else over. That was his choice. He chose it. If you believe God is sovereign, the fallen world is 100% his choice. Could God have chosen a different punishment?
Yes.
So,
I will grant you that. Yes, he could.
So he chose this one. So it's his fault that the world is fallen.
But I will still argue that even though we may not understand it now, that in him choosing this, it was done out of the greater good. It was the
How can it be?
Greatest good. That's what he does.
You can't make that argument seriously. You're saying that it's good that the world is fallen, that it's a fantastic thing that all of these things that all of these things are happening. Because if God wanted it to be a different way, it could have been.
But you're looking at it only from your perspective and what you're dealing with.
I'm looking at it purely from the perspective of assuming that God is sovereign.
Yes.
Right. And so if he's sovereign, then the current state of the world must be because he wants it that way.
Is God power? Whatever the greater good happens to be, Shamrock. Whatever the greater good happens to be, is God powerful enough to achieve that greater good without making a fallen world with all this suffering?
I will say, if he's going for the greater good, I will say actually no.
So God is not all powerful.
Nope, because it comes down to that question, the philosophical question of could God create a rock that is too heavy for himself?
That's logical.
That's not a paradox.
That's just logical.
Yeah, it's not a logical contradiction. Whatever his greater good is, if he's all powerful, there's no greater good he cannot achieve without suffering. By definition, if God is all powerful, there's no such thing as unnecessary suffering, because necessary implies not having the power to achieve a greater good without the suffering.
I think you meant necessary suffering, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm going to argue, is that the suffering is not unnecessary.
So that's a very limited God you've got there. And the thing is, if he's all-knowing, then he also knows that people are being born specifically to be sent to hell, because they're being born into this fallen world that he's created. And he knows what's going to happen to those people. And so people are being created for the purpose of being sent to hell. That pretty much proves the point up here, doesn't it?
Well, they're
Starmark,
not created for that purpose.
could God have created a version of Adam and Eve who have free will but would not have chosen to eat from the apple or the fruit or what have you?
That had free will?
Yeah. I'll give you an example. We both, this is going to sound silly, but there's a point. We both agree that I assume that neither Adam nor Eve ever sang the song "I'm a Little Teacup," right?
True.
Okay, so he was powerful enough to create a version of them who have free will and would never sing "I'm a Little Teacup." It logically follows that he was powerful enough to create a version of them that have free will and wouldn't eat of the fruit, right?
I don't know if I don't know if I can take that step or not.
Where does the logic fail?
Well, by them having free will, then it was, yes, then anything was possible. It was possible for them to eat the fruit. We're just wait a minute. We're in the analogy here, or they've never sang the song "I'm a Little Teapot,"
Right.
but it's not that it wasn't possible for them to one day sing this.
Well, he knows the outcome. Like like someone could have a child and that child, never does, like, robs a bank. Another child does rob a bank.
Right.
Yeah. If you just choose to make this child instead of that child, then none of your children ever rob a bank. So if he can create a version of them that would never eat, or excuse me, that would never sing "I'm a Little Teacup," he can create a version of them who will never eat the apple or scratch their nose or whatever it happens to be, right?
Here's another one that might help. So
possibly.
you know
I
how okay, here's an analogy that might help. So you know how animals have instincts, right? So there's a reason why we never eat our own young, right? We don't do it. It's almost unheard of for us to eat our own young, and that's pretty much across much of the animal kingdom. There might be exceptions to this. I'm sure there probably are some.
Yes.
But largely speaking, parents don't consume their own young. That doesn't represent a significant constraining of their free will. It's just that they have instincts not to do certain things, right? A bit like cats don't like to eat where they poop, and they don't eat their own young and stuff like that. So God could have engineered people such that we had complete free will, but we just had instincts not to do the sort of sinful things, right? We could just have had that our free will would have operated within a sort of set of behaviors that our instincts kept us in the straight and narrow, in the same way that we don't eat our own children, right? Could have done that,
right?
And he would have known how to. He could have put Adam and Eve in the garden such that they were averse to fruit, not interested in fruit, no taste for it. Taste buds different, didn't like the smell, not into it. He knew what he was doing. The whole thing was a complete setup. He knew it was going to happen. He knew all the suffering that was going to be imposed by him as a result of them being tricked by the serpent that he put there, or allowed there at a minimum. The whole thing is a ridiculous story. The moral logic of this is ludicrous. And then the idea that we would then use this story as a kind of pivot to morally justify other suffering, so because of this crazy scheme that happened, we can now explain the commandment to slay Amalekite children, or we can now explain tsunamis that kill a certain number of people, or the 300,000 children who die every year from malaria, or things like that, all explained away by the silly story of the fruit and the serpent and the whatever. I mean, we've spoken a couple of times before, Shamrock, and you're a nice guy, but it's remarkable to me that anyone can sit okay with that. Like, it's so broken. This whole setup is so broken morally in so many ways. The morality of the first story is broken, and the morality of how the first story is leveraged to fix the morality of other things is broken.
Well, I'll say that, the world's broken, but the morality is, I believe, is not. This is the thing. If you're standing in your front yard with a child that's 2-3 years old, and you're the parent, and you told this child to not run in the street. Now, if they take off and they end up in the middle of the street, your authority over that child it's granted to you for two things: to provide and protect. That's what authority is for. I know the whole men and women thing in this age, that when God says that a man has authority over his wife, that authority's not, hey, make me a sandwich. That authority is there he has the duty to provide and protect anyone under his authority. Now, if the child runs to the middle of the street, you don't lose your authority over them. You still have authority over them. But what they lose is the benefits of that authority. They now have lost they stepped out from under your authority, disobeyed you, and went to the middle of the street. Although you have the authority to protect them now, but they're in danger of being hit by a car. So they've lost that protection.
This is a terrible analogy.
No, it's absolutely.
Because the parent in that situation isn't omnipotent and all-knowing. That's why the analogy crumbles to dust the moment you think about it for 1 second. It's not analogous. Here you've got a God who is all-knowing. Let's put God in your situation, right? Let's imagine it's not you standing with a 2 or 3-year-old child. It's an all-powerful God who knows where every car in the world is at every moment, and who can put himself wherever he needs to be and protect anyone he needs to protect. If a God like that is charged with protecting a child who then runs into the street, then we can deduce that it's in accordance with God's will that a car hits the child, and that's on God. We call that neglect, right? We send people to prison for negligent homicide where they allow things like that to happen. That's not a good analogy. You don't want to be making that one. It's bad.
No, I would. That's the gift. That's the gift of free will. That's the thing. Is you can't truly love someone, or you can't truly say that someone loves you if they're not given free will.
They can still have free will, and you can still an all-powerful God could bestow free will and still be a protective, custodian of his creation, and look after their interests, not set them up for a fall by putting a serpent in the garden who he knew would trick them. You've got to be able to see this. I mean, ask yourself some simple questions. Did God know the serpent was in the garden?
Absolutely.
Did he know what was going to happen?
He knew their choice. Yes, he knew their choice.
Right. So he basically set this up.
He knew that you and I would be talking about it today, yes.
So all of this suffering, all of this sickness, all of these tsunamis, all of these dead children from malaria, all of this suffering is all orchestrated by him. And then you wonder why I say he's evil. Because whatever condition he might be doing this in order to achieve, as Sean said earlier, could be achieved without all that suffering. Such a massive amount of suffering.
I will grant you that it is, and that it's horrific, and that it pains me. That's the thing. I'm not going to be so blasé about it like your previous caller that, hey, yeah, God, no big deal. It's a tremendous big deal. It really is. But the way I'll answer is when when the Pharisees tried to entrap Christ, right, when they said, Moses let husbands write a writ of divorce with their wives, right? And they knew, all right, well, we've got him. If he answers either way he answers is going to be wrong. And it's exactly what Christ said. Was he allowed Moses to do that because out of the hardness of your hearts, he knew that, hey, if Moses doesn't allow them to divorce because of their fallen nature, what they're going to do is they're going to murder their wives. You just want to get rid of your wife, you just kill her. So, but he said, but in the beginning, this was not so. So it was not my Father's plan. It was not God's plan to do this, but he made a way out of the greater good. The greater good was to save women's wives, so he allowed it to happen.
I feel bad interrupting you again, but again, these arguments collapse because of the omnipotence of the God. If you, unless you're telling me that you believe in a God with very limited powers, who's pretty inept, these arguments all collapse because every bad occurrence must just be something that he wanted, could have chosen otherwise, and didn't, including the fall.
I can break it down simply. God. So if God is all knowing and all powerful, when he made the world, he could have made the world and Adam and Eve, everything exactly the way he wanted in any way, like the sky is the limit. There are no limits. He's all powerful and he's all knowing. He knows how every event is going to play out. This world, as fallen as it is, with as much suffering as it is, was what the version he actually chose. This is what he chose. Every time a child gets sick with leukemia, every time a tsunami wipes out hundreds of thousands or 100 some odd thousand or whatever, it's what this is the world he chose. Was this the best he could do?
Yeah.
There again, in the words of Christ, that in the beginning it wasn't so. This is not the world. It's not the world he created. This was not what he wanted.
I'm feeling his omnipotence crumble again.
Yeah.
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place because you have to either sacrifice his omnipotence or his integrity and decency. And every time you put fingers in the hole to plug a leak on one of them, a leak springs up in another.
Okay. All right. Yes, I won't sacrifice his omnipotence by any means. But what I will say is, because of the horror of suffering, people have a hard time understanding it. But because of the attributes of God and goodness being one of his, but also justice being one of his, is that he will always go for the greater good, even though we can't understand it, even though we cannot understand suffering. But
if he will always go, if he will always go for the greater good, that means this world, with all the crap going on, all the people suffering in the Middle East, everything, was the greatest good he could possibly create.
Yeah.
The Palestinians, like, oh my gosh, what they're going through over there. This is the greatest good.
Terrible.
Yeah, this is the best he could do. Like the most perfect best he could do.
I feel like we're going round in circles because what's happening is we're repeating the same cycle of demonstrating something horrible, you saying there's some reason for it, us saying that reason implies a limitation in his power, and then you providing a justification for why he had to do that thing, and then we just go round and round and round. So maybe we need to get off the roundabout, but thanks for calling in.
And that's
Shamrock.
fine.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. I'll talk to you next time.
All right. Take it
Yeah,
in.
come back. We appreciate you. You're a good and honest interlocutor, and we appreciate
Yeah,
you.
absolutely, and I enjoy every time I talk to you guys. I just, you're right. We were going around in circles, and I guess I can't find a way to articulate exactly what I'm saying. I would just say that he uses the suffering. He uses what was left after
bad.
the fall.
That makes it worse.
But well, it's just sometimes we don't understand it. We don't understand it, but he'll use
Mysterious
that
ways.
for a greater good.
Is that on the thing?
No, we took it off for something else.
Okay.
Yeah, we nearly got there. Thanks, Shamrock.
Was about our ways not being his.
No, we've got on the bingo. We did have mysterious. God has mysterious ways on the bingo, but we took it off to put Philbro Babylon instead. So yeah, you're spared. You're spared the bingo.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Shamrock.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, man.
All
Take
right,
care.
Shamrock.
All right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. I mean, I profoundly disagree with everything he was saying, but he was so much less of a psychopath than the chap before. I'm still reeling from that guy.
Yeah. You know, here's the thing. He honestly, I could see him struggling with it, and actually trying to come up with answers, like honest answers that he actually believed, instead of just trying to joust, like, you know.
Yeah.
So respect for that, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting props for my turtleneck. Skeptic, it is really comfortable, actually. It's very pleasant, very nice.
I haven't worn a turtleneck in the 90s, I think.
Well, there you
Not
go.
to make fun of your attire. I think you look sharp.
I'm either really, really behind the curve or really ahead of the next one. Who knows?
That's right. That's right. Things do
okay.
make a comeback. Go ahead.
Everything always does, right? Let's get just some guy in, and then we've got Bobby and Baku is also still in the. Oops, I think I hit the wrong one. Sorry, Jason. Request up again. I hit the wrong box.
Oh, you kicked Jason.
I kicked Jason by mistake. Not something I would ever want to do. Hey, how you doing?
I'm well. It's quite all right. Kick me as you want. I just wanted to say that honestly, Shamrock is actually a good guest.
He is,
because he's an honest interlocutor. He's trying.
He is,
and
yeah,
I don't think he has a well fleshed out framework, and I disagree with him on his points, but at least he's attempting.
Yeah.
But I did want to pop in to say something that I think I've been struggling to reconcile how we can prove God, and I think that by combining the idea of divine hiddenness and the idea that of fine tuning, we can finally prove God.
Do you?
Because
say that again. Sorry,
so
Justin.
the divine hiddenness and fine tuning. I think we finally have a proof for God.
Go on.
Oh, great. Let's hear it.
And this is, I mean this in the most Douglas Adams way possible. Divine hiddenness says that without that the existence of God depends on faith. We have to have faith, because without faith, God is nothing. And fine-tuning says that God must exist, because everything is so perfectly tuned that there must be a God. There's no other way. And if you get somebody to agree to both of those, then you can get them to agree that there has to be a God, and then by fine-tuning, and then by divine hiddenness, there can't be a God. So it's like the Babelfish argument.
Are you saying it's like a paradox?
Yeah, absolutely. If you get them to agree to both of those premises, they've proven the non-existence of God.
Oh,
much
you're
the
saying
same
the
way.
non-existence of God. Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you
Yes.
said
Well, no,
proving God.
no,
I thought
no.
you'd said
It
prove the
proves God, and
existence
then
too.
it
I thought you were
disproves it.
just being. I thought you were just being ironic. Okay, run the
I am
argument
being
again, because
ironic.
I wasn't quite
Yeah.
tracking.
I think you're saying divine hiddenness proves he doesn't exist, and if you can try to get someone to accept, fine tuning shows he does exist. So he's like
Yeah. So,
Schrodinger's God. He exists and doesn't exist simultaneously.
yeah. So divine hiddenness posits that without faith, God can't exist. So we have to have faith in order for God to exist, much like the Babelfish. And if you get someone to accept that divine hiddenness is true and that fine tuning is true, then you can get them to go from God needs to have faith, and with proof, and that proof denies faith, and therefore, if you have proof God doesn't exist.
Oh,
And if they
I get
accept
what you.
fine tuning,
Yeah.
then fine tuning proves God, and divine hiddenness says that if you prove God, then God doesn't exist, so God doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's the Babelfish argument. So I just wanted to pop in and say that.
Oh, you know what?
It's
That's
been
like
something I've been struggling with.
I'm gonna throw that, and I'm gonna type it all out as wordy as I can, and practice like throwing that out
super fast.
Yeah, super fast.
Yeah.
And then do a little fake laugh in there when they ask me to clarify terms, and
Oh, you have to do the fake laugh.
the Phil bro, the Phil bro.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
Exactly.
Thanks,
so that's all I
Jason.
wanted to come up and say.
All right,
I love
buddy.
you guys.
Cheers, man.
Thanks for entertaining me.
Always. Take care, buddy. Thanks. Okay, we are going to bring in Malachi from the YouTube side. Bring him right now. Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Hi, Malachi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm.
Oops, coming to the YouTube side.
Your claim was that God is evil, right?
Yes, he is evil.
And you're talking about the Christian God, Yahweh?
Yeah.
What's your moral foundation for calling something evil?
Unnecessary, avoidable, easily avoidable suffering.
Okay. And what's wrong with unnecessary suffering?
I think if you have to ask that question, you probably have bigger problems than how to get through this discussion on this live. If you really don't know the answer to that question, if you're open to the possibility that avoidable large-scale suffering
is.
If you think it might be good, then that's a problem.
But I'm just wondering,
isn't it self-evident?
The foundation, like let's just say something doesn't cause suffering. Would you say it's wrong?
Say that again. Sorry, I lost you.
So, like, let's say God is doing something for, because He can see past, present, and future, right?
Yep.
How are we to judge moral actions that He does if He is capable?
Is God all powerful?
If He gives us life,
is God all powerful?
Yeah, I would say so. Yes.
So any future state of the world that God is trying to achieve via the suffering could also be achieved without the suffering, right?
Not if free will exists.
Why? You're placing a huge limitation on your God.
Well, He puts that limitation on Himself.
I mean, what's free will got to do with dinosaurs, for example, who got bone cancer? Right, we know that dinosaurs had bone cancer, right? We found it in the fossil record. There were dinosaurs that suffered with bone cancer. How does free will play into that?
Well, I think dinosaurs were around during humans, so I know.
Well, that's ludicrous, but that's ludicrous. But even if that were the case,
sure.
Why should animals suffer from disease because of free will?
Well, after the fall of man, right, in Genesis, we see that the world becomes broken and fallen, and so things like cancer, it's a deterioration from God's original design.
Who made the world broken and fallen?
Men did.
Who imposed the penalty for what Adam and Eve did?
God did.
Did he have a choice, or was he forced by? Did he have to follow some rules to make?
He did it willingly.
Right. So God chose the world to be fallen, right? God chose the collective punishment for billions of people because someone ate a piece of fruit. What does that say about him?
Well, I think the fruit represents. I'm not sure how I stand on Genesis because I think it's more metaphorical, but when it comes to things like the fall of man, I think it does have to do with the men wanting to do their own thing and kind of, you know, separate themselves from God's original design. And I think him putting the fruit in the garden was him respecting men's choice to do that.
Well, that may be true, but however you slice it, no pun intended, the consequences of that transgression were decided by God. So if we live in a fallen world now, it's because it's God's will that we live in a fallen world now. He didn't have to make it that way.
Mm-hmm.
He could have slapped Adam and Eve on the wrist, metaphorically or literally, and then we could not live in a fallen world and we wouldn't have to have children's cancer wards. He wants it that way. He's chosen it to be that way. So he's a dick.
Okay. Okay, so when you say, sorry, I'm kind of sick, so my brain is
It's all right.
I just lost my thought.
Okay, I was saying that the punishment for sin was at God's discretion. He could have chosen anything. He could have done anything. He could have given Adam and Eve a slap on the wrist and then got on with it. But instead, he decided on collective punishment for billions of people because of that transgression. And I think that's a really shitty move of him to have done, because it means that many, many, many millions of innocent people and animals were now have to suffer just because of his choice.
Okay, so I believe, so according to Christian theology, I believe that God is all just and all loving. So the all loving part requires free will. It requires free will for us to love him back freely. But when it comes to the all just part, there has to be repercussions for the bad things that we do. And when it comes to suffering, I used to look at suffering through the human perspective, but then when you realize that God ultimately will end all of suffering for eternity, I kind of have a different viewpoint on that now. But obviously what you're saying, I can definitely see where you're coming from.
When you say all just, don't you think that justice, because in a way I like talking about justice, because in my mind, justice is a little bit less subjective in the way we think about it than morality. So we'll just deal with this. TikTok police. It's going to be that. So to me, justice is a little bit more sort of measurable in a way. So like we can say, would you agree that justice involves things like only punishing the person who does the crime for a crime?
Not necessarily.
How could it? What does justice mean if you do a crime and then I punish someone else? Is that justice?
Well, I would agree with that slightly, but I also think that when it comes to free will, I do think it's justice for only the person that does the crime to get punished. Obviously, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to free will, I think it comes to your choices do have an effect on other people, and we see that especially in the book of Matthew.
Well, that might be the case, but quite often that effect is there because God's decided to not be just. So, for example, like if you sound quite young. So are you married or do you have a partner?
No, I'm a junior in high school.
Can I just check how old you are?
Yeah, 17.
Unfortunately, I gotta let you go, dude. We're 18 and over. So thank you for being honest, but can't speak to you, I'm afraid. Against the rules.
Okay.
But thank you, and call us back.
I'll come back in a year.
Come back when you're 18, and we'll have this discussion. I should have asked, but yeah, thanks, man. Okay, that's a shame.
Have a good day.
Sure.
And don't forget to cut that clip out when you post the live stream on with him on it.
I can't. It just goes up on the whole thing goes up, but that's okay.
Okay.
We did the right thing. That's a shame. Yeah, probably good that I didn't get into the raping of David's wives with that young chap. Okay, well, let's bring in Bobby and then see how we are going.
YouTube side or TikTok?
Sorry, yeah, TikTok.
Hello.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey. Okay, so as usual, I will start with a joke about God being evil.
Excellent.
Anytime anyone tells me that they're going to pray for me, I say, please, please, please don't. I don't want to call attention to myself.
Good, very good. The dad jokes are here in abundance, folks. We can count on Bobby for those.
Thank you very much. So related to some of the callers that you've had coming in, I was reminded of the historian Dan Carlin mentioning in college, when he was going into college at the time, there was a lot of trending of papers about how the Mongolian invasions of China were a net positive for the Chinese Empire.
Right.
Because while the Mongolians killed literally millions and millions of Chinese and destabilized the empire, hundreds of years later, the Chinese Empire came back stronger. And what he related it to is no one would ever try that thesis about the Holocaust, that the Holocaust was a net positive for the Jewish people.
Yeah.
And I think one big reason is that we are too closely connected to that event as opposed to the Mongolian conquest.
Right.
And it occurs to me, and this is kind of where my question comes in, that evangelical Christianity kind of requires you to detach yourself from humanity, like the last caller was saying he was doing. And now I'm looking up I have the 5 features of fundamentalism right here in front of me, and I don't see a difference between fundamentalism and evangelical Christianity looking at this list. And I just wanted to get your thoughts. Is there a difference? You and Sean, what would you say?
I would say fundamentalism is taking an extreme interpretation of a thing. At least how I could look up like the dictionary definition, but how I take it, there are fundamentalist Christians, but there are also non-fundamentalist Christians. Same thing with Islam. I think anything that when taken to its most literal sense leads to bad outcomes, we tend to call that fundamentalism. Like, what would it mean? And I'm stealing this from Sam Harris. What would it mean to be a fundamentalist Jain? My understanding is it's like not even hurting bugs. Well, you're not going to really. No one would refer to somebody extreme in their Jainism as a fundamentalist, or it's not normally used in that context.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if taking a particular religious doctrine to its most literal sense leads to bad outcomes, they call that fundamentalism.
Yeah, which is why I would say that evangelical Christianity and
Yeah.
Christian fundamentalism are the same thing, which would be, I think, my thesis. What I'm asking is, what do you guys think? Do you think these are both the same thing?
Yeah, I think there is definitely something fundamentalist about that particular brand of very hardcore evangelical. I mean, the fact that we get people in here, and we've had a couple this evening, just totally unmoved by these horrific things, stories of murdered kids and mass, 70,000 Israelites and all of this stuff. Totally fine with it. That to me is, that's ISIS. That is ISIS. I don't think there's a particular difference there.
That's in my list here. That's number 3, apocalypticism, an obsession with the ultimate ends for society and humanity. First, the desire to witness or bring about the demise of the present form of existence, and second, the desire to participate in the new beginning.
Yeah. That is that millenarianism. I mean, just that whole idea of like wishing life away because it's just, this inconvenient bit to get through before the real thing starts. And it's so debasing of human value and human time. I really think it's horrible. And the thing I was alluding to was more than that was the sort of the indifference to the suffering. Like just to be so casual about it. That guy who was in before, you give him a story of a baby executed with 7 days of illness for the transgression of the baby's father, I think it just takes a certain type of mindset to get to the point of being so uncaring about that. That is fundamentalism, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. In the list here, that would be dualistic thinking. Number one. You're either good or bad, right or wrong, with us or against us. Little room for nuance.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Eve of Millau will get you in just a moment. Thank you for being patient in the queue.
Oh,
yeah,
you can let it in now unless you have.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll move on, Bobby. But thanks for the insight there. I think that's interesting. And I think these, I think we should be talking about fundamentalism because that's what this is. And I'm not saying that all believers are like this. You know, we have people who come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Some people come in with a gentler theology. Some people, you know, don't agree with all of this stuff. But there's a particular type. We recognize them quickly when they come in. They have a certain thing about them. And I think for me, the marker is the indifference to suffering. It doesn't even throw them off. Doesn't give them pause. At least what we can say, you know, for when Shamrock was in, you could feel that he was feeling the tension of the argument.
Yeah,
you could
the
feel it. You know,
was happening.
Yeah, the dissonance was there, and that's to his credit. Whereas, you know, some of our other friends this evening have been worryingly sanguine about the pool of human suffering. Terrible to see it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bobby, great to see you, my friend. Thanks for popping in.
Good to see you guys too. Thanks.
Take care. Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Yep.
You always count on Bobby for the dad jokes. He brings them.
That's right.
Every time. Okay, bringing in Eve of Millau. I hope I'm saying that right. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
It's good.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. You want to hear a dad joke?
Sure.
Or you want to
Sure.
Okay. Right. What do you call a tree? Okay. What do you call a tree in a palm?
A tree
in a what?
A tree in a palm.
In a palm?
Yeah.
Palm tree?
A palm tree. Yeah. You got
Sorry.
it. Nah, bro. You're
That's all right. I'm
Okay.
not a dad yet, but I can throw the dad jokes.
What do you got? What have you got?
All right. So the premise, like God is evil, presupposes like two things. First, the evil exists.
Yeah.
The morality exists.
Yeah.
What? You need to provide the evidence for it. According to the naturalistic world.
Yeah.
We
understand.
If I said the Mona Lisa is beautiful, is that presupposing that beauty exists?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So in the same way we think the Mona Lisa is beautiful, or perhaps Sean doesn't, we consider the God of the Bible or the Quran to be evil.
Yeah, you're presupposing that the notion of morality, the notion of good and bad exists within the conceivable existing physical tangible universe.
We're actually really not. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. So we actually are arguing against the idea that these moral things have some sort of transcendent existence. We don't believe that at all. I think. Yeah, I mean, this risks being a repeat of a conversation we had an hour ago. But basically, what we're just saying is, we think he sucks.
Yeah, according to what?
According to my opinion.
Oh, so this is going to be like. Okay, get me right. It's going to be like an opinion that is based on a conceptual perception of a thing, and reality is neither sucks or nothing. It's basically just a thing. It doesn't. It's not neither good or neither bad, right?
I'll explain it. John and I both care about the well-being of others and avoiding harming others. And if people harm others unnecessarily, then we consider that bad. If somebody helps the well-being of others, we consider that good.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, you're presupposing that goodness exists, that something to be something to be exists.
No, I'm not presupposing that.
Yeah,
I just genuinely hold on. I just genuinely care about the well-being of others. Okay. Morality.
I believe that according to the naturalistic world, according to science, you, for example, raping someone and you not raping someone is going to be both of them an adoption of the same evolutionary process.
Of course
Meaning
it's not.
your
That's
your
nonsense.
action, it is, because both of
Evolution
them are
has
the
shaped.
products of evolution.
Evolution has shaped human brains for empathy,
You don't need to mute me.
cooperation. Okay, just for
Yeah.
a moment. For empathy, cooperation, altruism. These are all adaptive traits. These are all things that evolution has shaped
Yeah,
our brains for.
same as grape. Same as grape. Both of
It
them
hasn't.
are
It
adoption of the same
it
evolutionary
actually
process.
hasn't. Which is why.
Are you saying that grapists are not humans? Are not?
You gotta let him finish.
I'm not saying that they're not humans. I'm saying that our tendency towards cooperation and empathy plays out more often, and it sort of dominates the number of people, or the people who are inclined towards rape. That's not.
Well,
that's,
historically,
they're outliers.
that's wrong, because a lot of people got raped.
They did.
Through the history.
They did. But
Are you thinking that Homo sapien
Yeah.
was asking for consent from another Homo
Right.
sapien?
Okay.
No. So the grape is an adoption of the same evolution process of you not
there may
choosing
have
to
been.
grape.
Slow down a moment. That may have been the case, but now we have shifting moral norms, right? And now our tendency
you're
and
presupposing the
our
morality exists.
desire to avoid the suffering of others
Yeah.
inclines us away from non-consensual behavior of that sort. So we can explain that evolutionarily, and it's completely fine. You don't need to say it doesn't
The more times you repeat that doesn't make it true. Neither John and I, neither John nor I think that evil or good exists as an ontology. Exists as an ontology. It's a moral assessment that we make based on our moral compass. Our preferred moral compass is the well-being of others.
Okay, perfect. This is the moral compass of yours. Does it only exist within your conceptual mind?
Yes.
Okay, so graping is only bad in your mind. Just like Santa existing.
Yeah, is it
only
bad in your
right?
mind? Is it bad in your mind?
Okay. I don't believe I have a mind.
You don't believe you have a mind?
No, I have a brain, not a mind. Do you know the distinction between the both?
I do know the distinction, but you're saying.
So according to science, there's no mind. Mind doesn't exist.
Okay, I don't agree with you on that.
Show me the opposite of the claim. I could justify my claim.
Can't.
But
okay.
No, you're doing.
I'm not gonna go down. I'm not gonna go down.
If you want to argue that you don't have a mind, if you want to argue that you don't have a mind at this point, I'm not going to argue.
According to science, I don't have a mind. No.
I would be inclined to agree.
All right, perfect. So according to the conceptual mind of yours, right? Graping is only bad in your mind. Just like someone believes that Santa exists, but it only exists in his mind. So in reality, grape is not bad, right?
Okay, so you just acknowledged that we have minds. Do we have minds?
No, I'm doing an internal critique. I'm presupposing that you have a mind. According to, I'm doing an internal critique of your paradigm.
Okay, I'm gonna break it. Hold on, stop posturing. We're trying to have a back and forth conversation here.
Sure.
Okay, so John and I's position is that all of our moral assessments, including yours, and you can disagree, but including yours, everybody. You don't have morality?
I don't believe in morality existing. No.
Oh, okay. So, do you believe beauty exists, or is this like bong rip philosophy?
No. I believe in hardcore scientism. I believe in the naturalistic understanding of the world. According to science, can you prove to me that morality exists beside within your mind?
It doesn't.
Doesn't exist according to science.
No. It's a.
This is silly.
Jesus.
I think this is silly.
Yeah.
I think this is silly. I don't think we're likely because we're talking about the conversation here. The conversation here is about God is evil, right? And we're talking here about the idea that we can make a claim about what we think about the behavior of an individual. And you're basically saying, no, you can't. That's just silly.
No, you can't. According to science, you cannot say either
you know what?
bad exists or
you know
good
what?
exists.
Watch me. I can, I do, I will, I have. QED.
Yeah.
Moving on. Let's have Toma from the TikTok queue.
Hello.
Hey, Toma.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
How's it going?
God, sorry. God exists because good things are happening.
God exists because good things are happening. Could good things and bad things both
Yes.
happen without a God?
What?
Okay, just suppose no God exists. Are you saying no good things would ever happen if no God existed?
Oh, no. God exists because good things are happening.
How does that follow? Good things are happening, therefore God exists. Please
Yes.
draw the logical
Yes.
dots.
Yes. And God exists because God is only a concept, like time. Time, it is a concept. We can hear it, you can feel it, we can't smell it, we can see it, we can
We
touch
can.
it, but we can't. Time,
Okay.
you can.
I'm not gonna
can.
nerd out on that, but we can measure it, and it's relative. But
You can measure it. Time.
okay.
When you're looking at the clock, you don't see the time. Time is 4 dimension. You don't see the time.
Did you
When you're
put
looking
weird
at
on the card,
10
John?
o'clock. No. Time you can touching time.
I forgot to, Sean.
Only a concept.
Okay.
Just like God. God is only a concept.
Okay,
everything is a
is
concept.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, he said just a concept. In fairness, the same with Spider-Man.
You can.
He doesn't exist in reality.
Spider-Man is all. You combine a sweet and man in your imagination, but God, you never see. You never see the God. You never hear the God. You never touch God. You never hear the God. You never smell God. You never taste God. But you can feel it.
Okay, but he only exists as a concept.
You never. Only like time. You see the time. You feel the time. Time is 4 dimension. Yes.
Okay.
You agree?
Where are you going? Where are you trying to get to with this?
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say.
Please.
Can you explain how this relates to our claim that God is evil?
God is only a conception. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is a Big Bang theory, yes? The primordial moment of the universe, yeah?
That was a big shift.
Everything we know. Sorry.
My sense is this may not be a productive conversation.
Moment of the universe.
Yeah. We're a bit too broad here, I'm afraid.
Why?
Because we're trying to talk about a particular idea. We're talking about the morality of the God of the Bible. Is essentially
God exists because God exists because our imagination.
Do leprechauns exist?
If that's the claim, if that's the claim, then I would agree. God exists in our imagination. That's fine. So we'll move on from that. God exists in our imagination. I couldn't agree more. That is the only place that he does that. Let's have some super chats. So Tracy said, a turtleneck look is top tier. Oh, thank you. I wish I could pull it off, but I'd be sitting there fighting for my life the whole time. Puffing for the dragon.
For the dragon.
I'm loving the Puff the Magic Dragon thing. I used to make the Puff the Magic Dragon argument. In the olden days on Twitter, I used to be on Twitter a lot debating.
Okay.
And I had a little avatar of Puff the Magic Dragon. I would bring it into all the discussions. But I'm a bit gutted because Justin's got Doug. And I feel if I start running Puff the Magic Dragon now, everyone's going to think I've ripped off Doug from Justin. So I'm a bit hesitant to lean into it as much as I otherwise would.
What does Puff the Magic Dragon have to do with Doug?
Well, it's the idea. I always used to use it as a counter to people's God claims. So they would start with Yahweh wants this and that. And I would say Puff the Magic Dragon, his fiery breath, they have the evidence of it in the sun, and he's going to punish you if you don't, I had this whole kind of theology built up around Puff the Magic Dragon. And then I was devastated to see, of course, that our good friend Justin has beat me to it at scale with Doug and Sharon.
I think you're just gonna have to own it. It's kind of like leprechauns is stuck with me. You got Puff the Magic Dragon. That's sort of it's coming up a lot now.
It does come up, yeah. And I love you, Tracy, for bringing it up. Thank you. And Sloshy Whale 91 is back again. Thank you for the donation. And says, Jesus, why do you need a table for 26? I thought you said 13. We're all going to sit on the same side for the painting. I love that. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Yes, Sloshy brings it. Definitely, as well. We've got good people around in this thing. Very, very good. Okay, well, this is where we're at. I wonder...
We got Toma in the queue.
Yeah.
Is that the one we just had up?
It is. I'm not convinced.
And he came back?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Yeah, so I'm not sure what we do now. No one is in the queue right now, but let's bring Baku in. Let's speak to Baku for a bit. You're back up, dude.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's good to talk to you again.
Yeah. Have you
I
got
only have
any more?
I had one left.
Okay. Give us your
go
one.
for it.
But if you still have no one in the queue, I'm sure I can.
Two just popped in the queue.
Well, we've got Tracy.
Wow.
Back. Tracy's in the queue, but we'll get Tracy in after we speak to you.
Okay.
My question is, if a being has the power... This is for your prompt, by the way. So, yeah. If a being has the power to prevent extreme suffering without sacrificing any greater good, yet chooses not to, what coherent definition of goodness could still apply to that being, and wouldn't we, in any other context, call that moral failure evil?
Sean, you take this. You've just got to do something here.
Okay. So Baku, one more time.
What? Your whole thing, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
If a being has the power to prevent extreme suffering without sacrificing any greater good, yet chooses not to, what coherent definition of goodness could still apply to that being? And wouldn't we, in any other context, call that moral failure evil?
I would... The degree to which it would be bad would depend on what it is in the context that the being decided not to prevent. But I do think if you see any sort of suffering either taking place or about to take place, and it's within your power to stop it, reasonably within your power to stop it, then you have a moral obligation to do so. And to fail to do so would be a moral failure. Now, there are exceptions, like I don't think people should be like, there's a moral obligation to take extreme risks to themselves to prevent smaller risks, or it's all context dependent. But with, relative safety and ability, we do have a moral obligation to stop harm from coming to others.
Yeah. John, are you in agreement?
I'm slightly checked out for this one, Baku, because there's apparently some sort of weird anti-Semitism going on in the YouTube chat.
YouTube site?
Yeah, so
I cannot believe...
Just trying to deal with it.
I'm shocked how much anti-Semitism there are. You know what, John? I feel bad for not seeing it before, like, because I don't experience it in my day-to-day. Sure. A lot of the things, like I'm in the army, so when I go to work, like there's very strict rules about, epithets or, bigotry, but like I don't experience it. Or, I mean, I'm not Jewish, but like I cannot believe how much of it is out there, the anti-Semitism.
It's crazy, and time and time again, I explain to people that in any religious sense, I'm not either. And, I come from a cultural Jewish background, but I've disavowed everything about the religion. I'm critical of the Torah as I am of anything else. I want nothing to do with any of it. And still it comes just because I have an obvious name. I can't find the posts, White Witch, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. I just can't see it. If anyone does see them, please let me know and I'll deal with it. Yeah, we won't have that here. I'd just like to address something that my friend Robotaholic has said in the YouTube chat, who's a real friend of the channel. Thank you. So lovely to see you as always in there. Says, I really love the subject that belief is not a choice. You're probably sick of it, but it melts Christianity in their threat. Absolutely. That is why we do this. And that's why when I realized it, and it landed on me like a ton of bricks about 4 years ago, and I realized belief isn't a choice, and I realized what the ramifications of it were, I thought I have to run with this. I have to make something of this. And that's why I wrote a book about it. And that's why we speak about it all the time, because they have no counter to this other than to stick their fingers in their ears and shout, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. That's it. And to insist that belief is a choice whilst all the while not being able to demonstrate it. It's a devastating argument, and I want more people making it. And I really hope when the book comes out, obviously everyone wants their own book to do well. I want my book to do well, but really I want people using the examples. I want people using the arguments. And I think I have written it with that in mind. I've tried to make it almost like a construction kit. Like, here's how you prove it, and here's how you use it. So I'm hoping
absolutely
that will happen.
Before I found your chat, John, or not your chat, your live, I thought I was the only one. Like, why isn't this discussed more? I was going around sort of on my own crusade, just in my debates and discussions about religion and theology and such. And that's when I found your live. I'm like, this guy has the same idea. That's when I popped in way back when.
It was cool. It was really cool. Yeah. So sorry, Baku. I was slightly like trying to deal with that. With that fire in the chat.
Yeah.
I didn't find them. If anything like that pops up, let me know, guys. I'll deal with it. Okie dokie. Yeah, are you good, Baku? Is that it?
Those were all my questions I had written down.
Sure. Well, thank you very, very much. So
here's a question in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so I've just spotted one in the TikTok chat. X is saying, how do you think AI will impact religion debate? That's interesting.
That's the one. That is the one I actually keyed in on when I was going to bring up the same question. One thing I have found, like I've since I found this live, I've kind of ventured away from Facebook, groups, where you discuss everything. And but I did learn, and I experienced with one guy, and some people get called out for it. They're literally asking, whether it's ChatGPT or whatever AI, for arguments against this or arguments against that, copy and paste, and then boom, there's a giant well of well-articulated text that you have to, as a real person really engaging on these topics, it can actually be overwhelming. And I think it's intellectually dishonest, unless you're like, hey, here's what ChatGPT does argue. And you could tell them to argue both sides of it too, but it's sort of taken the actual thought and investigation away. And I think it's great to get a perspective, like, what they have to say, to evaluate it piece by piece. But I could spend 45 minutes typing out a piece by piece response, and then they just giant wall of text, and it takes them 10 seconds to lazily,
it's ludicrous,
take my response and get a rebuttal, and then they just copy and paste.
Well, it's ludicrous because you have to ask yourself then, what is the role of that person in the exchange that's going on? They're essentially just being a typewriter. They're not doing anything. They're not contributing anything. And if you wanted to debate theology with ChatGPT, you could do it without them. So it's silly.
Exactly.
And it is happening a lot. And it is. I was when I was researching the book, I was spending a bit of time on a particular Christian forum, and I was engaging with people, and there was one guy on there in particular. I would make a point, and then exactly as you say, 2 minutes later, there'd be 5 pages of PhD level text, all with perfect citations and whatever. And I called him out on it, and I said, look, I'm interested in what you guys in here actually think. I'm not interested in what what ChatGPT thinks, because I could ask ChatGPT myself if I wanted to know that. And he kept on denying it. He said, none of my answers are AI. Sure, dude. I mean, it would have taken someone at, master's level or higher would have taken 3 or 4 days to write that reply. And you just knocked it out in 2 minutes, all perfectly formatted and indented and bulleted and all the rest of it. Come on.
Yeah.
BS. Yeah.
I personally think AI should only be used to help science and mathematics and stuff. There's a big thing with art. They use AI to generate art, and for me, I find it quite offensive because people go out of their way to create such beautiful pieces of art, and then an AI can make it in 10 seconds and stuff, and it's just
Music as well.
Music as well. Yeah, that's a big thing that's coming up as well.
Grim.
Oh,
grim,
interesting.
grim. Right. Thank you, Baku. Appreciate you, man, as always.
No problem.
We will speak soon. Thanks, buddy.
Right.
Cheers. Okay, let's get Tracy in. And then after Tracy, we'll get Truth Dog in. Tracy.
Hey,
Good
Tracy.
evening, Johnny John and Sean.
Hey, how are you?
How you doing?
I don't know why
Johnny's
Johnny
his
came
new
out.
name.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd go for that.
Probably not. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Speaking of AI, I think it was Justin used to have a guy that came up and used Chat GPT, but they did it. Justin knew. He came up in the hopes of Chat GPT beating Justin, which I don't believe it ever did, and never got a good enough argument to get him.
I mean, at some point, the facts of a situation are just the facts of a situation. So even if you can, if you can produce beautifully worded accounts for the other side, when the other side is holding a pair of twos, that's it. You're done. It's like all you'll get is beautifully argued bad talking points. And that's it. That's all the other side have in this debate, by the way, are bad talking points. There's no good.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I like the whole, he's all knowing and he knows what you're going to do your whole life and the free will. How I don't understand how they mesh together at all. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But the real reason I came up was, we're going to make Puff happen. Well, it's like this. You're saying Justin, but Justin didn't have Doug. That's only kind of a newer thing, I think. But there's another guy, Planet Peterson. He has Spanky, purple hippo.
He does. Yeah, true.
And he's actually got a plushie of it.
Yeah,
I've seen him use that.
Yeah.
That he's got a plushie that he sells of it. So
true.
I mean, a lot of atheists have their own little mascot.
Fair enough. Okay.
I mean, I've seen quite a few that have them. But I'll let you go. Get back to the real people.
Well, yeah, maybe. Thanks. That's food for thought. Food for thought, definitely. Because the funny thing is, I used to use it all the time. I mean, it's weird. So X have basically broken the history. Twitter had quite a good search function up until the X thing. Now, if you try to search the archives of old posts and stuff, it's broken, it's janky, it doesn't work, it doesn't return.
Well, that's how I knew we were. That's how I knew we were close in age, because I heard you say Puff the Magic Dragon one night. I'm like, yeah, I thought you were a lot younger.
I'm old, dude.
But he's in my age bracket somewhere.
Yeah, I definitely am. And sadly, I can't retrieve my old Puff posts on there, but I used to have a lot of fun with it. And I had this whole language about his green scaly, his silky scales and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe we will yet resurrect him. Who knows? Cheers.
All right.
Cheers,
well, thanks for the conversation again.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for everything always. Glad to have you around. Thanks, buddy. Okay. Truth Dog. We're going to bring in Truth Dog right now. Hey, Truth Dog, how's it going?
There. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you think God may be evil, if he does exist. because of certain things that you've seen in Scripture. I'm thinking,
yeah,
like the Old Testament, Leviticus, there's a few things I don't disagree with. But, the one thing I believe in the Bible is where God warned not to change his words, don't add to them, don't take away from them. And I think he said that because he knew that people would do it. And a lot of those hardcore Leviticus things or whatever, I think was people added to it to benefit themselves. And God knew that would happen. That's why he warned against doing that. So, there's a lot of, you can cherry pick.
So are you saying basically we shouldn't trust the Old Testament?
Yeah, just any of it, really. There's a reason why it was warned not to add to it or take away from it, because you know how human nature is. They're going to add something in there to benefit themselves. Say if they like slaves. If they like slavery.
But maybe.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Maybe that applies to all of it then. Maybe Genesis was added to also, and we should just throw the whole lot out.
Could be. I mean, you shouldn't base your faith in God on something that's written in a book. He's more than a book. He's a real entity. I know that. I know that through miracles that I've witnessed, that I prayed for, and I've seen them happen. And I know there's no doubt in my mind, but I don't base any of it on Scripture. I never have gone to church.
What would you say to somebody who says that they've seen the Hindu gods respond to prayer?
They may have.
Respond to prayer and create miracles.
Yeah, according to their faith, it will be done unto them, I imagine. I would.
Truth. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe Jesus died and rose from the dead, died for our sins, and all that stuff from the Bible, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and so do you believe the Bible? So you believe parts of the Bible, but not others. How do you decide which parts of it to believe or not believe?
Well, honestly, I was led to the knowledge of Jesus through miracles that happened that I prayed for. And I was actually led to the fact that Jesus is the Son. A lot of the stuff about slavery or children or whatever happened, and that's none of my concern, really. And if it's true, I would not really judge why God did that. I imagine he can do anything at all that you couldn't even imagine. He could have reasons for things. You could be struck down right now and not feel any pain, but you could make it look like you do, and you could be risen up to heaven before your body's even passed away, I believe. God, he can do anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. Like, so you believe parts of the Bible, but not others. How do you decide which to believe and which you don't believe?
Well, I believe that I'm led to think of something, and if it concerns me, I can pray about it, and it'll get answered. Like Jesus, how he I prayed about being a prophet because I wanted to be, and I have enough knowledge to be along those lines. And I prayed about that a few times. And one night, I know this sounds funny, but I never have dreams really, but I had a very vivid dream that particularly pertained to me praying about being a prophet. A man said, do you know what it says in Hebrews 1:1, don't you? And I have never read Hebrews. And I woke up at 3 in the morning. I said, wow, what a crazy dream. I said, what the heck is Hebrews 1:1? I Googled it, and it pertained exactly to me being a prophet and Jesus.
But this is all lovely. But what about the people who prayed for their children with cancer to survive and God fucked them over? Why did you get what you wanted and those people didn't?
Right. I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Doesn't that trouble you? Like, every people get, up in a state because God helped them find their car keys, and meanwhile 3 million children a year are starving to death, and he does nothing.
Yeah, God never helped anybody find their car keys.
But you understand what I mean. What I mean by that is people attribute the minor victories and conveniences in their lives are attributed to the intervention of a deity. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of children die every year from malaria. 3 million children a year starve to death. God watches with arms folded. That doesn't that trouble you?
There's enough food in this world to feed everyone if man would get with it.
So
but unfortunately,
there's
a lot of greed. There's a lot of greed involved with the food supply in this world, and there's a lot of. That's the reason people are starving is because
and God's powerless to do anything about that.
I believe he stands back and let us do what we need to do, what we want to do.
Exactly.
And,
hence my prompt, because he's a dick if he does that.
Right.
He stands back, arms folded, watching every single child that gets raped. He watches, does nothing. Every child that dies, he watches, does nothing. Every tsunami that randomly, rips babies out of mothers' arms and sweeps them away in the water, watches, does nothing. Completely uninvolved, uninterested. And if he is indeed the superintendent of this creation, if this is his jam, if this is his thing, we're all his project, he doesn't care. I just think it's horrible. This is not a God that's worthy of worship.
If God created this entire universe, the world, everything in it, he's so powerful that you've got to realize how insignificant human beings are. And, don't mess with him. I mean, don't
spend a day on a children's cancer ward and watch the parents watching their children slip away and then say that. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, I would rather not. That's very sad, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's tough.
And I have my point of view with, things. I know, there's no doubt that he's real, but I wouldn't mess with him. I wouldn't want to piss him off. And it's unfortunate what happens with children and, what happens to humans in general from other humans.
If I ever meet him, he's going to answer to me if I ever meet him.
He may have an explanation for you.
He may.
Yeah, I don't know, really.
But it's either going to be, I just didn't know how to stop it, in which case he's ineffective, or it's going to be, I didn't want to stop it, in which case he's evil. Those are the only two options.
Yeah, that's a good, that's a good question, I guess, in your mind. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Some of the things happen to human beings and animals. Even animals, they go through little baby rabbits getting torn apart by a hungry coyote.
Right.
He created that.
Yeah.
And
doesn't that trouble you?
I
mean, we say unfortunate makes it sound like it was unavoidable. You've got to understand this is what he wants. Why? What does that say about his character?
Yeah, I don't judge him. I thank him for my blessings that I've had in life.
You
I know
should
that.
judge him. You should judge him. If we had a leader, if we elected a leader, say there was like a world leader and the whole world elected a leader, and the leader was massively powerful, able to wield almost unlimited power, and what he or she did with it was supervise these levels of human suffering and privation and agony and loss, we'd sack them. We'd go, you're out. You're done. Off you go. Marching orders. Next. That's what you should do. That's my view anyway.
Right. Jesus suffered greatly, and he rose from the dead from it. He rose from it, but he suffered unimaginably in them days. Them people were brutal against him, and God allowed that to happen. And we believe in him, Jesus.
But this is presented as a good thing. This is presented as something wonderful that happened. It's depraved.
Yeah, I have no idea. I couldn't even produce a grain of sand from nothing. I don't have any idea what God.
Your morality is better than the morality of the God you're saying you worship. I can guarantee you are a nicer person. You're a kinder person. I can hear it just talking to you now. Your morality is infinitely better than this God who has all of this power and just sits there, you know, while people suffer, while animals suffer, as you said. Not good. You wouldn't do that. You'd do better. You'd do it better. I vote for you.
I would be a piece of cake for people.
I reckon you should be God, Truth Dog. I vote for you.
I would be a really good one.
I think you'd help me find my car keys, because that's very frustrating, especially when you're running late.
I would just get you a new car. How's that?
That's what
every
I'm
time,
talking
time you misplace the keys, a new car arrives.
That's right.
I like that.
Well, so you better quit losing them keys, man.
See, you're already doing a better job. But you know, day one, like, okay, no more childhood leukemia. Day two, sort out the starving. Like, you do it. You just get the job done. I know you would. I know you would. You can do better than this horrible God who demands that his own son is murdered before he'll forgive people. What is that about? Like, I want to forgive you, but I just got to get me someone killed first. Anyone will do. Come on. Silly.
Yeah, it's a real mystery. I believe that. And I always wonder, every day I wonder why I've been revealed so many miracles in my life. And they're absolutely a mistake. I believe I told you about my grandfather.
Yeah.
And he passed away when I was a 4-month-old baby in 1958.
Yeah.
And one night I said, I'm going to look at old cars on eBay. I put Ford Fairlane on. The first on the list was 500 miles away. And in his other items list, he had a picture of my grandfather from 1934.
Yep,
almost
I
a
remember the story.
100-year-old photo. And you know, I pray about him. He passed. I was a 4-month-old baby, and I never thought about him until I was 52 years old. And I was having a lot of problems in my life that I had trouble dealing with. I go to the cemetery to visit Mom and Dad's grave and think about better days. And I seen Grandpa's headstone, and all of a sudden it hit me that I was a tiny little baby in his arms when he passed from my cancer in his pancreas. And my mom told me mainly one thing about him. I said, did he love me, or did he know me? She said, yeah, he loved you. And she said he wanted me to bring you into his room when he passed away. And he held me whenever he passed away. He held me in his arms and on his chest. And he wanted me there. And, you know, I look a lot just like him. But when I was 52, I started to pray about him. It hit me. And, man, I about hit the ground. I felt so bad. I cried out with my heart. And I never went to church hardly at all. And
Truth, we don't do these kind of real long testimonies here, but I appreciate you sharing your story again with us. And it is amazing that you found that picture, and that, you know, all of that stuff is a cool story. I still think, you know, and look, you've got your thing. I get it. You're not hurting anyone, but it is a worrying theology. And I want you to understand that. Well, it sounds like you do understand why I would say this. Like, when I say God is evil, I'm not just looking to upset people or offend people. I'm literally like, read the book, read what the guy does, count the debt, count his kill count. It's high, really high, much higher than Satan. Satan comes out of it shining.
Much higher than any person who ever lived on this earth.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of.
Yeah.
The great flood, he regretted making humans, I think, because of hell.
Yeah.
That's why he
and what does that
decided to
say?
end it all.
How does an all-knowing being experience regret? That's silly, right? Silly. This book is silly.
Yeah. I couldn't even imagine what inside God's mind at all.
Rattling around in there like a big empty cavern. Yeah. Thanks for coming up to speak to us, Truth Dog. Nice to speak to you again, my friend. Take it easy.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Keep well. Take care. Thanks. Okay. Let's get Screaming Silence in. What's up, Richie?
How are we guys doing?
How are you?
Doing good.
Doing okay. If this God is real, he is watching these moments
Yeah.
every
That's it.
single second
Yeah.
for thousands
there's a
and
million of
thousands
them
of
every day.
years.
And there's a million of them every day.
And just to think that God can even endure that
But hey,
with
he helped
even
Sandra get a
knowing.
parking space right outside the store.
Well, this is what is so frustrating for me. And again, I try to always have compassion on these people because I know, again, like we speak, like they're convinced, and so they're trying to shape that reality. But when the victim blaming starts and they're so obtuse and to tell people they didn't believe or that's not how they felt and all this kind of stuff, to know that God sees all this and sees children being essayed, seeing people being murdered, you know, these
All the
painful,
things.
horrific, gruesome deaths, and it doesn't have any effect on him, like at all. It's just not conceivable to me.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, I'm sorry, but I'm reminded of our guest earlier on, who, when confronted with, the David's baby story, just not fussed, totally indifferent, and that's it. I think we can assume the same. We can assume the same for the character of the God who supervises all of this, and could intervene to stop it happening, and chooses not to. And of course, we don't, because we don't believe such a God actually exists. But it still says something about the moral character of the guy in the book, right? The story in the chap in the book. Like, he could sort it out, he could get involved, and he doesn't. And no one has a problem with that. None of the believers have a problem with that. It's all just so easily explained.
In your opinion, and I mean, Sean, you can speak to this because again, I'm talking to people with different experiences, but do you think that it's so uncomfortable that they don't allow themselves to actually go to that place? Because for me, when I really am thinking about something of a serious nature, I really go deep and take the time to consider. It just seems like maybe most of them haven't sat there in their thoughts and really visualized what a lot of these things actually mean.
Yeah, you're talking about visualizing. Can you elaborate on that again?
So like when they read these stories of like King David, like are they just like reading the words and just passing through, or are they? Because for me, like I
Oh, I
stop and
can.
I visualize and I say, what is happening here?
Yeah. So here, it's interesting you brought that up because I sort of had this epiphany that when I was speaking about a lot of the Bible verses I didn't even know about, like some of the really awful ones. But then I thought about, okay, which ones did I know about? And like Noah's flood is arguably the most awful one of all, and I knew
Yeah.
about that. I knew about that.
Yep.
I knew about the Exodus and the firstborns and Passover and all that. So it was so normalized, I didn't even think about it. But I was always an empathetic person. So if somebody was being even cruel to an animal, I, I couldn't stand it. But then, he drowned the entire planet full of animals, and it didn't dawn on me like how awful that is.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to, like, I wish I could psychoanalyze myself and figure out why it just like it wasn't even that I thought about like the suffering of those animals, and then was just numb to it. I didn't even think about the fact that they suffered. It was just like a story in my mind, like a cold fact of what happened versus, versus thinking about it vividly of what that actually means. Like drowning is probably one of the most awful ways to go. But yeah, I can't explain it. It was just like, it was just a fact. It was like, oh, we talk about this. I went to a Seventh-day Adventist school too, where they were talking about certain things, but they kind of talked to us about it in a sanitized way without really delving it into anything graphic.
I just have to drop
Go ahead,
this
John.
super chat in because it pertains to what we've just been saying. I have to
Sure.
add it here. Sloshy again, coming back. Sloshy Whale is just the life of the party here. God didn't want me to donate again, but he was too busy helping a suburban mom find her car keys to stop this super chat. Well, thank you, Sloshy. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much.
Well, I was just going to say to Sean, what I kind of liken it to is, and this is something that I always think back on, is I remember learning in school about the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki
Right.
and being taught how it was such like this amazing thing that the Americans did and saved, the world and ended and stopped evil and but as I got older and I really thought about it, because it was like, oh yeah, like America's the good guys, like we won the war, we killed the bad guys, but they killed millions of innocent people. And
yeah, the horrors of it is
it was so normalized as like, well, that's war, like unfortunately, like that's what you got to do sometimes, as if there were no other options or choices on the table. And I think it's kind of along the same lines of like, well, God didn't really have a choice. Man was bad, so he had to take care of the problem. And you just go, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, so what I've always wondered is how I would have reacted if somebody came up to me, like if the TikTok was a thing, and then I had John saying, "What's wrong with you, dude?" Or kind of pointing it out to me, if I would have justified it, or if it would have made me question, or what have you. I did have doubts pop in my head once in a while, and I've talked about this a lot, but the fear of hell and it's the devil talking to me. So I would maybe it was a psychological thing where subconsciously I knew that would cause me to doubt. So I kind of shut off that part of my brain, like not letting myself think about those sorts of things, But I've always wondered what if someone came to me and said, hey, unaliving all the firstborns, what's up with that? Isn't that don't you think that's kind of wrong just because the Pharaoh's, not a good person? Yeah. But no, it's a great question.
Another super chat's just come in, which I shall read right now from Johnny again. Thank you, Johnny. That's absolutely amazing donation. Thank you so much. That's extremely kind. Johnny says, I'm an agnostic theist, but I find agnostic atheism very reasonable. I believe in a creator, source of existence, and eternal energy. I can't believe in the biblical God, despite my upbringing. Is it reasonable to believe this? I mean, it depends what you mean by reasonable. We all have to make our own evaluations. I mean, it's not something I believe because I just don't see any evidence for it. And I would just want to be led by evidence, and none of the arguments I've heard for any kind of creator God do anything for me other than raise more questions than they answer. And so I feel that as I embrace those explanations, I feel like I end up kind of knowing less than I knew before, because then it's like, well, where did the God come from, and who created the God? And if no one created the God, and the God can be eternal, then why can't the universe just be eternal? And I find myself falling into that, and so I just don't find it. I don't find it persuasive myself, but you have to go on what persuades you, and in line with my thesis. You can't choose. You just have to discover what you find persuasive, and that's what you find persuasive. And then keep looking, keep listening to other opinions, other perspectives. That's something we should all do. We should all be willing to listen to other perspectives than the ones we hold, because then we can find out what the vulnerabilities in our own positions are, or we find out that our positions are really strong and they stand up to scrutiny. Sean, have you got any thoughts
I was
on that?
I was where Johnny was after Christianity fell away.
Like, this is ridiculous, that's ridiculous. Okay. And then we have all these different competing religions all around the world. I would say it's reasonable, meaning it's understandable and human, but it's not epistemologically sound. When we look at the universe, the fact that we're conscious, that we exist, when we look at like the awe of it all, and like so many unanswered questions, it's very human to be like, there's got to be some kind of greater power. I think there's something within us, like always like looking for those answers. So it's understandable, but it's not epistemologically sound, because when you take the emotion out of it and just try to look at it through pure logic and reason, there is I found so far no good reason to believe that there is a conscious creator. And then when you think about it, that power, you're appealing to you're trying to solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. I stole that from Matt Dillahunty, but it's a really good perspective, because that God also there has to be some kind of explanation. Like, how does it work? How can someone know literally everything, do literally anything, and like, normally when you look for explanations of things, there's some functionality to you, and you know the mechanism with how it works. Basically, when you boil it down, it's an appeal to magic.
Well, I think what John said rings true for me, where, people want to say like, oh, well, the answer is God. I mean, that to me doesn't give me any answers. It creates more questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's always been my bump in the road. And I've often said this to people, where if I can, I'm sure I've said it to you guys, conceptualize that there is some sort of deity, I do not personally believe that it is benevolent. That's just where my brain goes. I mean, it's just where it goes, unfortunately. If something with a conscience created, you want to use that word, created us, and this is the state that we're in, it is not benevolent. And and that's just kind of what keeps me from believing.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Yeah. And of course the benevolence of the deity is not in itself a reason to not believe in it, because there could be an evil God. That's possible too.
Or a less than all powerful one, but it would be impossible to imagine if something that could create the entire universe that couldn't do something about all the awfulness on Earth.
I think that would be Puff the Magic Dragon. What we're going to call
That's
that
right.
one.
That's right.
We're
All
going
right,
to
guys. Well, I won't
out.
keep you too much.
Cheers,
I won't
Rich.
keep you any longer. I always appreciate the talk.
All right, buddy. All the best. Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay. I think that probably concludes the business for today. We've done 6 hours, is not bad going. 10 past 4 a.m. where I am right now. There's no one in the queue, so maybe this is a good time to call it. Thank you very much to everyone. The usual thank yous, of course, always apply. Thank you to wonderful moderators on both chats. Uncle and Kif have completely held it down on the YouTube side today. Thank you really so much. Thank you to all the people who have joined on the YouTube side as well, within the various members tiers. I really appreciate that too. Hopefully you'll enjoy what's there. There's some interesting ways to get involved and stuff. So thank you very much for that. And on the TikTok side, 133,000 likes is bananas. Again, thank you. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for all the gifts and all the kind gestures and stuff. Really means an awful lot. And we will be back in another couple of days. And
thanks, everyone. Good to see everyone. I'm gonna check out highlights of the State of the Union, but
can only
or
imagine.
maybe I won't. I don't know if I want to put myself in that mood, but
I'm sure. But
all right,
thanks
guys.
everyone.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Your company is never taken for granted. And we'll be back in another 2 or 3 days. So thank you very much, all.